Gloire. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Amen. Let the doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes. Déclaration de
Statements by members.
by member, the honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Born and raised in Winnipeg, Vivian Silver left her mark on her hometown, our country, and people around the world. She dedicated her life to the pursuit of peace, working tirelessly to build bridges between Israelis and Palestinians. She helped found numerous organizations for the betterment of all peoples, one of which was the Arab Jewish Center for Empowerment, Equality, and Cooperation. In recognition of all of her work, she was the co-recipient of the Victor J. Goldberg Prize for Peace in the Middle East. She was a very busy woman doing good, and she was also a wonderful mother and grandmother, said her two sons, Yonatan and Chen. Since her disappearance from her home on Kibbutz Ba'ari, I had the chance to speak almost daily with Vivian's nephew, a dear childhood friend of mine in Winnipeg, and I heard firsthand the pain her family was experiencing during the madness of the past few weeks. A close friend of Vivian said this of her recently: I have to hope that the life she lived and what she worked for will sow the seeds of peace, and that somehow it will come around as part of her legacy and as part of who she was, that it is achievable. Mr. Speaker, I hope that everyone in this House can join me in a celebration of Vivian's life and the change that she dedicated it to achieving in order to make the world a better place. May her memory be a blessing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Brandon Souris.
Recently, Canada lost one of its finest with the passing of Brandon's Lois Fowler. From being a loving mother, grandmother, and wife, to being a successful real estate agent, Lois is best known as one of Canada's curling greats. Lois was a four-time Manitoba provincial champion and always made us proud every time she represented us at the Scotties. She even won the provincial mixed championship when she played on the team skipped by her son Rob. And in 2015, she wore the maple leaf and won gold at the World Senior Women's Curling Championships with husband Brian as coach. Lois inspired generations of young women to get involved in the sport, and her legacy will be felt for years to come. To her husband Brian and children Rhonda and Rob, please know how much Lois meant to our province and to Canada. She was amazing in so many ways, always competitive but never fierce. She easily made lifelong friends no matter where she went. And as a friend, I will miss her. May she rest in peace.
The honourable member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, November is Diabetes Awareness Month. It is important to remember that every 3 minutes, a Canadian is diagnosed with diabetes.
Yesterday, I met with Raina Smith, an extraordinary 12-year-old and leader from Orléans. Raina lives with type 1 diabetes since she's 5 years old. We discussed the important role governments can play to raise awareness to combat diabetes in Canada. Raina was telling me about the challenges that she faces in school and on her daily lives. Her mom, Sonia, shared with me the pressure of sometimes the hardship parents face to assure their kids living with T1D have access to the proper equipment to help them with this disease. I want to thank Raina for her courage, advocacy, and determination. I reassured Raina of my continued support and advocacy to combat this disease. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, last week we celebrated the 10th anniversary of the organization Femmes d'ici et d'ailleurs, Women from Here and Elsewhere. 10 years of hard work, love, and dedication to the community of Longueuil. We celebrated the strength and resilience of Zainab Akawi, the director of the organization, and all of the women who found a space to grow and thrive. Since its creation, Femmes d'ici et d'ailleurs has been a beacon of hope and support for many women from many backgrounds who've had to face complex challenges related to migration, cultural diversity, and adapting to a new environment. This organization has the essential values of solidarity, inclusion, and gender equality. It is an inclusive, warm space, a shoulder to lean on, and an invaluable support network for women and their families. May this decade be the prelude of much success for a more inclusive world. Happy 10th anniversary, Femmes d'ici et d'ailleurs. The Honourable Member for Vimy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2017, Propulsion Québec has been accelerating the development of Quebec's electric and intelligent transportation industry in order to reinvent tomorrow's mobility. I'm proud that Economic Development Quebec for the regions of Quebec has supported projects for tomorrow's economy, with over $2.8 billion for Propulsion Québec to support innovation and development of electric transportation. Currently, there is over 9,300 high-quality jobs in Quebec in the manufacturing sector. Propulsion Québec is proud of its contribution to the decarbonization of the transportation sector for a greener, more sustainable economy in Quebec and in Canada.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Heritage.
Canadians renewing their mortgages at today's rates will see an increase from 2% to 6% or higher. Wow. The IMF warns that Canada is the most at risk among G7 countries for a mortgage default crisis. And what do we get? $20 billion in new inflationary spending. They have decided again to spend on the backs of Canadians, keeping inflation and interest rates high. They risk a mortgage meltdown on $900 billion of mortgages renewing over the next 3 years. They continue to attack $3 trillion of resources that would fuel, feed, and secure the world, that would end dollars for dictators and bring powerful paychecks for our people. After 8 long years, when Canadians get the carbon tax election they've been longing for, common sense conservatives will axe a tax, balance a budget, deliver real leadership, and end the NDP Liberal gravy train.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Speaker, 968 finger pricks, 3,178 insulin injections, 256 hours of sleep lost. That is what 9-year-old Paloma Darvasi from my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges has already experienced since being diagnosed just 454 days ago with type 1 diabetes. Now you'd think that would make her tired and frustrated, but not Paloma. Instead, her and her mother, Liana, have been taking action. She walked into my office last Tuesday and shared that because of advancements in research in type 1 diabetes, 9-year-olds like her can live fulfilling lives, experience all the joys their classmates experience, and yes, lace up and take to the ice with their fellow Storm teammates.
She came to ask us as parliamentarians to learn more about type 1 diabetes and to commit to further supporting the cutting-edge research of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation.
One day, we will find a cure, and when we do, you will have played a big role in getting us there.
Bravo. The Honourable Member from Egmont.
It gives me great pleasure to honour the Minister of Agriculture. November 21st marked the 35th anniversary of his election to the House of Commons, making him the longest-serving ever MP for Prince Edward Island. It's a great achievement, and as a witness to history, the Minister has seen a great deal of change and progress here in the House and his Cardigan riding. 11 straight election victories. It is a remarkable record and a real testament to the trust invested in the member by the people of Cardigan. His love for Prince Edward Island is very well known, and his legacy in Cardigan and across the province will continue to pay dividends for many decades to come. Personally, I have learned from the Minister that it is essential for public representatives to always act on the guidance of constituents while keeping a steady eye on the future and potential opportunities. We owe a debt of gratitude to the Minister's sage and adroit understanding of changing times and his remarkable ability to positively navigate both today's and tomorrow's challenges. Congratulations to you and your trusted partner and advisor, Francis.
Just as an aside, I served the honourable member as a page when he was first elected in 1988. The honourable member from Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, today Canadians with Lebanese ancestry are remembering our roots and celebrating our heritage. The modern Lebanese state was founded 80 years ago today. Of course, we Lebanese have been around a lot longer than 80 years. Lebanon has seen empires come and go over the past several thousand years. The first Lebanese immigrant came to Canada in 1882, seeking and finding a better life. Thousands more followed to this land of limitless opportunity. We Lebanese pride ourselves on making a positive contribution wherever we are. Canada has benefited from the skills and energy of those Lebanese who have made this country their new home. Today, as we celebrate the birth of modern Lebanon and Lebanese Independence Day, I invite all Canadians to celebrate with us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a wonderful occasion today to welcome the Sikyong of the Central Tibetan Administration to Ottawa, Penpa Sering. Elected as Sikyong in 2021, he's the voice of the Tibetan people around the world, including right here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, he too served as the Speaker of the Parliament of the Central Tibetan Administration. I think of thousands of Tibetans across our communities in Canada. The vibrant culture of the Tibetan people enriches the social fabric of our country. The Tibetan Canadian Cultural Centre is located in Etobicoke Lakeshore, something I am very proud of, and the goals of the Centre and Tibetan Buddhism in general reflect a respect for life and harmony that transcends all cultures. Nonviolence and peace are universal aspirations for all humanity, and the Sikyong embodies those values. I've had the pleasure and the honor of meeting him on several occasions, including today, and I want to thank him for all of his hard work and appreciate all of his efforts, and he has our commitment that we will stand with him and the people of Tibet. Tasha Dalik, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians have made it clear they cannot afford any more.
That's right.
But no worries, here comes the government with their fall economic statement. Canadians everywhere were no doubt rejoicing that the same people that brought them the $54 million ArriveCan app and the $8 million luxury barn for the Governor-General were here to save the day. But what did the NDP Liberal mini-budget deliver to Canadians? $20 billion in new inflationary spending.
Shameful.
Inflationary deficits for decades to come. A housing hell where Canadians are taking out 90-year mortgages just to be able to afford a home, and an eye-watering $1/3 of $1 trillion just for interest payments, more than what the government is paying for health care or the military.
Incredible.
It's clear after 8 years of waste and incompetence, the NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance announced over $20 billion in new inflationary spending that will keep interest rates and inflation at a level Canadians can't afford. There's a disappointment in this government to control spending. None of the Conservatives' demands for common sense were retained. One was that we called for no new increases in the carbon tax. After 8 years, it's clear the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. You know who else is not worth the cost? The Bloc Québécois, which continues to support the Liberal government by supporting radical increases in the carbon tax. I'm stunned that they pretend to care about Quebecers, but they support another carbon tax that would bump gas up 20 cents a litre. Do they realize that next year the government will spend more money servicing the debt than for health transfers? And the Bloc Liberal coalition continues. None of these parties are worth the cost. It's time for them to get out of the way so that conservatives, common sense conservatives, can get our country back on track.
The honourable member from Halifax West.
Speaker, today marks a historic occasion as we proudly raise the Lebanese flag on Parliament Hill for the first time, marking the inaugural Lebanese Heritage Month in Canada. اليوم هو اليوم الأول في التاريخ الذي تم فيه رفع العلم اللبناني على تلة البرلمان بمناسبة افتتاح شهر التراث اللبناني في كندا. This momentous event holds even greater significance as it coincides with Lebanon's 80th Independence Day. Chaque Novembre, on encourage.
Every November, we encourage all Canadians to join us in celebrating Lebanese culture and traditions.
Goes to my mother, children, grandchildren, brothers, sisters, all family and friends who traveled here to share in this celebration. And to His Excellency Ambassador Fadi Ziadi for the tremendous partnership he's shown leading up to today. سيبقى لبنان في قلوبنا وسيدوم. Vive le Canada, vive le Liban. عشتم وعاش لبنان.
The honourable member from Vancouver East.
Today is National Housing Day. The NDP demanded immediate action to stop housing profiteering, a non-profit acquisition fund, and major funding and below-market financing for social and community housing in the fall economic statement. But the Minister of Finance failed to deliver. By delaying the funds to NDP key housing measures for another 2 years, makes the Liberals claim that they want to see more homes built faster a joke. It undermines the Bank of Canada's view that housing investment is not inflationary spending, but can even drive down the high cost of living. The fall economic statement also offered nothing new to support women, seniors, veterans, and Indigenous, Inuit, and Métis peoples. Canadians don't have to choose between the Liberals, who just disappoints, or the Conservatives, who think building social housing and co-ops is a Soviet-style takeover of housing. New Democrats will at least double Canada's community housing stock and put a stop to housing profiteering. It is time for Ottawa to work for everyday people and not just wealthy CEOs.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, the dreariness of November is being replaced in Quebec by a colourful celebration in our image. November in Quebec is Social Economy Month. It's an opportunity to celebrate all of the businesses that make up our economic fabric. Quebecers all have their favourite non-profit. Just about everyone is member of a co-op. We all know a great mutual. We trust these local businesses that give meaning to the economy, whether for their workers, artisans, or consumers. And with good reason. The social economy is all about having business acumen and also knowing how to share success, leaving no one behind. Our social economy includes Valspec, Jardin de la Résistance, Créaction, Co-op C'est Sûr, and the Écolocal Market. It's also Coup de Pouce des Moissons and the Lac Saint-François National Wildlife Area. For the Bloc Québécois, the social economy is above all a source of pride. Happy Social Economy Month.
The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
Yesterday's false hopes update can be summed up as prices up, rents up, photo ops up, taxes up, time's up. Conservatives will be voting no confidence in this Prime Minister's fall economic statement because he's not worth the cost. Liberal NDP spending caused 40-year highs in inflation and the most rapid interest rate hikes in Canadian history, putting Canadians most at risk in the G7 for a mortgage default crisis. And after 8 years, the only housing measure they had in there was to change the housing department's name. 2 million Canadians are going to a food bank in a single month, yet the Prime Minister still plans to quadruple his carbon tax scam on gas, groceries, and home heating. A common-sense Conservative government will bring home lower prices by axing the carbon tax scam, bringing home powerful paychecks by balancing the budget so interest rates and inflation can come down, and bringing homes Canadians can actually afford by incentivizing municipalities to build, build, build. A common-sense Conservative leader will turn hurt into hope for for all Canadians. Now let's bring it home.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau.
Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the member for Cardigan, to Francis, and the entire Macaulay family. He is a man who has served his constituents and all Canadians with honor, wisdom, good humor, decency, and just plain common sense. This week, he is celebrating the 35th anniversary of his first election to this House. He has won 11 consecutive elections, Mr. Speaker, and it is no surprise why. He was first born in St. Peter's Bay in Prince Edward Island, and he's never forgotten where he came from. The good people of PEI clearly know this. He's an islander to the core. Before entering politics, he worked as a farmer and a businessman, and among his many roles in cabinet, he served as Solicitor General, Minister of Labour, Minister of Veterans Affairs, and on two separate occasions as Minister of Agriculture. Je tiens à le remercier.
I'd like to thank him for the many years he has served Canada.
All fortunate that this islander came our way 35 years ago. The Liberal Party, this House, and Canada are better for it, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales. Oral questions. L'honorable chef de
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we've just heard reports in the media about a terrorist attack at the border at Niagara Falls. 2 people may be dead, and a third is wounded. Can the Prime Minister give us any information about that terrorist attack? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious situation at the Niagara border. A vehicle blew up on the Rainbow Bridge. We're still talking to the authorities about it, and the Americans, our border service officers, the RCMP, and so on. I was contacted by the Minister of Public Safety. We're trying to gather all the information. We're providing support. We're talking to the Americans. I can confirm that the border has been closed down at the Queenstown, Peace, Rainbow, and another bridge. Additional security measures are being brought to all border crossings all across the country. It's a very serious situation, but we will remain engaged for the entire day.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we've just heard media reports of a terrorist attack, an explosion at the Niagara crossing of the Canada-U.S. border. At least two people are dead. One is injured. It is the principal responsibility of government to protect the people. Can the Prime Minister give us an update on what he knows and what action plan he will immediately implement to bring home security for our people?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is obviously a very serious situation in Niagara Falls. There was a vehicle explosion at the Rainbow Bridge crossing. I've been briefed by the NSIA and the Minister of Public Safety. CBSA, RCMP, and Transport Canada are all fully engaged in providing the necessary support. There are a lot of questions, and we are following up to try and get as many answers as rapidly as possible. We are in close contact with U.S. officials, and we'll continue to work closely with them. We will continue to be engaged. We will provide updates. Updates I can give right now is there are 4 border crossings that are right now closed: Rainbow Bridge, Whirlpool Bridge, Queenston Bridge, and Peace Bridge. Additional measures are being contemplated and activated at all border crossings across the country. We are taking this extraordinarily seriously, and Mr. Speaker, I will have to excuse myself now to go get further updates and work on this very serious situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Chef de l'Opposition.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. After all experts warned
this government that its spending was causing inflation to rise, the government spent another $20 billion. That means tax increases, inflation up, interest rates up, rents up, mortgage payments up. Will the government finally reverse its inflationary policies so that Canadians who have record mortgage payments to make so that they can save their houses, keep their houses? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was a good day with good news for people wanting to buy a new home because there were measures in the fall economic statement that will provide for the construction of thousands of homes all across the country and more rental units through the purpose-built rental building program. And there's good news for households, for Canadians, and for everyone who's interested in having an affordable life here in Canada.
Leader of the Opposition.
What's up? Rent's up. Rates are up. Taxes up. Debt up. Time's up for this government, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years, they're not worth the cost. And now this Prime Minister cakes on another $20 billion of inflationary spending and will bring up the interest payments on our debt to a record-smashing $51 billion a year. With 2 million Canadians eating at a food bank every month and many facing the loss of their home, why won't they cancel this inflationary scam and replace it with a plan to balance the budget and bring down interest rates and inflation?
Mr. Speaker, yesterday's fall economic statement demonstrates the next phase in our plan to make sure that we have an economy that works for everyone. Mr. Speaker, the International Monetary Fund is predicting that Canada's growth will lead the G7 in 2024. We have the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7. And, Mr. Speaker, while we are building housing, while we are moving on with our clean tax credits, while we are making sure that adoptive parents can have the benefits that they need, you know what's up, Mr. Speaker? The end of support for the Conservative Party for Ukrainians in this country and in Ukraine as the Conservatives vote against the Canada-Ukraine free trade deal. Shame on them.
Chef de l'opposition.
Actually, what's up is the Prime Minister has once again betrayed Ukraine. He betrayed Ukraine when he gave Putin that big turbine to pump his gas and fund his war. He betrayed Ukraine when he refused to sell Canadian gas to break European dependence on Putin. He betrayed Ukraine by failing to vet someone celebrated in this House who turned out to be a Nazi. And he's betraying Ukraine with this terrible agreement to force a carbon tax on Ukrainians that will destroy their ability to fight a war and rebuild their economy. We will axe the tax and stand unequivocally with Ukrainians in their fight for freedom.
I'll ask the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, to please restrain himself. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if that were true, the members of the opposition would have voted in favor of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, an agreement that I will note the government of Ukraine asked Canada to do with them in a time of their utmost need when they're facing an illegal war of aggression from Russia. But instead of supporting Ukrainians in their time of need, instead of truly stand up for their fight for freedom, they vote against it on a red herring. Mr. Speaker, Canadians need to ask what the Conservatives are doing, and there's only one party that's betrayed Ukraine, and that's the Conservatives. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, allow me to express the hope that the situation at the border will be as non-dramatic as it can possibly be, especially under the current circumstances. Yesterday, the government issued its fall economic statement with all kinds of pomp and ceremony, but the box was empty. Businesses are being let down, seniors are being let down, and the homeless are being let down. Are we to understand that things are going to get worse before they get better, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize my honourable colleague. We too are very concerned by the situation at the border, and we will be monitoring the situation closely. When it comes to yesterday's fall economic statement, it's clear that we're going to continue our partnership with the Government of Quebec, who are going to spend $900 million, together with our $900 million, for housing. And it's also very important, Mr. Speaker, because tax credits for the green economy are very important to Quebec. And the statement of yesterday's statement is good for Quebec, it's good for Canada, it's good for everyone. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, for 2 years now, they've been trotting out that same $900 million. It wasn't news in yesterday's statement, and that answer just shows how vacuous the statement was. My question was, they're creating a Minister for Infrastructure and Communities. That's the Department of Intrusion and Incompetence. It's interference with Quebec's jurisdiction. Could this government at least stop interfering? The Honourable Minister of Housing. Mr. Speaker, as members know full well, it's a pleasure to cooperate with Quebec City, with my provincial counterpart in Quebec. We have a deal, $900 million from the federal government and the same amount from Quebec City. This deal will allow for 23,000 more housing units. It's an opportunity to cooperate, and I will continue my work building housing in Quebec and all across the country. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, I want to express my deep concern about the incident that we're just learning about at the Rainbow Bridge crossing between Canada and the United States. I want to acknowledge the work of the first responders, and we want to express also our deep concern for those reports that indicate that those that may be injured and potentially fatalities as well. Our deep concern about that. We want to know what's the update in terms of Canada's assistance in the investigation and the other steps to support those that have been impacted.
The Honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. We are deeply concerned about what we have all learned recently happened at the Peace Bridge between Canada and the United States. As the Prime Minister mentioned, this happened very recently. He and the Minister of Public Safety are being updated as we speak. We will share information with the House and indeed with all Canadians as we get more information. But at this time, we do want to express our deep condolences to the people and the families who have lost loved ones, and we will continue to be engaged in this very serious and worrisome manner. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Yesterday, if you wanted to hear the Prime Minister talk about his plan to make life more affordable, you had to pay $1,700 or $850 for those under 35. $850 for him to tell young people who are struggling to afford their rent, wait 2 years more for affordable housing. Why does the Prime Minister think it's acceptable to make people wait 2 years for affordable housing?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am thankful for the opportunity, the Honourable Member, to raise affordable housing in young people. So many young people are taking advantage of the First Home Savings Account. Just the other day, I was talking to a young woman in my riding. She and her partner have saved, done so with tax-free savings, and just moved into their first home. And there's an uptick on this, Mr. Speaker. More and more young people are able to do this, and it's changing a lot of lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Le Premier ministre, qui après 8 ans.
The Prime Minister, after 8 years, isn't worth the cost, and he promised that the additional debt would never cost anything because interest rates were low. But now we understand that the amount the federal government will spend next year on the interest on the debt has doubled. It's up to $52 billion. That is more than we spend on health and twice what we spend on the military. Why is the Prime Minister taking this money away from soldiers and nurses to give it to bankers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we tabled our economic statement that shows the very solid foundations of our economy. But I'd like to come back to what the Conservative leader himself is proposing, because the Conservatives' austerity plan doesn't speak to Quebecers. It doesn't speak to Canadians. I'd like to understand why he refuses to answer the question about where he's going to cut. Is he going to cut assistance to seniors? Is he going to cut support for families and children? Is he going to cut dental care? That's what Canadians want to know.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, as the Prime Minister was doubling our national debt, adding more debt than all previous 22 Prime Ministers combined, he claimed there'd be no cost because interest rates, he said, were low. But those low interest rates are gone and the debt is still here. Yesterday, we learned that interest on the debt has gone up by over 100% to $52.4 billion. That's more than the $52.1 billion we spend on health care and double what we spend on the military. So why is the Prime Minister taking money from nurses and soldiers and giving it to bankers and bondholders?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we tabled the fall economic update, which shows the solid foundations of our fiscal frame and also shows that we were able to maintain that fiscal responsibility while being compassionate and being there for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We're building more homes and we're building them faster. We're changing competition laws in order to stabilize prices in this country. And Mr. Speaker, what the Conservatives are proposing are cuts, is austerity. Right. They want to claw back the supports to families, claw back supports to our seniors, Mr. Speaker. That is not what Canadians need, and that is not what Canadians deserve.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Fear and falsehoods are the only thing they can use to distract from their disastrous record. Mr. Speaker, they are the ones clawing back from seniors and from families with their quadrupling of the carbon tax. For the first time in Canadian history, we have 7 million people who are skipping meals because they can't afford to eat, and 2 million people, a record-smashing number, are now eating at food banks. There is a common-sense solution, which is the Conservative Bill C-234, to take taxes off the farmers who feed us. Will the Prime Minister back down again, stop fighting this common sense bill, and stop taxing our farmers so that our people can afford to eat?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are the government that decided that the retirement age should go back to 65, not 67, which was a decision that side of the House decided to make while their leader was in Davos, Switzerland. But let's stay in Europe for 1 second, Mr. Speaker, and talk about the appalling decision by these so-called Conservatives to turn down a free trade agreement with a beacon of democracy like Ukraine. What is up with that party? That's what Canadians want to know. And this carbon tax excuse, no one's buying. What's up, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the pathological obsession these Liberals have with carbon taxes has now reached a level where it is sick. This is how sick they are on the carbon tax. That they would use Ukraine's vulnerability in the middle of the war to impose their destructive carbon tax on the people of Ukraine and make it harder for them to rebuild after the war. We already know this Prime Minister was used as a Russian propaganda tool when he brought a Nazi into the House of Commons. Why is he trying to damage the Ukrainian economy with a destructive carbon tax in this terrible deal?
Minister for International Trade.
The only ones who are not supporting Ukraine are the Conservatives. Let's be clear. The Canada-Ukraine free trade deal does not impose a price on pollution on Ukraine. And you know why? Because Ukraine already has a price on pollution.
I bet you knew that already, right, James?
We're here to support them because the Conservatives are not.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, if it was already there, they wouldn't have needed to put it in the deal. We negotiated the free trade deal with Ukraine. We support free trade with Ukraine. We're the only party that supports a real trade agreement with Ukraine that would include supplying it with Canadian-made defense equipment, which they voted against yesterday. They voted against that yesterday. They voted against supplying Ukraine with clean Canadian energy that would repower their economy. So let's get this straight. They're against selling Canadian munitions to fight the Russian attackers, but they're in favor of imposing a carbon tax on Ukrainians. That's nuts, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Mr. Speaker, it was bad enough that this party is the only party in this House that doesn't believe in climate change, that doesn't believe in fighting the good fight against climate change. But on top of that now, when Ukrainians are dying literally on behalf of freedom-loving people of the world, they're fighting fascism, they're fighting totalitarianism, they're fighting against an illegal invasion. At that critical moment, what did they choose to do? They chose to abandon Ukrainians in their hour of need. Mr. President, Canadians will remember this moment, and we will never forget this shameful party.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it really is a pathological obsession for a party not only to look at its starving people, the 2 million people in Canada that have to go to food banks every month, the 7 million people who are hungry in Canada, but then to say that the misery from their carbon tax is not enough here in Canada, that they need to export it by imposing it in a pre-existing trade agreement. Mr. Speaker, when I'm Prime Minister, we will have a real free trade agreement with Ukraine that helps them win and rebuild, but has no carbon tax. We will axe the tax here and make sure anyone in the world who wants to axe the tax has the freedom to do it.
The Honourable Minister. Colleagues. I know it is Wednesday. I know that we've all come from our caucuses. I need to ask members to please exercise self-restraint so that the Speaker can hear the question and hear the answers. The Honourable Minister for Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday when the vote was happening on the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, I was actually sitting with the Ambassador of Ukraine and Ukraine's Prosecutor General. We were talking about the pressing needs of the Ukrainian people and how we address those pressing needs and address their concerns in their hour of need. For the past last 18 months, I was pleased to say that we had a multi-partisan approach to addressing Ukraine. Unfortunately, that evaporated in a puff of smoke, with a very decided and methodical vote taken on the behalf of the Conservatives. When we say on the side that we stand with Ukraine, we mean it. And when we say Slava Ukraini, we mean it even more.
Then I have
the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, it's quite fascinating. I ask a question about the fall economic statement, and I get a 2-year-old announcement. And that shows that there was nothing in the economic statement. So why do one? When I was young, people said, if you have nothing to say, shut up. So what is the government, what do they have to say to seniors who are having trouble affording groceries? What are they saying to municipalities that are having trouble housing people? They're going to create a department with a longer, more expensive, more complicated title? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our fall economic statement, which was tabled yesterday, invests more in our housing co-ops in Quebec and all across Canada. We're strengthening and fighting against rentals like Airbnb because we know that Quebec has local regulations that are very strict, and we want to support that. We also know that there are families that are still having trouble making ends meet, and that's why we are amending the Competition Act. That's concrete action for you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, we didn't need an economic statement to get answers like that, especially because now, between now and 2026, when the money is going to flow, there's no guarantee that that money will still be there by then. So what was the whole point of this exercise other than to make us waste our time? Businesses, seniors, and homeless people are just as in distress today as they were yesterday. Why waste Parliament's time? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague is having a hard time understanding the purpose of an economic statement. It's not a budget, Mr. Speaker. It's an economic statement. It's because we want to be transparent with Canadians and we want to show where we're at with our plan. Yesterday, we also announced that we would be removing the GST on psychotherapy and that we were going to fight against homelessness. So there are measures that will help Canadians also. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Our food banks, that if you put the images in black and white, you would just assume you were looking at images from the Great Depression. We have never seen 2 million people going to a food bank in a month. Never has had 7 million people eating less than is healthy. But that is the starvation that we have as a result of 8 years of this Prime Minister. There's a common sense Conservative bill, C-234, that has passed to the Senate. The Prime Minister's ministers are panicking and begging senators to block it. Will the Prime Minister tell his senators that they have go-ahead to pass this common sense Conservative bill so our farmers can feed our people?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You'd think after 2 decades in this place, the member opposite might know that the Senate is independent of this place. However, there was a time when Canadians could look to Conservatives for a little bit of leadership on fighting climate change. Mr. Speaker, Brian Mulroney was a
Please. I had trouble hearing the honourable member. So I'm going to ask the honourable member to start again from the top so that I can hear. Please, honourable members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, you'd think after 2 decades working here, and no other job before that, I might add, that the member opposite, leader of the Conservative Party, would know that the Senate is independent of this place. And there was also a time, Mr. Speaker, when Canadians could look to the Conservatives for a little bit of leadership on climate action, back when Brian Mulroney led the fight against climate change, and when my neighbour, the member from Wellington Halton Hills, staked his entire leadership campaign on a carbon price. Now the leader of the Conservative Party is using climate action as a wedge to justify their shameful vote against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Mr. Speaker, Ukraine already prices carbon, and they're out of air.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the member's comedy routine won't make up for the fact that Canadians cannot afford to feed themselves. But the Prime Minister is in a bind again. He was already bullied by his Atlantic caucus into panicking and bringing in a temporary pause on home heating taxes, but only for some. Now, his Environment Minister is threatening to resign if there are any more carbon tax carve-outs. Will the Prime Minister stop allowing himself to be bullied and threatened by his radical Environment Minister and axe the tax on our farmers so that Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The only thing radical in this House is the leader of the Conservatives Party constant climate denial, Mr. Speaker. As I just mentioned, the Conservatives are trying to use climate denial in an attempt to justify their shameful vote against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement yesterday. But I have news for the Conservatives. Ukraine already prices carbon, along with other European countries like Norway, Sweden, Great Britain, Denmark, Poland, Germany, the Netherlands, Spain, Poland, Switzerland. A lot of them believe in pricing carbon, Mr. Speaker. They all ran on that promise, and the member from Wellington Halton Hills staked his entire leadership campaign on it, Mr. Speaker. Get with the program, Conservatives.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Their program is hunger and homelessness for Canadians. Fortunately, we have a common sense Conservative solution which would take the carbon tax off of our farmers. The tax they want to quadruple. But the Prime Minister is in a panic because his Environment Minister says, and I quote, "As long as I am the Environment Minister, there will be no more exemptions to the carbon pricing," end quote. In other words, if this bill passes, his Minister of Environment will resign. Why won't the Prime Minister simply accept the Minister's resignation now and let this bill pass so Canadians can feed themselves?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know what it means when they hear the words common sense Conservatives. It means cuts to the programs and the services that they rely on that ultimately hurt Canadians. But let's put some facts on the table, Mr. Speaker. Since we've come into office in 2015, we've lifted 650,000 children, 2.7 million Canadians out of poverty. Canada now ranks 6th in terms of where we rank in terms of child poverty in the world. When the Conservatives were in office, when that leader was in office, Mr. Speaker, Canada ranked 24th in the world when it came to child poverty. Mr. Speaker, we continue to support Canadians. We'll stay on the facts, and we will not cut services like the Conservatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
No, what they're doing is cutting the food budgets of families by raising the tax on the farmers who feed us. Again, there is a common sense Conservative bill that passed through this House of Commons against the great protest of the Prime Minister, who still wants to quadruple the tax. We're simply asking him to tell his Environment Minister to resign and let his Liberal-appointed ministers pass the bill. So, what will he pick? Will he pick allowing Canadians to feed their families around the kitchen table, or will he keep his crazy Environment Minister around the cabinet table?
I'd like to remind all members that it's important to use language which is, when it's directed at a particular member, language that is not disruptive or demeaning. I will ask the Honourable Minister to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll happily tell the Leader of the Opposition what we pick on this side. Mr. Speaker, we pick to support Canadians in their time of need. Mr. Speaker, we pick to fight climate change, Mr. Speaker, which we know is an existential threat. And we pick to ensure that we are supporting people who are seeking their freedom around the world, Mr. Speaker. What we're seeing in the United States is right-wing politicians who are turning away from Ukraine, turning towards Russia. I can only assume that's what we're seeing here in Canada right now, as the members opposite are the only ones in Canada who are not standing with Ukraine. Canadian stands with Ukraine, and everyone else except for the Conservative Party does.
Order. The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fall economic statement missed the mark on addressing the housing crisis facing Indigenous people. According to the last census, over 300,000 Indigenous people are not living in suitable housing, and approximately the same number are living in buildings that need major repair. After 8 years of Liberals, they have neglected and ignored the strife and the struggle of Indigenous people and a delayed action on housing crisis. What is the Prime Minister's excuse?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Communities and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sincerely thankful for the NDP's concern for the well-being of Indigenous people across Canada and for the recognition of the need to continue to make the investments necessary to improve the housing situation impacting communities in every part of this country. The reality, though, Mr. Speaker, is that we are making historic investments in affordable housing for Canadians generally, but specifically for Indigenous peoples across this country as well. In previous budgets, we have put $4 billion on the table for distinction-based funding for Indigenous communities, and an additional $4.3 billion to address Indigenous housing needs in urban, rural, and northern environments across this country. We'll continue to do what's necessary to support Indigenous peoples when it comes to housing.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
The Prime Minister promised Canadians in 2021 he would impose an emissions cap on oil and gas producers. It's been 2 years of delay and disappointment. Families, municipalities, small businesses, and in the industrial sectors are investing in low-carbon solutions. But oil and gas emissions continue to rise unchecked. That doesn't look like climate leadership to me. Will the Prime Minister commit to releasing the oil and gas emissions cap framework with a 2030 target in line with science before COP28?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Burnaby South, the leader of the New Democratic Party. It's refreshing to talk about how we fight climate change and not if we fight climate change, constantly with the Conservatives debating whether or not climate change even exists. I agree with the Speaker, with the leader of the NDP, Mr. Speaker. Establishing a cap on oil and gas emissions is one of the key commitments of our government's emissions reductions plan. Canada's oil and gas companies have proven repeatedly that they can innovate and develop new technologies and more competitive business models, and will continue to work with them on reducing their emissions with an emissions cap. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government announced new measures that will support homeowners, the middle class, and increase housing construction. All measures that Conservatives will vote against, just as they voted against cutting taxes on the middle class and opposing any investment in affordable housing. In fact, the Conservatives eliminated 800,000 affordable homes the last time they were in government. Canadians know the only thing they can count on is that the Conservatives will abandon them in their time of need, just as our brave Ukrainian allies found out yesterday. So can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance please tell Canadians why the Conservative Party should instead change course and support the measures in the fall economic statement?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Yesterday, we did table the fall economic statement, which is the next step in our plan to build more homes right across this country and to build them faster, Mr. Speaker, to crack down on short-term rentals and Airbnbs by supporting municipalities in their own regulations, and of course by strengthening competition laws in this country in order to stabilize prices. Mr. Speaker, that was our plan, and it took only minutes for the Conservative leader to call it disgusting. What is actually disgusting is that Conservative leader refuses to tell Canadians what he's going to cut.
That's right. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's come to light that the Prime Minister will spend $15 billion tax dollars, that's $1,000 for every single family in Canada, on a grant that will pay for 1,600 replacement workers to come in and displace union jobs in Windsor in a battery plant there, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Prime Minister's desperately claiming that he had no choice in the matter. Well, then why doesn't he open up the contract so all Canadians can see if there were any guarantees that this massive $15 billion grant would actually lead to Canadian and not foreign paychecks?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a little bit rich coming from a political party that not only doesn't stand for auto workers, doesn't stand for Canadian workers at all, has no interest in a green economic plan like we have. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have not been with workers. They've not been with the auto sector. We are building battery plants in parts of this country. We are building the green economic plan. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the facts. 1, temporary foreign worker permit has been approved. 1.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, and there are 1,599 more, at least, in foreign replacement workers who will be coming to use the $15 billion tax dollars that this Prime Minister is making Canadians pay for this single plan. In fact, here I have the advertisements for the position: electric quality mode engineer, skills required, bilingual in English or Korean. Wow. Mr. Speaker, this is true of countless of the job applications. Will the Prime Minister release the contract on this $15 billion deal to see if any of the money is going to go to Canadian workers or it's all going to foreign replacement workers?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the official opposition's misinformation cannot hide the transformational nature of this investment and investments like it across the country. Let's be extremely clear and focused on the facts, Mr. Speaker. 2,500 permanent jobs in the Windsor area to operate this plant, 2,300 Canadian jobs to construct this plant. Those are the facts. He's risky, he's reckless, and he's just dealing in pure misinformation.
Again, I'd like to remind members to use language which doesn't impugn the member's use of information. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, my information comes from the Windsor Police, who had a visit from the South Korean ambassador to set up the arrival of 1,600 South Korean replacement workers who will displace union workers in Windsor. Unions are up in arms as this government is displacing their workers to bring in replacement workers from abroad. So if anything I am saying is wrong, why doesn't the government just announce that they will release the contract to show any guarantees there are that the jobs will go to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at the facts and let's look at an authority in this matter, Mr. Speaker. Dave Cassidy, president of Union Local 444, calling out the disinformation from the Conservative Party as absolutely false and baseless. Mr. Speaker, there is simply no justification for what the ambassador of South Korea has suggested. 2,500 Canadian jobs to operate this plant, 2,300 Canadian jobs to construct this plant. Those are the facts. Those are the investments we're building for the future. Everything else is just risk and recklessness from the Conservatives.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What is risky and reckless is to spend $15 billion, which works out to $1,000 for every family in Canada, for a project that will employ foreign replacement workers. Those workers will displace our union jobs in this country. In other words, our money for foreign workers. This is according to the police from Windsor, the local Windsor municipal government. These are the facts. And if the Prime Minister has any other facts he'd like to share, why won't he just give us the contract?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let's get real. These Conservatives have never been for workers. They don't understand that the fight against climate change creates prosperity for generations to come. These once-in-a-generation investments in the Nexstar facility is bringing 2,500 permanent jobs to Windsor, which is bringing back the auto industry. I don't know how you can spin this negatively, but it's beyond me that the Conservatives can somehow spin this negatively.
And ask all members, please, to only take the floor when they're recognized by the Speaker to do so, so that we can make sure that we have order in this House. J'aimerais reconnaître le député.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The economic update proves once again that the Prime Minister does not understand the word emergency. The housing crisis is an emergency. The new funding announced will be insufficient. Moreover, there's not a single new measure which will take effect before 2025, meaning after the next election. All that the Prime Minister is offering is money starting in 2025 if we vote in a Liberal government. When will the Prime Minister finally understand that what we need now, today, is money for housing, not campaign promises? The Honourable Housing, Communities and Infrastructure Minister.
I disagree with him, and I would encourage him to read the entirety of the fall economic statement. There's a number of measures that take effect very quickly, some in the next number of weeks, some in the next number of months. He must be referring to our recapitalization, though, of certain programs that are actually helping get homes built now. We continue to have funds on the table. In fact, just last week, we landed agreements worth $4 billion that's going to see nearly 12,000 new homes constructed right across this country at prices that ordinary people can actually afford. We are now locking in long-term investments that are going to provide certainty to builders so they can continue to build the homes that are necessary to defeat this housing crisis.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He should read the charts in the budget. It says $0 for this year and $0 next year. Mr. Speaker and all, get your mittens and toques ready because it's going to be a long winter this year. A long winter for those who can't find housing and who won't see any new money until 2025. A long winter for those who might end up affected by the 50% increase in homelessness with no emergency fund to help. It's going to be a long one for media workers experiencing layoffs, but there's no emergency fund once again. And it's going to be a long one for SMEs if the emergency account repayment deadline is not extended beyond January. These people need help now, not in the spring, and especially not all the way in 2025. What's the Prime Minister waiting for?
The Honourable Housing Minister.
Monsieur Président.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member. It is necessary to invest in order to solve the housing crisis. There are new measures in the fall economic statement. For example, there are investments that our government is making that we had previously announced. For example, for the province of Quebec, there's $1.8 billion just to support affordable housing investments in the province of Quebec. We continue to make the necessary investments in order to put an end to the housing crisis everywhere in Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister had a chance yesterday to cancel his plan to quadruple the carbon tax. It's important to understand how much he wants to raise taxes on Canadians. He wants to raise it up to 61 cents a litre. That will raise the cost of heat, gas, but also food, because when you tax the farmers who make the food and the truckers who ship the food, you tax all who buy the food. So will the Prime Minister finally tell us how much will it cost the average family when he quadruples the tax? And will he call an election on the carbon tax in order that Canadians can decide for themselves?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, the agri-food sector is affected probably more than any other sector by climate change. In a year when we saw increased floods and more frequent storms, when we saw soil erosion and sporadic and unpredictable rainfall, when we saw fires that went across this country, devastating rural communities, driving people out of their homes and causing destruction, it's really disappointing that the Conservatives still don't believe in climate change. All of those impacts result from climate change, and a price on pollution is working to reduce our emissions and fight that fight.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Only it's not working. They've missed every emissions target but one in the year that the economy was entirely locked down. This Liberal government ranks 58th out of 63 in the world, and their own Environment Commissioner says they will not meet their emissions targets. Yet they still go ahead with this carbon tax, which has proven not to work. So they want to quadruple the tax, including on farmers who have no other choice than to use traditional hydrocarbons to power their machinery, their barns, and their drying. So once again, how much will the carbon tax cost the average Canadian farmer when the Prime Minister quadruples it?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Conservatives were concerned about the cost of food and the cost of fuel, they would stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, because it is Russia's illegal war of aggression that is driving up global food prices and global fuel prices. But they are ideologically committed to ignoring climate change and doing anything that they could to possibly fight it, so much so that they throw Ukraine under the bus and vote against the very agreement that the Ukrainian government has asked Canada to support. Mr. Speaker, they need to give their head a shake, and they need to stand with the people who are fighting for freedom around this world.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The minister who stood and had a photo taken with a Nazi that helped Russian propaganda all around the world. But the question was about the carbon tax costs on the average Canadian farmer. I have here the power bill from Enbridge for a farm in my riding that is $11,000 in carbon taxes alone. That's today. Now the Prime Minister wants to quadruple the tax on Canadian farmers, which will drive up the cost of production, drive food growth out of this country, and drive prices up for everyday Canadian families. So once again, how much will the average farmer pay in carbon taxes once this Prime Minister implements his plan to quadruple the tax?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what is unbelievable is that for the Leader of the Opposition, who claims to stand for freedom, who claims to stand for democracy, will do everything he can to ideologically oppose fighting climate change, including not standing with Ukrainians who are facing an illegal war of aggression by Russia, Mr. Speaker. That is driving up food and fuel prices around the world. If he truly cared about supporting Canadian families, Canadian farmers, he would support the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, and he wouldn't abandon them in their time of need.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, in its economic statement, the government announced measures to support housing cooperatives. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, there are 1,130 co-ops, totaling over 22,000 units. The Leader of the Opposition has described co-op housing as Soviet-style housing, thus demonstrating his contempt for this type of housing. Can the Prime Minister explain to Canadians the impact that the measures announced yesterday will have on housing cooperatives everywhere in Canada? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel for her very hard work and for her question. People need more housing, and co-ops are part of the solution. That's why yesterday we announced that we are removing GST on the construction of new housing co-ops, and we also announced that we'll be strengthening our co-op development program. Mr. Speaker, unlike Leader of the Opposition, who has contempt for co-ops, we support them and we support everyone who lives there. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks.
The Prime Minister's tax on farmers who grow our food, the truckers who transport the food, it's a tax on all those who eat food, too. The Bloc Québécois wants to drastically increase taxes for farmers, Mr. Speaker. So there will be higher costs for farmers in Quebec. How much will this second carbon tax cost each farmer in Quebec? How much will it cost?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition and his party does not even have a climate plan. In this day and age, that is certainly very reckless. Last Monday, I had the privilege of dealing with Lisa Thompson, the Minister of Agriculture from Ontario, when we announced a $25 million plan in order to deal with climate change, in order to deal with innovation. I can tell the Leader of the Opposition, number one, you need a climate plan, and number two, this government will continue to support our farmers to make sure they stay on the cutting edge and become more profitable. If we do not deal with climate change, we add to the price of food.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Their idea of helping farmers is putting in an $11,000 tax on one farm for 1 month. One farm, 1 month, $11,000. Now, they want to quadruple the tax on Canada's farmers. That will do nothing except for send the food production to more polluting foreign countries and forcing us to burn more diesel to transport it all the way back to Canada. So why don't they bring home food production and axe the tax on farmers?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, number one, we have a climate plan, and we will continue to deal with the climate plan. If we do not deal with climate, we increasingly put up the price of food. We have invested in farmers right across this country. We're going to make sure that farmers and ranchers stay on the cutting edge. We deal with climate change, because if we do not deal with climate change, like every country in the world is, we will continue to raise prices in the world.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, they still don't have a plan to fight climate change over there. What they have is a plan to quadruple a tax that has failed to fight climate change, giving Canada the 58th ranking out of 63 countries, missing every target but one in 8 years, and on track to miss their targets in 2030. So stop distracting from the real agenda here, which is to take money away from farmers, from food, and from the necessities of Canadian life. Will they, yes or no, announce their support for the Senate passing common sense Conservative Bill C-234 to take the tax off the farmers who feed us?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know who knows a thing or two about farming and climate change? That's the farmers who work in the breadbasket of the world, Ukrainian farmers. And you know who asked Canadian parliamentarians to vote for the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement? Ukrainian farmers. So did the Ukrainian-Canada Congress. So did President Zelensky himself. Ukrainian farmers are betrayed by this federal government. That's the people who grow. Canadian farmers are betrayed by those conservatives. Apologies for the misstep.
honourable member from Scarborough-Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, economic reconciliation is a major part of the federal government's work to build a strong and sustainable economy. Yesterday, the government announced its fall economic statement. Can the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations inform the House on measures that support economic reconciliation?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
I want to thank the member for Scarborough-Agincourt for her tireless advocacy and her hard work. The number of major projects with potential for Indigenous equity ownership is anticipated to grow significantly over the next decade, and we're working with Indigenous partners to increase access to the affordable capital that Indigenous communities will require to make these opportunities a reality. This will make projects more economically feasible for Indigenous communities by decreasing the cost of capital. The Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program is a step in the right direction by the federal government on the path to economic reconciliation.
Order. The Honourable Member from Nunavut.
In the fall economic statement, the Liberals showed that they are ending critical programs and services that Indigenous peoples rely on. These decisions will keep Indigenous peoples in poverty. This at a time when the First Nations infrastructure gap stands at $350 billion. When will this government use this empathy they express and reconcile that with the funding so desperately needed to lift Indigenous peoples out of poverty?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate the advocacy of the member opposite to continue our work to close the infrastructure gap and to seek true reconciliation with Indigenous people. And that's a journey we've been on, Mr. Speaker, since 2015. In fact, services for Indigenous people were flatlined for over a decade with the previous Conservative government. We've seen an increase of 168% in investments in Indigenous communities, and we're not going to stop, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The horror, the nightmare. Imagine leaving your home. You've got a crying newborn in the back seat. You're making your way through smoke you can hardly see, and you're trying to find an evacuation route from fires. This was the situation for thousands of people in the Northwest Territories this summer, and yet through climate inaction and through a failure to fund essential infrastructure in the North, Canadian communities will experience this more often. When will the Prime Minister follow through on commitments for essential infrastructure, especially for evacuation and fire preparedness in our North?
Yep. The Honourable Minister.
Because devastating wildfires in the Northwest Territories caused extremely large evacuation and impacted many homes. I visited the area. I am speaking with my counterpart for what the actual needs are, visiting also the Indigenous communities. Infrastructure, including roads and even telecommunication lines, is the topics that we are currently discussing. We will make sure that the North gets the support that they need. Thank you.
And that brings an end to question period. I see that there are a number of members who are rising on a point of order. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And during question period, I heard in one of the questions from the Leader of the Opposition his reckless use of the word crazy as a pejorative for one of our cabinet ministers. Mr. Speaker, the use of the word crazy is offensive and stigmatizing, and as so many Canadians.
I thank the Minister for raising this issue. The Speaker already had made a statement regarding this and the importance of when we're referring to individual members, that we treat all members with respect and dignity. Also on a point of order, je reconnais
the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent for the following motion. Given that the construction of Mirabel Airport led to the forced expropriation of thousands of people in 1969. Families lost their homes, their land, and their communities. As a result, they've been traumatized. And given the end of commercial flights to Mirabel, and the fact that the airport is now closed to the public, that this House officially apologize to residents of Mirabel who were expropriated in 1969. All those opposed to the honourable member's motion will please say nay.
Je regrette.
Unfortunately, there is no unanimous consent. On another point of order, the honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, there were consultations among the parties, and I think you'll find there's unanimous consent for the following motion, that the House, considering the joint statement by Ontario and Quebec premiers on November 17th about replacing the Aurora by the federal government, that there be a call for tenders before any contract is entered into for the replacement of this multi-mission aircraft. All those opposed to the honourable member's motion will please say nay. There is no unanimous consent.
Appel, a point of order, the honourable member from Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just in response to the point of order from the member for Thunder Bay, Superior North, I do want to draw the attention of the House to the fact that on February 23rd, 2016, that member used the same word in quite the same context.
Yeah, all right. That is falling into the issue of debate. Thank you to the member. Comme il est 15 heures.
It being.
Excuse me, I did not see the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, during QP, the leader of the Conservative Party referred to the Environment Minister as crazy Environment Minister. We are going through a mental health crisis in this country. I would like the member from Carleton to apologize to this House and apologize to people struggling with mental health across this country.
I thank the member from Winnipeg Centre for raising his point of order. The Speaker did point this out during the question period of the importance of using language that is respectful in regards to in respect to members, individual members of this House, and on top of that, the member to which was referred to is not in the House to rise, or is not available. Sorry, I can't do that. So I caught myself on this. We are going to be moving on. Appel au règlement.
On a point of order, the honourable member for Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's become impossible to hear questions and answers, and especially the answers. It's always from the same corner of this House where the heckling is coming from. There is supposed to be decorum around parliamentary language, and this is a perfect illustration of my point. The language has changed here. Some of our colleagues are using disdainful language, they're bullying, they're shouting, and I think as members of Parliament, each one of us here has a right to hear clearly without feeling intimidated. We have a right to hear the answers. I'd like to hear your ruling on how decorum should be respected and parliamentary language. It's gotten to the point that it makes no sense anymore. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Madawaska Restigouche for his intervention. As you all know, the chair has already made observations and given guidance to members on how to conduct ourselves more respectfully. Now, while at the same time acknowledging that there will be passionate, heated, excited debate here in the House. Today is a day, it's Wednesday, so it's not uncommon for members from all political parties to get a bit more riled up, a bit more excited, if I could put it that way. But I agree. It's important for everyone to respect, for us all to respect each other. And when one member has the floor, we should all be quiet and allow that person to speak. It's very important. And in the case, the specific case, the chair did hear the member's answer, but I would encourage all members to exercise much more self-restraint, much more discipline, so that everyone can be heard here in the House.
Oui. Thank you. Thank you. Je reconnais l'honorable.
I recognize the member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
With respect, I think if you examine the proceedings today, you will see that the point of order raised by the member for Winnipeg Centre is about the use of the term crazy, referring to someone's mental health as a pejorative. It doesn't matter who it's applied to in this House. Her point of order was about the use of that term as a pejorative. And I think you, Mr. Speaker, may have inadvertently confirmed that negative thing in your ruling. And so I would like the Speaker to examine those records, because I think we need to make sure that in this House we respect all those Canadians who are struggling with mental health issues and not use mental health as a pejorative in this House.
Here, here. I thank the member, and I will take a closer look at that point of intervention from the member from Winnipeg Centre. But I do see that the point of order from the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's.
As you're examining this question, I would encourage you to examine the statement by the member from Kingston, the Island, on June 10th, 2014. Sorry. No. The Esquimalt Juan de Fuca on June 14th, 2014, using the same word.
I will thank all members on this. Come, il est 15 heures.
It being 3:28, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading of Bill C-316 under private members' business. Call in the members. The question is as follows.
Mr. McKinnon, appuyé par
Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that Bill C-316, an act to amend the Department of Canadian Heritage Act, Court Challenges Program, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Qui est sur Zoom?
Who's on Zoom?
Merci. Que tous ceux, maintenant nous procéderons.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Sixième.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald. Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Briard.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Yakono.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. May Sanders Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sanders Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Mr.
Third row to my right.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row on my right.
Miss Crow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Kara.
Miss Kara.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Yin.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Pittspat-Taylor.
Madame Pittspat-Taylor.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Dejarlin.
Mr. Desjardins.
Première rangée.
First row on my right.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Que tous ceux
All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my left.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Fifth row at my left.
Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my left.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Troisième rangée à ma
Third row at my left.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
deuxième rangée à ma
Second row at my left.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlaut.
Ms. Idlaut.
première rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Que tous ceux à ma
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
sixième rangée.
Sixth row.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Trois.
Third row.
Deuxième.
Second row.
Première.
First row.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Rangée.
Sixth row.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Back to Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Deuxième rangée à
Second row at my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
première rangée à ma
First row at my left.
Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
I see the honourable member from Coquitlam Port Moody has his hand up, but as a sponsor, the member's vote had been counted. Would the member like to make another intervention?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I hadn't heard the clerk acknowledge my vote. I just wanted to make sure it had, in fact, been heard, and it would actually be the member from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Thank you.
Well, I can confirm to the honourable member that his vote was indeed counted and was the first one counted. I also see the Parliamentary Secretary member from Outremont with her hand up.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Pour.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 206, 206. Nays contre 111, 111.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
En conséquence, le projet...
The bill accordingly stands referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
Je désire informer la Chambre qu'en raison...
I wish to inform the House that as a result of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 13 minutes.
Daily routine of business of our courant ordinaire. Dépôt de documents.
Table of documents.
Production of bills.
Statements by ministers.
Ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de...
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture des projets.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present a petition on behalf of my constituents. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 26th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The NDP Liberal government has neglected Swan River and its 4,000 rural residents who are impacted by a wave of criminals in their community. 4 individuals in Swan River were responsible for over 300 offences in just 18 months. 53 of those were violent offences. The rural community is calling for action in the form of jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft on crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting the petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents and Canadians have brought forward a petition regarding the people of Pakistan, and Pakistani Canadians are becoming increasingly concerned about reports of political turmoil and uncertainty in that country following the unjust removal of a democratically elected government and the subsequent arrest of Imran Khan and arrests of the members of his party, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. There have been reports of abductions, enforced disappearances, and torture regarding political activists, their families, and other state opposition. The petition calls upon the Subcommittee on International Human Rights to immediately begin a study of human rights violations, particularly towards minorities and human rights groups in Pakistan, and the Government of Canada to implement sanctions on corrupt Pakistani military officials who have been involved in human rights violations, and the government to work with the IMF to use its influence to tie loans to the condition that free and fair elections occur, and that the government implement a foreign agent registry to protect Canadians from foreign interference, and that all of these measures continue until democratic institutions and human rights have been restored in Pakistan.
Presenting of petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Today, petition from concerned citizens of Saanich Gulf Islands and a number of others who are very concerned with the fate of old-growth forests. But these petitioners, and by the way, this petition is E427, so nearly 2,000 signatories, Mr. Speaker, looking for action to protect the old-growth forests and noting that the Species at Risk Act calls for protection of the ecosystems and habitats of species identified as threatened. The petitioners note that these species are threatened particularly by industrial logging through old-growth forests. The petition goes into some detail, Mr. Speaker, about the specific types of blue-listed species that are only found in high-elevation, old-growth yellow and red cedar forests, specific types of lichen, Mr. Speaker. The solution that the petitioners point to is that the Government of Canada, using the tools that exist, such as the Species at Risk Act, move to protect rare species of lichen important to ecosystems and immediately require that British Columbia uphold and enforce protections for these species across all Crown lands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first is from a number of Canadians who are calling to the attention of the government the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's most recent report that has warned against repeating temperatures over the next 2 decades that will bring widespread devastation and extreme weather. They're also calling to the attention that these impacts in Canada today with increased flooding, wildfires, and extreme temperatures. And they're calling on the Government of Canada to move forward immediately with bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sector that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in achieving the necessary targets that Canada has set to reduce emissions by 2030. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, this one's certainly a lot closer to home. I have a petition that's been being presented on behalf of Collins Bay Public School in Kingston. The individuals who have signed this petition are calling to the attention of the government that Canada is the only G7 country that does not have a national school food program. And they're reminding the government that in the 2022 budget, it was reaffirmed by the mandate letters commitments to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development and the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food by directing them to work with provinces, territories and municipalities and Indigenous partners and stakeholders to develop such a program. And they're therefore calling on the government they're calling on the government and the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development and Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food to prioritize funding for a national school food program through Budget 2024 for the implementation in schools by the fall of 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise to present a very well-timed petition as a motion on this very issue is before this House. The petitioners make a very strong case. They note, first of all, the record low voter turnout in the last Ontario election, 43%, demonstrating increasing voter disengagement. They note the distorted results from the most recent federal election that illustrate the need for electoral reform. They note that citizens' assemblies have considerable legitimacy and public trust, given they are, in their very nature, nonpartisan, truly randomly selected representative bodies of citizens with no vested interest in the outcome. They note that citizens' assemblies allow for more nuanced public deliberation than simple yes or no referenda. They also note that they've been used, citizen assemblies have, successfully in Australia, Belgium, France, Ireland, Scotland, the list goes on. They also note that a Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform would give citizens a leadership role in building consensus on a specific model for electoral reform in this country, but would need to be established as soon as possible to enable its recommendations to be adopted in advance of the next federal election. As a result, they call on this House to establish a Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform, to mandate that that assembly craft a specific, detailed design for an electoral system tailored to Canada's needs, which makes every vote count, to complete its work within the next 12 months, and to collaborate across party lines to table and pass legislation to enact the changes recommended by the Assembly in advance of the next federal election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I got a number of petitions to present today. The first petition I have to present is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the human rights protections of people living in Turkey, Pakistan, and Bahrain. The petitioners say that Turkish, Pakistani, and Bahrain officials have committed gross human rights violations, including against thousands of Turks and including 8 Turkish Canadians. The petitioners say that the Turkish officials have killed hundreds, including Goen Alaku. The petitioners say that Turkish officials have wrongfully detained up to 300,000 people. The petitioners say that multiple human rights abuses are happening across Turkey, and they are calling on the government of Canada to closely monitor the human rights situation in Turkey, sanction Turkish officials who have committed these gross violations against 8 Canadians and killed Gökhan Akalu, and call on Turkey, Pakistan, Bahrain, and their governments to end all human rights violations in their respective countries. The next petition I have, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the fact that over 300 babies die every day in this country. Given the Morgentaler decision, since then there is no protection for preborn human life in this country. Canada is only one of 2 countries in the world that this is the case, with North Korea being the other one. Over 98% of these deaths could be prevented by having better laws in this country. The heartbeat of a human being starts when the baby is 5 weeks old. Therefore, the folks that have signed this petition are calling on the government of Canada to create and strengthen the preborn human rights in this country. The next petition I have, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the comments of Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians when he recommended to a committee here in this place that euthanasia be expanded to babies from birth to 1 year of age. This proposal for the euthanization of children is deeply disturbing to the Canadians who have signed this petition, and they want to emphatically insist that infanticide is always wrong. The folks that have signed this petition call on the government of Canada to block any attempt to allow for the euthanization of children. The next petition I have, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about certain charities being targeted based on their views and forced into a values test. The petitioners note that the Liberals have promised to deny charitable status to groups with views they call dishonest. This could jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, food banks, and many other organizations. They also note that the Liberals previously used a values test to discriminate against groups applying for the Canada Summer Jobs Grant. The petitioners are asking the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values. And they ask for no more impositions of values tests. They also ask for the affirmation of their freedom of expression as Canadians. The next petition I have, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country, who, including many of my own constituents, who are concerned about the consent and age verification of those depicted in pornographic material. The petitioners ask for the government to follow recommendation number 2 from the 2021 Standing Committee on Access to Information Privacy and Ethics report on MindGeek, which required that all content hosting platforms in Canada confirm consent and age before uploading this content. Bill C-270, the Stop Internet Sexual Exploitation Act, adds 2 offenses to the criminal code. The first would require age verification and consent prior to distribution. The second requires the removal of that material if consent is withdrawn. As such, the petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to quickly pass Bill C-270, the Stopping Internet Sexual Exploitation Act. Mr. Speaker, the next petition I have to present is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the health and safety of Canadian firearms owners. The petitioners recognize the importance of owning firearms, and they recognize that owning firearms is an important part of Canadian heritage. However, they are concerned about the impacts to hearing loss caused by the noise levels from firearms and the need for noise reduction. These petitioners acknowledge that sound moderators are the only universally accepted health and safety device that is criminally prohibited in Canada. Moreover, the majority of G7 countries have recognized that the health and safety benefits of sound moderators and insist or allow for them to be used in hunting, sport shooting, and for reducing noise pollution. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to allow for legal firearm owners to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. The last petition I have, Mr. Speaker, to present today comes from Canadians across this country who are concerned around the use and consent and the age verification of those depicted in pornographic material. They are calling for the government to quickly pass Bill C-270, the Stopping Internet Sexual Exploitation Act, that adds 2 offenses to the criminal code. They are calling on the House of Commons and the Government of Canada to quickly pass Bill C-270, the Stop Internet Sexual Exploitation Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Parfait. Question inscrite.
Questions on the order paper.
Honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
There we go. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
So ordered. Tell you all this debate, tell you. So, request for emergency debate. Demande de débat d'urgence. I wish to inform the House that we have received notice of a request for an emergency debate. I'll now invite the Honourable Member for Nunavut to rise and make a brief intervention.
I rise to request an emergency debate on an issue of great importance to First Nations and Indigenous peoples across the country. The infrastructure gap for First Nations was recently revealed to be almost $350 billion. This figure does not include gaps for Inuit and Métis communities. Underfunding to Indigenous peoples has resulted in a crisis, an emergency, as Indigenous peoples all across Canada are suffering. And Okaktitiyi, it must be debated as such. The infrastructure gap means Indigenous peoples will continue to suffer in overcrowded, unsafe homes. They will not be able to handle emergencies such as wildfires. It means crumbling schools and Jordan's principal funding that will soon run out. It means boil water advisories that persist in 28 communities. We need investments now. As parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to Indigenous peoples in this country. We must come together to demand answers from the government on how they plan to bridge these gaps. The Fall Economic Statement ignores the years of recommendations by Auditor Generals, Parliamentary Budget Officers, the TRC, MMIWG, just to name a few. Billions in Indigenous Services Canada programs are to sunset. These programs will not be renewed. This is funding communities rely on, and they must be renewed. Further, there are still plans to reduce departmental spending and downsize staffing by over 1,000. This will affect service delivery and add to the already unacceptable backlogs. The status quo cannot continue. We cannot afford to wait any longer to lift Indigenous communities out of the entrenched poverty this government forces them into. An emergency debate will allow parliamentarians to get answers from the Minister of Indigenous Services regarding why her department refuses to commit to ending this infrastructure gap by 2030. I urge you to support this request for an emergency debate so we may come together as parliamentarians and demand funding Indigenous peoples desperately need.
I thank the Honourable Member for Nunavut for her intervention. However, the Speaker is not satisfied that this request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, Bill C-58 in the name of the Minister of Labour and Seniors, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Canada Industrial Relations Board Regulations 2012. Second reading, first time debated.
Mr. O'Regan, seconded by Ms. Ng, moves that Bill C-58, the Canada Industrial Relations Board Regulations 2012, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate the Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, the labor movement has been saying that replacement workers are wrong for longer than this country has existed. They have been telling us that they distract from the bargaining table and prolong disputes, that the use of replacement workers can poison the relationship between an employer and workers for generations after. Mr. Speaker, we listened. We listened to workers. And on November 9th, I'm very proud to say that we tabled Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Canada Industrial Relations Board regulations. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we listened to workers, and I'm very proud to say that we tabled Bill C-58.
Some have asked, why now? Why should Canada ban replacement workers now? And Mr. Speaker, just because it's the way things have always been done doesn't mean it's the way that things should be done. The option of replacement workers is something that many of us have taken for granted over our lives. But should a worker's right to meaningfully withhold their labor be surrendered to the possibility of being replaced? Is a bargaining table where one's bargaining powers are fundamentally limited a fair bargaining table? Are replacement workers part of how we ought to handle labor relations in the 21st century? The answer to all those questions, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, is no. C-58 va introduire.
C-58 will ban replacement workers in federally regulated workplaces. Violating this ban will mean a fine of $100,000 per day.
The bill is unlike others that have come before this House in years past. You see, unlike previous legislation to ban replacement workers, this bill was born of tripartitism. It is the result of employers, workers, and government all coming together, sitting at the same table to discuss an important issue in Canadian labor relations. The result is a piece of legislation that will improve labor relations in this country and provide greater stability and certainty to everyone involved as a result. Cette loi.
This legislation will improve labor relations in Canada. It will provide greater stability and certainty for all Canadians.
I personally sat in on the consultations with employers. I sat in on the consultations with labor, and I sat in on consultations with employers and labor together, because I knew this bill had to be forged through a true tripartite approach. These consultations were not easy. They were tense. They were messy at times. But they forced people to listen to one another. It wasn't just employers and unions sitting at two sides of a table shouting at one another. It was employers, unions, and government sitting side by side, working together to build better legislation.
These consultations were not easy. They were tense and sometimes difficult. But they got the parties to agree.
This bill's improvements to the maintenance of activities process are a direct result of that work. A maintenance of activities agreement is how employers and unions come to agree on what work must be done during a strike or a lockout. It's a truce in the midst of a dispute to protect the health and safety of Canadians and prevent damage to property and to the environment, so that there's a job site to come back to when the negotiations have inevitably concluded. Because in the federal sector, employees and their employers know that so much of their work impacts the health and safety of all Canadians. We're talking about the movement of critical medical supplies across our supply chains, the sharing of emergency information through telecom services, and in the maintenance of sensitive transportation infrastructure. All of these services that, if not supported and maintained, can harm the health and safety of Canadians. Right now, parties aren't required to have a maintenance of activities agreement or even to come together to determine if they need one. With this legislation, employers and unions will have to come together and to determine what work needs to continue during a strike or lockout, if any. And we're setting clear timelines on this. After they give notice to begin bargaining, unions and employers will have 15 days to come to an agreement. And if they can't come to an agreement, the Canada Industrial Relations Board will come to one for them within 90 days. This is important. It means more certainty and predictability in collective bargaining for businesses, for unions, and for employers alike. Because stability and certainty is guiding everything that we're doing here. The
Stability and certainty guide everything we do, Mr. Speaker.
We have heard from our colleagues across the aisle, some of whom have suggested we pass and bring this bill into force in the next 6 weeks. But when making one of the most significant changes to federal collective bargaining that Canada has ever seen, we cannot be rushed. Bill C-58 will change the bargaining table. It will change the role of the Canada Industrial Relations Board, and it will fundamentally change how labor relations operate in this country. We're asking the CIRB to resolve issues around replacement workers on new and predictable timelines, to resolve maintenance of activities disputes within 90 days if parties can't do it in 15. So they need to staff up. They need to strengthen their processes. And they're already telling us what they need, because the purpose of the CIRB's creation was to take labor disputes out of the court system, to free up the court system and allow labor disputes to be processed in reasonable order. So we are building up the CIRB to stay true to that mission. It's the only way we'll make this legislation work. It's a massive change, and they need time. All parties need time to prepare and adapt to their new requirements and obligations and to formulate new strategies for the bargaining table. So this legislation makes the positive impact that we know it can and should make for stability, for certainty. To those who have questioned if this bill will in fact result in that, who have raised concerns with these changes, I understand. As union leaders told me after we tabled this bill in a bit more colorful language, this is a big deal. It's disruptive, it is a change, but I can tell you right now it will bring more stability, more balance, more certainty to how we collectively bargain in this country. Because we're bringing the focus back to where it belongs, the table. Just look at the bill. Look at the improvements that will benefit businesses, unions, and employers, and the public alike. You don't have to look far to understand what it means. As we speak, workers at the Port of Quebec are on the front lines of this issue. They've been replaced, and they've been on the picket line for over 1 year. Their every day is ongoing proof for why we need this kind of legislation, because replacement workers prolong disputes.
Right now, workers at the Port of Quebec are facing this very problem. They have been replaced for over a year now. Replacement workers are lengthening the conflict. The longshore workers are on strike, as is their right, but replacement workers have undermined negotiations.
Longshore workers have been on strike there, exercising their constitutional right to do so, and for 14 months, replacement workers have been operating the port. That is 14 months of earning less than their salary, no benefits, no coverage, no work. Ask yourself how quickly this dispute could have been resolved, how long we could have had a permanent, resilient agreement between the union and the employer if replacement workers hadn't been an option, if the only option had been sitting down at the bargaining table to negotiate a deal that works for everyone. Long, drawn-out disputes like this can bring out the worst in us, because workers are left in impossible situations, choosing between standing up for their rights and putting food on the table for their family. In fact, this is why other jurisdictions have decided to bring in legislation to ban replacement workers. When the government of Quebec brought in its legislation to ban replacement workers in 1977, it was to stop the violent confrontations that strikes and picket lines were leading to in that province. And in 1993, the government of British Columbia passed similar legislation to address the increasingly hostile relationship between employers and the labor movement. But what happened in Quebec and BC after this legislation was passed? Less frequent strikes. In BC, there was no discernible impact on the number of strikes. Over the past close to 30 years, strike activity in the province has never gone above those 1993 numbers. And in Quebec, while transitions in Quebec's economy in the 1970s did cause a brief uptick in strikes, they have declined ever since.
In Quebec, strikes are less common, even with their law banning replacement workers.
But to those who still say that this bill will result in more strikes, I will remind you of where the state of play stands at the federal level. We are very fortunate to have the absolute best mediators at the Federal Labor Department. The Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service has resolved 96% of labor disputes within the last year. That's 96% of disputes resolved without a work stoppage. It's the gold standard.
Good thing.
96% of the time, most Canadians never hear about labor negotiations happening at federal workplaces across the country. There might be tense negotiations, they might be messy, but they're settled at the negotiating table. And that's thanks in part to our federal mediators. It's only 4% of the time that federal labor negotiations enter the public conversation. 4% of the time, when I'm often seen in the media repeating the same message I always do: focus on the table, focus on the table, focus on the table. And every single time, others will be on the same evening news that I'm repeating the same message they always do: bring out back-to-work legislation. Bring out replacement workers. Why won't the Fed step in? We have to remember that striking is a last resort for workers. Nobody wants to lose their benefits and live off strike pay. It is an anxious, uncertain time for anyone. Collective bargaining can be hard work, but it is always the answer. Our economy depends on employers and unions staying at the table to do the work and reach the best and most resilient deals. Bill C-58 will keep parties focused on that bargaining table. That's how we find stability and certainty in our supply chains and our entire economy. Every industry and bargaining table is different, but our goal in all of them is the same: keep parties focused at the table, create a more predictable process, and remove the distractions. That's what this legislation will do for businesses, employers, and unions alike. Because this isn't just the smart thing to do, it is also the right thing to do. It is something labor has been asking for since before we were even a country. And the reactions I've heard from labor leaders over the past 13 days speaks to how much this bill really means to them. As Gil McGowan of the Alberta Federation of Labour said, this is Canadian politics at its best. This is Parliament working for workers. As B. Brusk, head of the Canadian Labour Congress, said, this is a vital way to increase fairness for workers.
As Magali Picard of the FTQ put it, this legislation changes the landscape of Canada when it comes to collective bargaining.
And as the fish, food, and allied workers said in my home province of Newfoundland and Labrador, we're doing away with, quote, a regressive anti-worker practice that has long eroded collective bargaining rights with this bill. Last year, we passed a bill to give workers in federally regulated sectors 10 days of paid sick leave, because we learned a lot from COVID when it came to sick leave. If we, as a government, were going to be asking people to stay home for 2 weeks when they got sick, we had to give them the ability to do so. That bill passed in this House with unanimous consent, because we all agreed that workers should never have to choose between getting paid and getting better. You'll recall at the time, workers in the United States were striking over their ask of 1 day of paid sick leave. 1 day. 1 day to stay home from work when someone is sick. Well, in Canada, workers now get 10 days, and that passed unanimously. And when the time comes, I hope every MP in this House, Liberals, New Democrats, the Bloc, Greens, and Conservatives, will stand up and vote to keep collective bargaining free and fair. Pour garder les relations de travail fortes.
To keep labor relations strong in Canada. To keep employers and unions at the bargaining table. To ban replacement workers.
Keep labor relations strong and resilient in this country. To keep employers and workers focused on the negotiating table and getting a deal. To ban replacement workers.
Right on.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your speech. And on the issue of replacement workers, as we know, it's been in the news that the ambassador from South Korea has been talking to officials in Windsor about bringing in up to 1,600 replacement workers at the Stellantis plant in Windsor. In fact, they are taxpayer-funded foreign replacement workers. And I wonder if the minister would comment if there's anything in this bill that changes the fact that this government signed a contract that allows taxpayer-funded replacement foreign workers to come into Canada.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apples, 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 oranges, oranges, oranges. Once again, we see from the other side of the House some ability, I don't know, either to divert attention from or to completely obfuscate two absolutely separate issues. What we are talking about are replacement workers that are being used, otherwise known as scabs in the parlance, in federally regulated sectors who are used during the collective bargaining process during a strike or a lockout. What the honourable member is talking about is completely and utterly different. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues right. The anti-scab legislation in Quebec for 46 years has made it possible for bargaining between equals. He also talked about the 14 months of strike at the Quebec City port. So if it's so urgent to pass this bill, why did they wait 14 months before doing anything? Why did they do something in Vancouver but not in Quebec City to resolve a crisis? And why will this bill take so long after royal assent to come into force? The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Honourable member for her question. First let me say that the reason that we are sticking with 18 months is because that is precisely the number that was recommended to us by the Canada Industrial Relations Board and also agreed upon with our mediator service. These are the ones who are actually going to have to do the refereeing, as it were. These are the ones who are actually going to have to bring parties together to achieve a deal. And what they did was they said, Minister, and they spoke to various members who have been involved in creating this piece of legislation. They said all that you have said about how important this legislation is, how unions have been asking for so long. Everything that you said about how big it is, how important it is absolutely true. And the people who are involved in bringing people together to come to agreements to ensure stability and certainty in our economy need that time to train, to get the resources that they need in order to be able to do their jobs. That is precisely the number that they gave us was 18 months, and that is the number that we will listen to.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Canadian middle class was built on the union movement. And you can see the rise of the Canadian middle class rise with union density. And to the extent that we've seen a decline of union density, we've also seen a decline of the middle class. And the right to strike is fundamental to the union movement. If workers don't have the right to withhold their labor, they don't have leverage in bargaining. It's why unions have been calling for anti-scab legislation for so long. And it's why they needed it not just in the case of lockouts, which was what the Liberals started after decades talking about, but they also needed it in the case of strikes. So I'm very pleased today to see legislation that bans replacement workers both in the context of lockouts but also in the context of strikes, because that's how you fight for powerful paychecks for Canadians. I am concerned about an 18-month coming into force after royal assent, however. We know that sometimes government officials ask for a long time to implement things, but when pressed can do it much faster. And indeed, when it came to Quebec and BC, we saw a relatively swift implementation of their anti-scab laws. Will the minister go back to his department and press upon them to ensure that we can put this law into force much faster than 18 months after royal assent?
The Honourable Minister.
I appreciate the question from the honourable member, and let me take the opportunity to thank him for his professionalism and for the great thought that he brought to the negotiations that brought this piece of legislation to bear. I can say that I personally learned a great deal from the honourable member and from his experiences in the labour movement, and they informed this legislation. And I think he knows, too, that the great experience and the fortitude and the talent of not only the CIRB, but also our federal mediators. I do listen to them when they do give me a number and when they do tell, when they do back it up with their experience and with their talent and with their record, with a 96% success record. I listen to them. If we could get it done sooner, I would happily do so. But I will not do that until I am sure and confident that these federal mediators and that the CIRB themselves are confident and sure. The stability and certainty of our supply chains is too important, and we have to acknowledge just how big a deal this really is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the honourable minister
for his leadership, the leadership shown during the recent strike of the port. Many of the workers from my constituency, they wanted to thank him, and also want to thank him for bringing this legislation, which was long overdue. Mr. Speaker, the Minister mentioned certainty, stability, and balance. I would like to know through you, from the Minister, how would it help the workers, but at the same time will help the economy moving?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
First of all, I want to thank the honourable member for his guidance and his counsel, as well as many members of the BC caucus who I relied upon during a prolonged strike that happened with longshoremen in BC ports. It is one that eventually came to a successful conclusion under tremendous pressure for back-to-work legislation and tremendous pressure in other ways. We stuck to the table, and we insisted that parties stick to the table, and I believe now that we have a more resilient and healthier deal. And I think I don't need to tell the honourable member, but I will tell this House that we also have asked, we are digging deeper as to see if there's anything systemic that we can change in that particular workplace environment with 32 ports to make sure that, frankly, this doesn't happen again and that the collective bargaining process is held intact. I would say, to answer the honourable member's question about stability and certainty, I would point first and foremost to the Maintenance of Activities Agreement, which does not exist right now, which would oblige both parties to come to an agreement on the essential things that need to be done to maintain a workplace, to maintain the environment, to make sure you have a healthy workplace in which to return. They will have 2 weeks to do that once the bargaining process begins, and if they do not succeed, then it will be done for them through the CIRB in 90 days. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I appreciate the sense of urgency I'm hearing from the minister and from other members of the governing party, if I'm honest with you, I feel like we've seen this movie before. We heard the exact same words on the Canada Disability Benefit, all this talk about urgency and parties who agree, and then the coming into force date is at least 18 months away. And as colleagues have asked already, I think it's an important question and an important proof point for the minister, not simply to share that parties asked for this date, but I would hope that he would have asked follow-up questions about the specifics of why 18 months are required. Can the minister share with our parliament the specific steps that were shared with him for why 18 months is required? And if he doesn't have that, is he open to amendments to move this along more quickly once the bill comes into force?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I will tell the honourable member that I have witnessed the incredible talent, again, fortitude, patience, and ultimately effectiveness of our mediators and of the CIRB on multiple occasions. On occasions that sometimes don't make headlines, but came close to making headlines. For instance, just the WestJet almost strike that happened on May long weekend. Their tact and their ability is amazing, but it's based on a certain number of rules. And I give them, not just them credit, but also union negotiators and the negotiators of the employers, many of whom know one another and get along quite well with one another, but ultimately all of them have jobs to do. And they play a game of chess based on a certain number of rules. We are upending that chessboard. It will change all their tactics and all their strategies. And so for the people who have to referee those tactics and strategies in order to make sure that the supply chains of this country remain intact, certain, and stable, they need to be given the time and the resources. I have complete faith and trust in them. They have shown that time and time again.
Time for a quick question. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some concerns with the legislation. I was involved in the chemical industry and the nuclear industry, and in strike situations, it can be unsafe to not have replacement workers or some people to come in and keep the facility running correctly. And I noticed that in the legislation also, the federal unions are not included in this. So why is there sort of a difference between what they want to impose on federally operated unions, but not on the public sector unions, if the minister could address these concerns?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank the honourable member. Well, because my jurisdiction is basically the private sector and that part of the private sector which is regulated by the federal government, so telecommunications, banking, ports, rail, airlines, and so that's my remit, and that's the part of the code that I'm responsible for. I think the maintenance of activities portion of this legislation should give the honourable member some comfort in knowing that they will have to answer those questions. They will have to make sure that essential services are looked after, and for the first time, they will be obliged to do so.
Now, I have a point of order from the Honourable Minister of Women, Gender Equality and Youth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I give notice that with respect to consideration of Government Business Number 30 at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that debate not be further adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's tabled. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today, and I should start off by saying I'll be splitting my time for the member from Mégantic-Lebel. And I would like to say normally our shadow minister for Labour would be leading off the debate on this, but he is dealing with...
I'm going to cut the member off quickly. Because it's the first round, the honourable member would have to ask for unanimous consent to allow the honourable member for Mégantic-Lebel to share the time with you. So am I taking it that the honourable member is asking for consent? Yes? Okay, so those against the honourable member opposing the motion can say nay. Oh, I heard a nay back there, so... let me just get it. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's does not have consent to share his time.
I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. And I understand for those who had the joy of sitting in the Finance Committee and listening to me speak for 18 hours why the Minister of Finance would not show up to defend her budget, I can go for 18 hours if you would like. And I appreciate...
Point of order from the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, and I'm hoping it's about 18 hours or a little long.
If you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to allow the member to speak for 18 hours.
No. There's a motion on the floor, so those who oppose that, please say nay. And I'm hearing a few nays. So the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's has the floor.
Well, I very much appreciate the support for the member from Kingston, the Islands. I know he loves to hear from me. I'm disappointed in the member from Winnipeg North. There seems to be division in the caucus on this issue. So, but as I was saying, our shadow minister for Labour would normally lead off on this bill in second reading, but he's back home because he's had a death in his family. So as the shadow minister for industry, I've been asked to lead off, and I'd like to lead off by following up on the point the member from Sarnia-Lambton made in the minister's intervention on the fact that this bill does not contain or cover the Government of Canada, but it covers the industries that the Government of Canada does. And I appreciate that the member is sticking to, I guess, his knitting. But it's not unusual for this government to amend multiple bills and do omnibus bills if they truly believe in it. So I think this is a bit of the shoemaker's children in that they're asking private sector companies, which the federal government regulates, to abide by a law that they're not asking public servants to abide by. On the issue of replacement workers, and the minister spoke quite lengthy term, as is his right as the lead-off speaker and the sponsor minister on the issue of replacement workers. And so I'd like to speak a little bit about replacement workers, because we know one of the most critical or interesting things now is that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has indicated that a record subsidy to 3 large multinational auto companies has been brought in by this government. That's already $6 billion over their budget, or their claim of what the subsidy is, to over $43 billion of subsidy over a 6-year period for some of the largest foreign multinationals there is. And in doing so, they have refused to release what those contracts are. And the reason that pertains to replacement workers is because one of those has already sent their ambassador from South Korea, who I don't believe is freelancing. I don't think ambassadors for South Korea freelance, is out now and was out in Windsor, meeting with the senior officials, the mayor, the chief of police, and telling everyone that Windsor had to get prepared for 1,600 replacement workers for the Stellantis plant, replacing the Canadians that the minister said would be hired. And if I go back, and I hate to throw the minister's words back, the Minister of Industry, sorry, not the Minister of Labour. I don't believe the Minister of Labour has spoken on this. I just want to make clear. He may have outside the House, but not inside the House. The Minister of Industry said, today's announcement is great news for Canadian jobs. So, and the Prime Minister echoed the same thing. He said, by working together, we are creating thousands of new jobs, making a difference in the lives of people, now making sure that future generations have a clean environment to live in. I think all folks that heard that announcement thought that the Prime Minister was talking about Southwest Ontario and Windsor, but it turns out he was talking about working together to create thousands of new jobs for people in South Korea, using $15 billion in that instance of taxpayer money. As our leader has said, there are 15 million households.
I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're talking, and this is the first debate to lead it off, the first speech from the Conservatives. We're talking about this anti-scab legislation that the minister has tabled and has spoken to. This member is talking about something completely unrelated. He's talking about the Stellantis, which is regulated by the province of Ontario in terms of the workers there, not by the federal government. He's actually nowhere near discussing the bill. I'm really hoping that you can encourage him to come back to the substance that we're debating today and to be relevant.
Well, considering the honourable member does have 20 minutes, we'll ask him to maybe tie that all together as best he can. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Well, I appreciate that the member for Kingston and Islands doesn't want us to talk about the fact that this government, once again, is hypocritical and inconsistent in applying their philosophy on replacement workers. Not only are they not applying it to federal government workers, they're not applying it to the contracts they sign with Canadian taxpayers. And since the minister used replacement workers in the context of people doing other people's jobs multiple times within his speech, I think that talking about replacement workers is what the subject is about, seeing as that's the way the minister introduced it and spoke about it. So if I irritate the members for bringing up the fact that they didn't have the courage to sign contracts with foreign multinationals that prohibit foreign replacement workers from being employed in these plants, and in fact have allowed it and didn't create and make sure that taxpayer-funded foreign replacement workers are not part of the contracts they sign, then they've left themselves open to this problem. And you know who's disappointed by this? All Canadians who believed this government when they said they were protecting Canadian jobs in the unionized auto industry. All the unions that represent the auto workers in Southwest Ontario.
Rising on a point of order, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I'm fairly certain that you will find the unanimous consent of this House such that my colleague can share his speaking time with me. Thank you. Is everyone in agreement for the member to split his time? Yes. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's, who was ready to speak for 20 minutes, but now he will have 10 minutes. So he has 3 minutes of the 10 minutes remaining.
I see the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Now that the member has considerably less time, I wonder if he might hurry up in becoming relevant to the bill.
I tell you, it's we had a rough afternoon, I guess. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's, I will, since he only has 3 minutes, you have to tie some of these things together and come to the crux of the discussion here today.
I'll come to the crux of the issue, and I know that member had the joy of sitting and listening to my 18 hours in Finance Committee, so I'm sure he'd appreciate this. 3 minutes. Where do I go? More replacement workers are potential in the Nexstar. In the Nexstar plant, that's the one in Windsor, but also in the Volkswagen contract, and I've had the privilege of reading the Volkswagen contract. And I'll tell you what's not in the Volkswagen contract, which is apparently a mirror of these things, is a prohibition on replacement workers being put into these taxpayer-funded plants. And I know members on the other side have been questioning this issue, but on the government's own website, they have a job bank, the Government of Canada's website, and at there are about 20 jobs advertised for Stellantis on the Government of Canada website, and it says on it who can apply for these jobs. Canadian citizens and permanent residents or temporary residents of Canada, but more importantly, other candidates with or without a valid Canadian work permit. So it's right on the government website. The ambassador for South Korea has been telling us that they're going to do replacement workers at this plant. And so I'd ask, in the other contracts they've signed, in the Ford contract with the South Korean company to produce in Quebec cathodes for the EV business, a South Korean company is part of that. Can they share with us that contract to make sure replacement workers are not being used, that they got guarantees? Can they share with us on the Volkswagen contract that there is a clause in there that says that replacement workers from outside of Canada will not be used for those jobs? And I think it's incumbent upon them to come clean on those issues. It does, what it does not say also, because we've been asking for that clarity and transparency from the government, is that I don't believe it says that the Government of Canada in any of those contracts has the ability to prevent those contracts from being made public. So if they're so opposed to replacement workers, as the minister said, why don't they show Canadians that they put their money where their mouth is, when they put the taxpayers' money where their mouth is, and actually ensure that only Canadians will be applied in these unionized jobs in the auto industry, but they're unwilling. In fact, Liberals voted against that in the Industry Committee last night. I'd like to know from Liberals on the other side of the House what it is they're hiding. Is it that they put clauses in these contracts to allow the replacement workers that the Minister of Labour is so desperately trying to prohibit in federal institutions, but signing contracts to spend $15, $30 billion of taxpayer money to allow replacement workers from other countries in these auto businesses?
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First elected in 1988 in the Manitoba Legislature, I've always believed it was important to see anti-scab legislation. And I'm very grateful and proud of the fact that our current Minister of Labour has ushered in such important legislation that will have a profoundly positive impact on labour from coast to coast to coast. Hear, hear. This is not only good for labour, it's good for all Canadians. And I guess it's more of a comment, Mr. Speaker. I hope that provincial jurisdictions across Canada will join provinces like Ontario and British Columbia in recognizing that the best way to support labour is to have good legislation, and that's exactly what this is, anti-scab legislation, and I hope to see other provinces follow suit, look at what the federal minister is providing, good, strong leadership on a very important labour issue. The member can provide his thoughts on what I just said as to whatever it is he would like. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret.
Speaker, and thank you to the member from Windsor, or Winnipeg North. I tell you, the great benefit that he is seeking from all levels of government in this legislation would be more credible if he would support our desire, and the NDP, frankly, who voted to release these contracts publicly last night, which the Liberals stopped, to show that they have put their money where their mouth is and that they are not going to allow foreign taxpayer-funded replacement workers in the good unionized auto jobs in this country, which they purport to be trying to protect.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're all fairly happy to see C-58 debated, because C-58 would solve a major inequity between what Quebec workers experience federally and provincially in terms of legislation. So I'd like to remind this House that Quebec passed anti-scab legislation in 1977. But currently, we have a minority government, which is a specific context. So I'd like to hear my colleague. What are his thoughts on the 18 months it will take for the legislation to come into effect? Because we could have other minority governments between now and 18 months from now. So how does he justify this long delay, which I find very long? The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
The government's taking longer probably than 18 months to release the contracts on the deals that have been done. I don't know why they want to do it on the auto business. And I would remind the member from the block that 2 of these subsidies in the auto business, where replacement workers can be brought in through the agreement, unless they show us that it's not in the contract by releasing them, are in Quebec. One of them, in fact, is in the leader of the Bloc Québécois riding that I would think they would want to know. The North Volt plant, which has the ability, potentially, if the Liberals want to dispute it, they can release the contacts, to bring in Swedish workers. And the other one, which I mentioned earlier, which is for EV battery parts, which is with a South Korean company, let's make sure that they're not doing that as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, in the fall economic statement yesterday, the government projected that over the next year, unemployment is going to be up by 1%. In Canada, I absolutely agree with the member around investments in battery plants having the lead to good union jobs here. Although he didn't say good union jobs, I'll give him the opportunity in a moment. What I am concerned about is that he didn't talk about the legislation, and he's using replacement workers in a very different sense than the sense that's relevant to the legislation. If the Conservatives want to coin a new term, that's their business, but they shouldn't do it to conflate issues and distract from the fact that they clearly don't want to talk about making Canadians workers bringing home powerful paychecks for Canadian workers by protecting their right to strike with anti-scab legislation. So would he now like to take a moment to talk about replacement workers in the relevant sense, which are people who come and take the job of someone who's out on strike or in a lockout, and tell us what the Conservative position on this bill is? He hasn't even talked about the content of the bill yet, despite us being almost at the 15-minute mark.
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
What brings home powerful paychecks and powerful union paychecks is contracts to build auto plants that doesn't involve bringing in replacement workers from South Korea, from Sweden, from other countries in Europe. Perhaps the honourable member should defend the unionized auto jobs and the 7% unemployment rate that exists in Windsor, that this government is refusing to ensure that those good paid union jobs go to auto workers in Southwest Ontario.
Before we go on to the next speaker, the honourable member for Waterloo has a point of order.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, during the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 on motion number 41, to concur in the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair, and at the conclusion of the time provided for debate or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred pursuant to Standing Order 66.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la...
Thus, the House has heard the terms of the motion. Will all those opposed to the motion please say nay?
Adopté.
Carried.
Continuez.
Before we move on, pursuant to Standing Order 38, I would like to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
For Saskatchewan on public services and procurement, the honourable member for Regina Wascana oil and gas industry, and the honourable member for Kitchener Centre with persons with disability. Le débat continue.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, I wish to thank my colleague for South Shore St. Margaret's for having spoken about this very important matter here in this House of Commons. I thank him for raising the matter of replacement workers the replacement workers who will be hired to work at the Stellantis battery plant in Ontario. This file is deeply worrisome to us for many reasons, Mr. Speaker. So, when we have this type of debate about the labor movement, unionized workers in the country, that's what we're discussing in our debate on C-58. And so this is an opportunity for us to, in fact, shine a light on the lack of perspective and the lack of clear commitment from this Liberal government. Lack of commitment toward unionized workers, I mean. And why do I say this, Mr. Speaker? Well, recently we found out that, unfortunately, the federal government's contract for a battery plant, the federal government has committed significant sums, and it's taxpayer money, Canadian taxpayer money. But there don't seem to be any guarantees in these contracts, guarantees for many important things. For example, there's no guarantee in this contract that jobs will be for Canadian workers. There are no guarantees that the natural resources which will be used will be Canadian natural resources. There are no guarantees in the contracts that these resources will be processed here in Canada. And when I say that there are no such guarantees, I am just presuming so because I have not seen the contracts. I would have liked to see the contracts, Mr. Speaker. I would have very much liked that. For example, in the case of Stellantis, that is a $15 billion contract. Stellantis will receive $15 billion. $15 billion, Mr. Speaker? How much does that translate to? $1,000 per Canadian family. So yes, that's what I'm saying. Every family, everywhere in Canada. When we file our taxes next year, for instance, and we see the amount that we are giving to the federal government and to the provincial government, well, $1,000 of that per family will go to Stellantis. Rising on a point of order, the honourable member for Salaberry-Sirois. With all due respect that I have for the colleague who's speaking, he is totally out of order. We are debating a bill about anti-scab measures, and this is anti-scab legislation. Yet the member is disrespecting the chair and debating matters which should be dealt with at industry committee. So I think that the member should take parliamentary work seriously, should do his work seriously and thoroughly, and should speak to the bill under study. Well, I will ask the member, I ask the honourable member to make some links, to link what he's saying to the bill. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I thank my colleague for her point of order, and I will make a very direct link, in fact. In C-58, it is stipulated that the Liberals will have this legislation come into effect in 18 months. What this is yet another Liberal promise that will not come true. So what I'm trying to demonstrate here in my speech, what I'm trying to prove to all colleagues, is that the Liberals' promises aren't worth much. So what they promise, what they write, what they say, it's not really valid. That's why we want to see the contracts. We want to see the Stellantis contract. We want to see the North Road contract. So a plant will be built in the riding of the Bloc Québécois leader in Belleuil-Chambly. It'll be a Volkswagen plant. We want to know what commitments are in these contracts. We want to see these contracts to ensure that Canadian jobs are created here in Canada. But in the case of Stellantis, there's something that worries us, something that makes us demand access to these contracts. And that's how vast the sums of money are. Rising on a point of order, the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, I think you ruled on this earlier. You were lenient toward our honourable colleague, but he took advantage of that, and he's still insisting about Stellantis. It has nothing to do with this very important bill that we are debating right now. I think that, as always, we do try to give some flexibility, some leniency. But at the same time, I am trying to do my best here. So I will ask the member to please draw a link between his remarks and the bill. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. So where was I? Well, what's important here, Mr. Speaker, is to know whether these are contracts, these are bills that we're debating today, which have value for Canadians. Is there value for Canadians? And that's a great question that we really need to ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, what we have realized, what we've seen, what we've found out here is that there will be 1,600 jobs at the Stellantis plant. And these jobs, they will be for foreign workers, foreign replacement workers who will replace Canadian workers who could have been hired for these jobs, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, how do we know that? Well, the company itself, Mr. Speaker, communicated with the police chief and with the municipal authorities because they needed to ensure that there would be housing for 1,600 workers. It's so worrying, Mr. Speaker. And also in the call for tenders, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to speak to the call for tenders just to show you, in fact.
For Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I think one of the important questions in this debate is whether the Conservatives actually know what a replacement worker is. Because we're starting to wonder whether they even understand the term. So perhaps our colleague could just reassure us that he, in fact, knows what a replacement worker is. Does he truly know what that is? Or does he just have this unique conservative definition of a replacement worker? Because the Conservatives seem to have their own definition today in this House. The question can be asked in questions and comments, but I must say once again, I must once again ask the member to connect what he is saying about Stellantis to this bill, Bill C-58. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, Mr. Speaker, I understand that it's in the Liberals' best interest to have this legislation come into effect in 18 months. They want to first get through the next election and then have this legislation gather dust on shelves. But what about these contracts? Back to the contracts. They've been signed. We haven't seen them. But as a result of these contracts, 1/3 of employees who will be hired at the Stellantis plant will be foreign replacement workers. And Mr. Speaker, if you don't believe me, people should be worried. The NDP should be worried. If they're not worried, well, let me tell you, I personally am very worried about what's going on because there were job offers posted. And what were the conditions for those job offers? Well, for instance, specialist in general business, requirements for the position must have fluency.
Habile en coréen.
Fluency in Korean. They must be able to communicate fluently in Korean. That's one of the job requirements. They're also looking for engineers, and these are well-paid jobs, Mr. Speaker.
Korean is preferred. Même pas français. On exige même.
Not even French. There's not any requirement for French there. What will it be for that plant? For the plant that will be built in the riding of the leader of the Bloc Québécois. Does the leader of the Bloc Québécois want to know if benefits from the plant that will be built in his riding will create jobs for people in his riding? The spin-offs in the contract that the government signed with these multinationals, are we ensuring that union jobs that will be created will actually be jobs that will go to Quebecers? Will there be the same requirement for the knowledge of French for those jobs, Mr. Speaker? Or will they require Swedish? Or in Ontario, will it be a German requirement? That's very concerning, Mr. Speaker, and that's why it's absolutely necessary that we have these contracts in our hands, Mr. Speaker, because we can't take the Prime Minister at his word. He underestimated the cost of this project by billions of dollars before it even started. He said that it would be paid off, that it would be a benefit in 5 years, but now we see that it will be 20 years. So this government is presenting C-58, saying it will be done in 18 months. Well, I'll believe it when I see it. But what I think is very concerning for Canadians is that Canadian money is funding jobs here in Canada, and they want it to be jobs that go to Canadians so that Canadian tax money goes to creating union jobs for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Oui, en bas.
Non, c'est moi qui est allumé.
Ça vient proche, en bas.
It's close. Okay. Sometimes the light isn't on. Mr. Speaker, I'd sincerely ask you, if you have time, to go look at that speech when you've finished your shift, because you've just seen the perfect example of a Conservative member for Quebec who's not comfortable with the position of his party. In Quebec, for a long time, we've had an anti-scab law. At the federal level, it doesn't exist. And suddenly, there's something that's put forward, and this member, Mr. Speaker, isn't comfortable with his party's position. He isn't able to look at his constituents and tell them that he's against an anti-scab law. He's giving us all sorts of claims. I'm going to ask a very simple question. If ever the Conservative Party were to take power, will they table an anti-scab bill at the federal level? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, what I care about is the interests of Quebecers, the interests of all Quebecers, and especially the constituents of Belleuil-Chambly. In the contract that was given, and the leader of the Bloc Québécois said that the announcement of Northvolt in his writing, he said that it could develop in the Richelieu Valley a high value added supply chain. I'd like the government to show us in the contract what are the concerns and guarantees that were obtained on labor. Will it be labor from Quebec? Will Francophone Quebecers be able to participate and be hired? What about natural resources? Will they be taken from Abitibi? What about processing? I was the mayor of a mining town, Mr. Speaker, and I saw our materials be processed all around the world, and not a cent stayed here in the country. So, Mr. Speaker, these are very legitimate questions, and I'm proud to tell Quebecers that I'm there to stand up for their interests.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know my friend from Mégantic-L'Érable to be an honourable member, and so I was rather confused that he and the speaker before him, neither of them addressed any of the content of the bill, and in fact seemed to not understand the definition of replacement workers. And I was wondering why this would be, as an honourable member, why he would try to conflate these two ideas and why he would try to, distract from the matter at hand. And then I realized, Mr. Speaker, it's because his party has never supported the rights of workers. In fact, they have voted against precisely this kind of legislation on numerous occasions. In fact, in 2016, his colleague, the member for Louis Saint Laurent, spoke in the House and said, if we pass this bill, it would prevent companies from hiring replacement workers during disputes and upset the balance of power at the negotiating table. Let us not forget that striking workers can always go somewhere else. However, under this bill, businesses would not be able to hire from people from outside. In our opinion, this disrupts the balance of power. So could he help this House understand whether that is still his party's position and whether he will be voting for this bill before us?
Yes, sir. Before I go to the Honourable Member, I just want to remind everybody, when taking the headsets off, make sure they're far enough away, because I actually could hear the translation coming through the speakers there.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I understand the member of this costly NDP Liberal coalition is concerned because he's just quoted a bill from 2016 that's not in force, and he thinks that now this government will do what it says with Bill C-58. What concerns me, Mr. Speaker, is jobs tomorrow in the Richelieu area. Will this government be transparent once and for all and show us clearly, with papers on the table, show all Canadians that it's taken all of the necessary measures so that the jobs that are created with Canadian money are jobs for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Quick exchange. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, sea to sky country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech, but it was amazing that neither he nor the other Conservative member before him actually mentioned what we're actually talking about today, this legislation, and it just really emphasizes the Conservative position on unions. And it reminds me of a statement from Mark Hancock, who's the national president of the Canadian Union of Public Employees, who said on the member of Carleton winning the Conservative leadership that it's too bad that, unlike the member of Regina Capel, the member of Carleton does not hold American citizenship because he'd be right at home as governor of a state like Alabama. The member of Carleton is a career politician who's been collecting a six-figure salary on the public's dime since he was 24, spent every minute of his time in office fighting against fair wages, good pensions, and a better life for working people. And it goes on, but Mr. Speaker, he says his leadership would be a disaster for working people in Canada. So I hope the member could comment on the statement.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What concerns me is how can this Prime Minister disdain Canadian workers so much? How can he show so little respect for Canadian workers that he would be spending the money of Canadian families on South Korean workers at the Stellantis plant? How can we ensure he hasn't made the same types of deals for the other battery plants in Canada that will have a lot of public money as well? We need to see the contracts, Mr. Speaker. What are they so afraid of? Why don't they want to show those contracts to Canadians? Well, it's because they haven't done their job, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to share my time with the member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Oui.
Yes, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, I'm so pleased to speak tonight in support of Bill C-58. I'll say at the outset with a lot of pride that the Bloc Québécois will vote in favor of the anti-scab bill. We've been advocating for its rapid passage for so long. We invite all parties in this House to do everything that needs to be done to pass it as quickly as possible. We know we'll really be satisfied when the bill is truly passed, both here and in the Senate, and the government finally implements it. You know, Mr. Speaker, that my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou will be more detailed than me on this, because in her writing, the Port of Quebec longshore workers are currently on strike, and they've waited a long time. Their strike vote, their right to strike, has not been respected because ports are under federal jurisdiction. So it needs to be said that C-58 is the culmination of a lot of hard work. It's a major step forward for workers. That didn't come easy. For a long time, this bill should have been adopted. Once and for all, it restores the balance of power between employees and employers in a labor dispute. For Quebecers, the use of strike breakers, often called scabs, has been banned since 1977. Today, it's 2023, and in Quebec, there are still workers who work in sectors under federal jurisdiction who don't have the same rights. It's as if we had two categories of workers in Quebec in unions. It's easy to forget that the use of scabs is totally outdated. We need to allow all workers to use their rights in a labor dispute. We can't really tolerate this, and we wonder why. Why has it taken so long for the government, which was elected in 2015, to put forward this bill? In all federally regulated sectors, when there is a labor dispute and workers use their ultimate means of pressure, when workers choose to use their right to strike, the employer can simply resort to scabs. What does that mean? It means that the balance of power is skewed, obviously to the employer's advantage. Power goes to the employer. There's an imbalance in the negotiating relationship. It's totally unfair, and it doesn't make sense in 2023. We're talking about workers in rail transport and airlines, for example. There's also employees in the banking sector. There's also port workers all over Quebec and Canada. In Quebec, as you know, there are many workers on strike. Imagine if the 420,000 striking workers in Quebec, well, imagine if scabs were used to do their work in their place. That would upset the balance that allows workers to advocate for their rights. It would be totally unacceptable. That's why we think it's past due that we put in place Bill C-58. It should be done as quickly as possible. We know that this is a government bill, so we take for granted that it will vote in favor of it. And we know that the NDP supports it and the Bloc supports it. So that's 3 recognized parties that agree to pass the bill. So with the process we have, if we get to committee, we should be able to adopt this bill before Christmas. So the 3 recognized parties in the House who publicly advocate for its adoption need to get to work to rapidly pass the bill. So we all agree, as I said earlier, aside from the Conservatives, that we need an anti-scab bill. And the member for Mégantic L'Érable from Quebec didn't say anything on his position as a Quebec MP on the whole issue of scabs. That was a big surprise to me, because usually this is a conscientious member, but it seems that here he's just representing his party line and avoiding taking a position. So listen, I might seem a bit impatient because, quite frankly, I'm stunned to see that today we're debating such an important bill many years after Quebec passed it. I'd like to remind colleagues that it's not the first time that we're debating a bill like this in the House. In 1990, I'm glad to note this, Mr. Speaker, that a certain member for Richelieu, the Dean in the House, who's now the member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel, introduced this bill when there were 5 Bloc members who were elected. So he put forward a bill like this. So that was a long time ago. This is not the first time that such a bill has been put forward. The first time was in 1990, 33 years ago. The Dean of this House put forward an anti-scab bill. So you'll understand my impatience. I believe it is amply justified. So listen, there are 10 other anti-scab bills that have been tabled by Bloc Québécois members, in addition to those tabled by NDP members. That's a lot of times that we've tried to adopt a modern bill to address the labor relationship between unions and employers. So I'll take the time to thank members who've worked with workers and unions over the years. There's Bernard Saint-Laurent, the former member for Manicouagan, in 1995. There's Osvaldo Nunez in 1996. Ghislain Fournier, the former MP for Manicouagan, 1998, 2001, 2002. He was very persevering. That member presented the bill 3 times. There's Monique Gay, who I sat with, the former member for the Laurentians in 2002. There's Roger Clavet, the former member for Louis Hébert in 2004. Richard Nadeau, the former member for Gatineau, who put forward a bill in 2006. And there's Mario Laframboise, finally. the former member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel with his 2010 bill. So many efforts were made on this issue. And of course, there's my colleague from Thérèse de Blainville, who this year put forward her own anti-scab bill, Bill C-276, to put pressure on the current Liberal government, which was slow to make good on its promise. So the Bloc Québécois wants this legislation. We've spared no effort with workers to see it materialize and to have it put into force. You'll understand that, given this history, it's hard to understand why the government included in its legislation an 18-month delay before implementing the legislation. So that's very difficult to accept for me. When you care about workers, it's hard to understand how in this long-awaited bill by union members and the majority of parliamentarians, we can't understand why. And especially those on strike at the Port of Quebec, they don't understand why it would take 18 months after royal assent. Sincerely, I hope, Mr. Speaker, that we'll be able to convince the Liberals to set aside that provision that makes no sense, and that we can agree that it's essential for the dignity of our striking workers. And if we do things quickly here in the House, there will be work to be done in committee, and I hope that committee members, HUMA committee members, will be able to work together to give dignity to our unionized workers who deserve this bill and have for a long time. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for having expressed her opinion so clearly, contrary to the previous colleague where it was more difficult. She went straight to the point. So I'd like to know, the right to strike can be compromised when the employer uses scabs. How would the proposed amendments allow all workers in Quebec and Canada under federal jurisdiction to have a solid right to strike? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Sherbrooke for her question. She's a member representing Quebec. She knows full well that workers in Quebec who are unionized, who have a collective agreement, have a right to bargaining, a right to strike. And you know, strikes, Mr. Speaker, are not the first choice in bargaining. Workers don't want to strike. It's a last resort. But when a last resort is used, what workers don't want is to have an employer who has a privilege to say, okay, fine, go on strike, but I'll replace you with replacement workers, and I have the right to do so because I'm under federal jurisdiction. So the bill corrects that. But I would strongly encourage the member for Sherbrooke, because she's a member for Quebec, to convince her government to withdraw the provision that sets an 18-month waiting time before the bill would come into force.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Earlier, we heard about two Conservative members who had one job during about 30 minutes, which was to speak to whether they supported hiring replacement workers, scabs, or not, and they refused to do so. Does she think that that was a strike by members who don't want to speak in favor of this, or was it a lockout imposed by the leadership of the Conservatives?
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think it's worth thinking deeply about. But no, it's true. It's disappointing on a number of files. We are disappointed by the Conservatives, and I really hope that the Quebec Conservatives are tempted to vote yes, but it's unfortunate because the leader doesn't want to. And that's one of the things about politics. And we listen to our two Conservative colleagues speak. you really don't get the feeling that they're going to support this bill, but I'm still hopeful. I'm a Sagittarius, so I'm always optimistic, and I certainly hope that the Conservatives will wake up and get with the times and say, this bill is a fricking good bill for our unionized workers.
The député de Beauport.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening in rapt attention to my colleague, and I'd like to talk to her about November 13th when I was at the port of Quebec City with my leader, the member for Beloeil-Chambly, and we met with workers who had been on strike for over 14 months. And they told us that they had never seen any Conservative members elected in the Quebec City area. They hadn't shown up at all. And this really upset them because of all the polls and stuff. And they just wondered what was going to happen to them. And that's where we got the idea to suggest to the government that they should reduce the time period so that this bill could come into force before it was too late. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about the fact that we were unable to convince the government to shorten the 18 months in question. And so this will fall through the cracks because the next Conservative government will squelch this bill. The honourable member for Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to be clear. If this bill is not passed and if it doesn't come into force by Christmas, this bill, it's my feeling, like my colleague, that it will never enter into force. And I don't want to be mean toward the government, but this is a concern we have. We're afraid that they did this to assuage us, but they thought that maybe it would never actually ever enter into force, so they can say, phew, we get the brownie points, but we don't have to actually follow through. So it's my suggestion that in Quebec, there shouldn't be two categories of unionized workers. So we encourage everyone to vote in favor of this bill and, above all, to reduce the 18-month delay. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for sharing her time with me. Mr. Speaker, in 1977, 46 years ago, the government of Quebec enacted anti-scab legislation. So I, in my lifetime, have never had to see a situation where scabs were brought in. Before the law was passed, employers had no qualms about hiring new staff while regular workers were on strike or locked out. This practice meant that the employer had no interest in negotiating to improve working conditions or wages, since the strike or lockout had no impact on the company's sales. For 46 years in Quebec, there has been no prolonged strike or lockout, except for companies under federal jurisdiction. As it turns out, we have a case in point right now. Over 14 months ago, at the Port of Quebec, the employer locked out the longshoremen. They're not on strike, they're locked out. The company's activities fall under federal jurisdiction, so the company has the right to resort to strike breakers. These people who don't have the necessary health and safety training, they walk right under the noses of qualified workers on a daily basis. It's unbelievable that Quebec workers are not protected by the laws in force in Quebec where they live and work, laws that have been in place for no less than 46 years. When people say Quebec is avant-garde compared to Canada, this is a shining example. Canada is 46 years behind Quebec. And in the case of the longshoremen at the Port of Quebec, it's also a question of protecting the public. Scabs, I remind you, have no training in cargo transshipment. Over the past few months, we've seen an increase in incidents of red dust and nickel, elements that are dangerous for people's lungs in Beauport-Limoilou, to the point of impacting their life expectancy through prolonged or frequent exposure. Add to this the fact that ammonium nitrate is transshipped through the port in Quebec City. Ammonium nitrate is used in the manufacture of fertilizers, but it's highly explosive under certain conditions. And that's what we're seeing in the Port of Quebec. A single spark could lead to a catastrophe that could spread as far as Lévis. Hiring scabs or replacement workers is a real danger for the neighboring public and for Quebec's economy, because if there were a serious accident, that could block operations at the Port of Quebec City. And that's where 80% of our goods arrive. Workers are just asking for better living conditions. And if Canada weren't 46 years behind Quebec, a lockout would have never lasted this long. The minister told me a few weeks ago that anti-scab legislation was going to be passed, but that it had to be drafted in such a way as to protect the bargaining power of employers at the ports of Vancouver and Montreal. How could encouraging employers to negotiate in good faith end up harming them? Quebec's experience shows that anti-scab legislation has improved negotiations without giving more or less leverage to either party. It hasn't been shown to undermine bargaining. The minister's response a few weeks ago was quite revealing, and what he said today too. He mentioned Vancouver and Montreal as if those were the only two ports in Canada. It's worth mentioning that a few months ago, the government was quick to get involved in the conflict at the Port of Vancouver and getting the workers back to work, but they never negotiated with the Port of Quebec City. The federal government remains completely disinterested in that conflict. Once again, there's a double standard when it comes to Quebec versus the rest of Canada. Did the government have the opportunity to catch up by passing anti-scab legislation? Yes. 11 times the Bloc has tabled bills to that effect. 11 times, Mr. Speaker, 11 times. Canada has made no progress. In 2022, 2 bills were tabled to put an end to the shameful, unethical, and century-old practice of using scabs. This shameful practice, the government of Canada says it's urgent now to pass anti-scab legislation, but did they let any of these previous bills move ahead? No. It had to be their own bill, their very own bill. And what about this notion that there's urgency around this, that it's an emergency? Let's see what C-58 says, the government's very own bill. We will be voting for it. This week, a letter signed by academics from across the country will be published to show their support for the bill. I've spoken with a number of academics, and the flaws I'm about to mention are the ones they noticed, for which particular attention will have to be paid to in committee in order to rectify these shortcomings. The government's bill raises doubts and questions in my mind that will need to be dealt with. To give a concrete example, according to Section 6, Sub 2, the employer and the union must conclude an agreement on the essential services to be maintained within 15 days of the date of notice to bargain collectively. Further on, it says that the use of replacement workers is prohibited. This includes any worker hired after the notice to bargain has been filed, as well as any contractor or other than a dependent contractor. So far, so good. That's what the Bloc wants. But there seem to be some problems. First of all, an employer can use the services of a contractor other than a dependent contractor if they were hired prior to notice to bargain collectively. to perform substantially the same duties. Notice to bargain is foreseeable. An employer has every opportunity to hire people to do the work of unionized workers a few days before notice is given. So we need to make sure that no employer can take advantage of that loophole in the bill. The second problem with this bill is that there's no retroactivity. So for the workers at the Port of Quebec City, this legislation will have zero impact. The employer will be able to keep using replacement workers forever until the employer gets tired of using them. And then the workers will simply have to give up. So that's the problem, is the lack of retroactivity in this bill. The third problem, if an employer operates various sites, but only one site is on strike or locked out, nothing prevents the employer from taking the workers on strike or locked out and transferring them to another site that is not locked out or on strike. In Quebec, you can't do that. You can't move workers around from one site to another to get around a strike. Now, let's talk about the fourth problem, enforcement. If this bill is, how is it that it's considered urgent, but it will only enter into force 18 months after royal assent? It seems they need this time to get instructions for bargaining or something. But let's take Quebec as an example that's had this legislation for 46 years. Let's calculate the time for each stage in the passage of a bill and then add 18 months. So you got first reading, second reading, committee, third reading, then the Senate, all three stages again, and then royal assent. And then why add 18 months to all of that? So all that adds up to an eternity. This government says they're taking urgent action, but they're taking forever to do it and then tacking an extra 18 months on at the end. These delays in the federal government's protection for workers show that federally regulated workers in Quebec would be better treated if ultimately Quebec were an independent country. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank and congratulate my colleague on her speech. I liked the finale. I think that was a good idea, what she said at the end. Because it's funny, we're in Quebec and we're studying a bill, something that's already been practiced in Quebec for 46 years, this anti-scab legislation. But it's the same thing for so many things. Quebec is the province with the most social housing, the highest level of unionized workers, the highest number of women at work, the highest percentage, the lowest amount of child poverty because of the child care that the Parti Québécois brought in under Pauline Marois. We're the province that's fighting climate change the most. There are so many things where Quebec is setting the example for the rest of Canada. And if that's the case, maybe we should be a separate country. And then we'd be the ones sitting on the other side. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I can only agree with everything my colleague just said, of course. When you're independent, when you have the power you should have, you can only hope for more because when you consider Quebec's potential, and taking Quebec as an example is no better, no worse than taking Scandinavian countries or Germany or England as an example. But if we were separate, Canada would have a closer example to follow than those Western European countries. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, and it's a bit surprising in terms of the response that we've had from the Conservative Party. They seem to be more focused on contracts as opposed to the legislation. In recognizing the legislation and the fact that the member makes reference to the province of Quebec, the province of British Columbia, now the federal government bringing forward anti-scab legislation, I think it sends a very powerful, positive message to Labour in all regions of the country. Would she not agree that other jurisdictions should be looking at duplicating what BC, Quebec, and now Ottawa is moving forward with?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Yes. Yes, indeed. We should definitely, Quebec should be used as an example, and that should be used to reduce the 18-month delay. Doesn't make any sense. And why should Quebec be used as an example? Well, that would help avoid these negotiations that will never take place. This legislation forces both parties to sit down at the bargaining table. It's not true that workers will have more bargaining power now. It's very equal. Both will have their own leverage at the bargaining table. This brings greater equity, greater equality to the bargaining table, and that is in everyone's interest. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She's right. Quebec, as in many other areas, is avant-garde. 46 years of anti-scab legislation. BC has it too. And the sky hasn't fallen. Their economies are doing well, and there's less tension, less violence in labor relations. She talked a lot about the Quebec City port, and they've been on strike or lockout for 14 months. It makes no sense. But that's not all. There's Videotron, Gatineau, and apparently Videotron is using scabs in Gatineau, and not just there, but in all of Quebec. So will the Bloc condemn Videotron and Pierre-Carl Paladeau's use of scabs in Quebec? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. These are rumors. Every time there's a strike in a federally regulated workplace, this type of rumor comes back up because there is no federal anti-scab legislation. If this did ever happen, the current legislation would not be retroactive and it would not apply. So we need to avoid that. We need to include a provision on retroactivity in this bill, and we need to make sure that this bill enters into force ASAP. And it would have to be much faster than in 18 months, because it doesn't take 18 months at the bargaining table to get things sorted. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The member can begin his speech and will continue it the next time the bill is debated. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm incredibly happy and also emotional to rise in this place to speak about anti-scab legislation. This legislation has been tabled by the government. It's a government bill, but our party has tabled many versions of this type of legislation, but Conservatives and Liberals have always voted it down. So here we are today on a historic day. This bill is being debated in this place thanks to the good work, the hard work that we have done, and the bill will become legislation and it will be effective and it will make a difference. This is a historic day. This is a big day for workers everywhere in Quebec and in Canada. This is a big day for labor rights, for workers' rights. They will have the opportunity to negotiate better working conditions in a respectful way, and there will be a shared balance of power between the union and the employer. There have been generations upon generations of people in the labor movement, men and women, who have fought for decades for a federal anti-scab law. And finally, we've made it. Here we are. And we need to take a moment to appreciate this day. This is a huge victory for all workers. This is also a major victory for all of the hard work of generations of New Democrats who have pushed hard and worked hard so that these rights could be defended and upheld. And on that note, I would like to thank my team in Ottawa and my team in Montreal for all the work that they've done on this file. I would also like to thank the entire NDP caucus, this NDP caucus and previous NDP caucuses who have worked very hard so that we could get to where we are today. And I would also like to thank the NDP leader, who has always been a major supporter on this file. So taking a moment to appreciate this day is important, Madam Speaker, because today marks a first in the history of this Parliament. We will be able to work hard, for example, for the longshoremen at the Port of Quebec, for the employees of Videotron, for employees at the Port of Montreal, and all employees in the federally regulated private sector under the Canada Labour Code. They will no longer be replaced by scabs in labour conflicts, which in fact costs more for everyone, makes the conflict last even longer, and violates the rights of those workers. So let's pass this bill, Madam Speaker, so that the situation, for example, at the Port of Quebec and the situation that may be going on at Videotron cannot happen in the future. We need to protect the rights of workers, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Comme il est 17h43.
It being 5:43, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business, as listed on today's order paper.
Du jour, private members' business, resuming consideration at third reading of Bill C-275, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act, Biosecurity on Farms.
Debate of the Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on Bill C-275 and specifically to the support it provides our farmers. We know that Canadian farmers face hardships. These include issues with supply chains and the rising costs of production, the threat of environmental hardships such as natural disasters caused by climate change, and the risk of harmful and deadly animal disease. These are compounding everyday struggles. The possibility of someone illegally entering their property amplifies these hardships, causing stress to the farmer, their family, and their animals. Bill C-275 protects Canadian farmers and their animals by making it illegal to enter a place where animals are kept, if in doing so a person could reasonably expose the animals to a disease or toxic substance. The bill provides Canadian farmers with the reassurance that they no longer have to worry about potential biosecurity breaches from individuals entering their property illegally. They can instead focus on their daily work to maintain the health of their animals and to help feed the country. The Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food studied this bill. The committee heard from a number of stakeholders, including farmers and industry associations representing the agriculture and agri-food sector. It was clear from their testimony that farmers are committed to protecting the health of their animals. Their livelihood depends on it. And that indeed would characterize the vast majority of farmers. I would be remiss, however, if I didn't point out some of the criticisms of the bill that are raised by those that are concerned about animal cruelty. There are people that have expressed concerns in that regard. They point out that in Canada it's rare to see cameras in slaughterhouses, which is something commonplace in Europe, for example, and also the potential risk to whistleblowers in an operation where they see something untoward and the risk that they would be exposed to by measures such as these. Madam Speaker, as you know, I'm from Prince Edward Island, and probably the most serious biosecurity case that was encountered in PEI didn't relate to animals, but, as you might predict, potatoes. In 2014, there were sewing needles found in potatoes and in French fries in various locations throughout Prince Edward Island. And the angst that caused the agricultural community was absolutely incredible. It also necessitated some very substantial investments by farmers to essentially X-ray potatoes that were going through the processing line in order to combat and to reassure the public that their food was safe. Our government recognizes the importance of farmers and has demonstrated its ongoing commitment to them in the agriculture and agri-food sector. I want to take a moment to describe some of the ways we have supported the Canadian agricultural sector over the past year. Beginning with Budget 2023, the Canadian agriculture industry is world-class and the backbone of our economy. In fact, Canada exported nearly $92.8 billion in agriculture and food products in 2022. The government has made a number of significant investments to continue expanding the sector's reach. For instance, through Budget 2023, our government created the Dairy Innovation and Investment Fund, with providing up to $333 million over the next 10 years. The fund is intended to help the Canadian dairy sector increase its competitiveness and adapt new market realities. We know that the dairy sector is a vital pillar of rural communities and a key driver of the economy. There are 9,739 farms and 507 dairy processing plants across Canada that employ more than 70,000 Canadians. In 2022, the dairy sector generated $17.4 billion in sales. And Madam Speaker, even though I'm from Prince Edward Island, I represent an urban riding. And I can remember when I was first elected being summoned to a meeting with dairy farmers with a couple of my rural colleagues. And my immediate reaction was, why do I need to be at a meeting like that, because I have no dairy farmers in my riding? And it was very quickly pointed out to me that ADL, which is a milk and cheese processor, employs many of my constituents. That was a good lesson for a young member of Parliament, that while much of the wealth is generated in the rural areas, it often emanates into the urban areas. We are all interconnected, and that needs to be borne in mind. So I'd like to offer a tip of the hat to Chad Mann and the good people at Amalgamated Dairies Limited, who are truly national and international leaders in the production of milk and cheese, and we are immensely proud of them. They are actually producer-owned, and it's a business that we need to promote as a key element of the economy in Prince Edward Island, and that the Government of Canada must and should continue to support. Madam Speaker, the Sustainable Canadian Agriculture Partnership was launched this past April. It's a 5-year agreement between the federal and provincial and territorial governments. It includes $1 billion in federal programs and activities. For instance, the Federal Agri-Marketing Program provides approximately $130 million to the agriculture sector to increase and diversify its exports to international markets and seize domestic market opportunities. The SCAP also includes an additional $2.5 billion in cost-shared programs and initiatives that are funded between all orders of government. This includes, for example, support for agri-recovery in cases of emergencies. And speaking of agri-recovery in support of emergencies, natural disasters can have a devastating impact on our agricultural industry. We've seen it up close in Prince Edward Island more often than we would like in recent years, including most recently Hurricane Fiona. There have been a number of catastrophic floods, droughts, and hurricanes that have resulted in millions and millions of dollars in losses. Our government recognizes the hardships that farmers face from these natural disasters, and we are here to support them. The Agri-Recovery Framework is designed to support producers with the extraordinary costs they incur due to an emergency and to get them back into production. That is why in October 2023, we announced $365 million in federal provincial funding to provide relief to farmers and ranchers in British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan as a result of the extraordinary costs they have incurred due to this year's extreme weather conditions. This funding covers up to 70% of costs incurred during these disasters. This includes moving livestock so they can be fed and watered, replacing and repairing damaged fencing, and unforeseen veterinary costs. Madam Speaker, I would like to close by indicating that our government recognizes the importance of supporting farmers. We've invested significant funding to support our farmers and producers. This will enable Canadian farmers to maintain their world-class reputation and continue to provide Canadians with the first-rate products we have come to expect. Madam Speaker, our government is always hard at work to promote the work of our farmers in the agriculture sector through a wide range of activities and initiatives and funding opportunities. We have demonstrated that we are consistently here for our farmers in good times and in bad. Bill C-275 is another tool to provide further support for farmers and to ensure the safety of their animals, a subject that preoccupies the vast majority of them. And this is a commendable objective that deserves our backing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that we do need to do more work to treat livestock better. And in fact, with mass livestock breeding, sometimes animals are not taken care of, these animals that are destined for human consumption. Our ancestors taught us to be compassionate toward farm animals. We need to take care of farm animals. Animal rights activists have reason to be upset, but they should not show their upset illegally or in ways that could lead to worse consequences. Madam Speaker, in life, we all make choices, and our nutrition is one of those choices based on our values, based on our traditions, and usually we want to eat local foods, sustainable foods, and sometimes when we eat animal foods, we should respect those animals. In the same vein, any society that mistreats its animals likely mistreats its people too. On this perspective, I will begin my speech. I would like to actually thank all of the pets that I've had in my life, and I'm sure many colleagues agree with me that the relationships we have with our pets can't be compared to any other types of relationships or feelings. Our pets may have different names, but all of our pets make our families happy, like pets have done for me. Copain, Patoff, Flocon, Hiver, Apricot, Roxy have made me very happy. And now we have a new pet, Dalida, and we have so many other pets. We should thank our pets for their love and for their unconditional faithfulness towards their families. Pets make families happy. Pets make people living alone happy. And let's not forget that animals can really help people through animal therapy, people who have psychological issues. So this is not directly the topic of the bill, but I wanted to share my love for all animals. And I care about animals and how they are treated in our homes and on livestock farms. It's a fundamental and very important principle to legally protect animals. On that vein, this bill calls upon us to do better. So the Bloc Québécois supports Bill C-275 in principle, especially to halt an increasingly common phenomenon in America and around the world. That is, break-ins on farms where activists protest conditions. Now, sometimes conditions on livestock farms can be bad, But that does not justify these break-ins which can endanger the very animals we seek to defend. This bill is one step in the right direction, but many issues will have to be clarified, especially when it comes to aligning the Federal Health of Animals Act and existing laws in Quebec, animal welfare laws, that is. We feel strongly that the federal government should not impose legislation on Quebec, especially not in an area of shared jurisdiction. The Bloc Québécois sees that there is clearly an issue with protesters and big gestures on farms. We can't trivialize those protests and gestures, and we do need to better regulate them. No, but this is not a debate about freedom of expression. Everyone supports freedom of expression, and when there is mistreatment of animals, we do need to speak out against it. But when we express our discontent, but then create other harms, that might not be the best way of expressing our discontent. This bill is against mistreatment of animals. We all have a responsibility to condemn animal mistreatment. But sometimes people take things to extremes, and that's what makes this bill necessary. There are families which own farms, and they have suffered harms, and they are concerned, they fear further harms. People need to respect biosecurity and biosafety standards on farms in order to guarantee the safety of animals and of herds. This bill is very simple. This bill would make it an offense to break into a place where animals are kept, to do so without lawful excuse or justification or authorization. And it would be an offense to do so because it exposes animals to possible diseases or toxic substances, which could make the animals ill. How could anyone be against this? In this bill, the infraction would be under the Health of Animals Act and not under the Criminal Code, which is federal jurisdiction. Then there's enabling legislation, the Health of Animals Act. And the Health of Animals Act, this is a Bloc Québécois concern, was not in fact created to support animal welfare. The Health of Animals Act was enacted in law to protect animals which will be eaten by humans and to limit animal diseases which could be transmitted from animals to humans. So the federal government has limited authorities in the scope of application of such a bill. That's why the Bloc Québécois would like to have more information about how the bill will be applied, practically speaking, on the ground. We need to protect animal welfare. Protecting animal welfare and protecting livestock is a provincial responsibility. All of Canada's provinces and territories have animal welfare laws. Provinces and territories have more general, more broad laws, which protect many different aspects of animal welfare. Some provinces and territories have enacted legislation or regulations to deal with specific aspects of animal welfare or to protect certain animal species. All provinces have laws to protect animal welfare, but not all provinces have legislated on this specific issue. Over the past years, many provinces have created or tightened legislation to punish those who break and enter on farms. For example, British Columbia, Ontario, and Alberta have such legislation. Quebec does not have such legislation. In Quebec, prosecution is done through the Criminal Code or the Civil Code. We need to ensure that the federal government is not imposing its laws on provinces. This is why when people break and enter on farms without taking necessary measures to avoid contamination, risk of infection is multiplied drastically. It's important to respect biosecurity and biosafety measures whenever we come into contact with animals. If there is a breakout on a farm, a producer is risking his or her livelihood because the animals will not be able to be eaten, they will have to be isolated, and if the animal disease goes beyond the borders of one farm, consequences can be catastrophic. One example is avian flu, which occurs as a result of contact with migratory birds. Some diseases can be transmitted to humans. Now, when animals are kept on farms, the environments are controlled. Some animals, if they have a lot of loud noise, it can be disastrous for them.
How can we hold them hostage, as it were, to serve a cause? You have to wonder. If we want to change mindsets and have humans consume less meat because it's good for the environment and greenhouse gases, we need to find other methods. We need to have more education, provide information and awareness. These are just a few ways to change the course of history. Some of the elected people in this House may not agree with this, since they deny the imbalance in ecosystems and human negligence in the area of animal welfare and believe that climate change is an invention. As you know, Madam Speaker, freedom of expression is a precious value for the Bloc Québécois, and people absolutely have the right to make their views known. However, we cannot condone this being done through illegal acts that may, moreover, cause harm to both producers and animals. Breaking and entering is simply not the way to go about it. Asking ourselves about the best practices and the best ways to change consumers' mindsets is also a good way to protect animals. In Quebec, once again, we have a head start on this. There are livestock farms that have won awards for excellence in animal welfare. For example, the Carona farm in Plessisville in central Quebec won the AgroPure Animal Welfare Award for 2021 and 2022. A true marvel. I'd like to recognize the owners Pierre Audrey and Pierre Olivier Caron, who breed Holstein cows and have been recognized as master breeders, the most coveted recognition in the breeding world. This title is awarded by Holstein Canada to breeders who produce and raise animals with the highest level of comfort and compliance in terms of good reproductive habits, health, and longevity. Just imagine that the cows are free and live on the most comfortable, fine, sandy soil, more comfortable than our couches. It's clear that when the behavior of farmers improves, the number of offenses committed to protest against the mistreatment of animals decreases. I invite you to take that as an example. There is probably room for more constructive discussion on this issue, for more thought to find the best solutions. The parties are debating to find the best details, and I hope that people will be inspired by Quebec once again to improve animal health and welfare.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Portage Lisgard.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is an honour to rise in support of Bill C-275, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act surrounding biosecurity on farms, which was introduced by my friend and colleague, the member for Foothills. And like my Conservative colleagues who have spoken to this piece of legislation already, I am also an extremely strong supporter of our agricultural sector. And Madam Speaker, I actually grew up on a farm, a family farm near Portage-la-Prairie, Manitoba, and I wear it on my sleeve that I'm just a regular farm kid who happened to find his way into the House of Commons. And I understand that many members of Parliament, many Canadians haven't had the chance to visit a farm for a variety of reasons of how they live their life or where they live. And I appreciated my honourable colleague from Charlottetown previously stating that as a new MP, he had the recognition that urban MPs also need to understand the interconnectivity between where production may take place, but processing is often in urban areas, and at the end of the day, all Canadians eat. So I applaud him for that, and I encourage all my urban colleagues to try to understand by visiting a farm somewhere near their area. And many others, they may be animal rights activists or vegans, and they may just choose to not want to experience a farm. And for those that probably never will visit a farm, I'd like to explain what it is like to visit a livestock operation, because I've had the chance prior to being elected and since being elected to visit many. And the first question you'll be asked is, have you been to another farm recently? Because the transfer of disease between farms is a terrible challenge potentially. Beyond that, Madam Speaker, you are immediately asked to put on a suite of biosecurity measures, gowns, foot covers, hats, goggles, gloves, to make sure that you are not endangering any of the flock or the herd of animals that you have on your farm. And it's because livestock producers and all farmers, they care about the health of their animals. Animal welfare is critical, and if you ask any producer, they will tell you that the health and well-being of their animals is of the utmost importance to them. Now, related to the bill, specifically, the central provision is that it makes it an offense for a person without permission to enter a place where animals are kept, and if doing so could reasonably be expected to result in the animals being exposed to a disease or a dangerous substance. And this is so that individuals and organizations will actually have a deterrence from entering farms without permission. and it also changes the financial and non-financial penalties associated with doing so. Now, some outside of the agricultural sector may ask, why are these changes necessary? So let me tell you, Madam Speaker. Radical animal rights activists have been staging protests on private property, such as farms and processing plants, for far too long. And I can assure you, they are not putting on all of that protective gear to protect the welfare of those animals. Now, these groups who do not want to see this bill pass might deny this claim, so let's give a few examples. On March 9th, 2019, 15 activists trespassed on Webstone Holstein Farm, a dairy farm near Elmira, Ontario, even removing a deceased calf in the process. And on April 28th, 2019, 65 individuals staged an occupation of the Excelsior Hog Farm in Abbotsford, British Columbia. On September 2nd of the same year, dozens of protesters without permission planted themselves inside a barn at the Jumbo Valley Hutterite Turkey Farm near Fort Macleod, Alberta. And on December 7th of the same year, 11 activists occupied Port Greg Farm, a pig breeding facility in St. Hyacinthe, Quebec. Now, the disruptive nature of these protests is the reason that many provinces, including Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and PEI, have passed bills that strengthened provincial laws as it relates to trespassing on farms. However, in provinces where these laws are not present, farmers are largely left to fend for themselves when it comes to creating a playbook for protecting biodiversity and handling trespassers on their property. And this legislation aims to fix that. Because, Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter is that individuals and groups that are staging protests are far from animals' saviors. In fact, they are more than likely potentially exposing animals to dangerous diseases and substances. And according to Statistics Canada, in 2022, agriculture and agri-food systems employed 2.3 million people, or 1 in 9 jobs in Canada, and generated $143.8 billion, or roughly 7% of Canada's GDP. An activist, even accidentally, introducing a disease at a farm could have a staggering effect on these numbers, in addition to the fact that it would threaten our food security here in Canada and around the globe. Let's take, for example, African swine fever. Now, ASF, as it's otherwise known, has yet to be detected in Canada, thank goodness. But it was first found in China in August of 2018, leading to the death of about half of that country's pigs and a quarter of the entire world's population between 2018 and 2019. And the CFIA notes that in 2022, Canada exported just over $4.8 billion in pork to 77 different countries, as well as the fact that the industry contributes 88,000 jobs and $24 billion for our economy. For my province and my home riding, this is a very important issue as it relates to the hog sector. We have 138 various sites producing pigs in my riding alone. Manitoba is the second largest producer and exporter of Canadian pork, employing 22,000 Manitobans across the various sectors involved with the industry. And it's interconnectedness that matters here in the sense that 2 million tons of feed is purchased by this sector from local grain growers, representing about $500 million. And in the last, over 40 new barns have been expanded to enhance their environmental sustainability and animal care since 2017. This is a $2.3 billion industry for Manitoba that must be protected, and the threat of radical animal rights activists putting that economic impact in jeopardy is worth tackling. If ASF were to be detected in Canada and to reach the same scale that it had in China, the pork industry would simply be decimated, just like the numbers we saw in China. And I can't stress enough how devastating these losses would be, not just for those in the agricultural sector, but that interconnectedness, the rest of the processing industry and those involved in shipping these processed products. It would have a major impact. So protecting our economy and the global food supply is the main reason why this bill is so important. Although another and somewhat understated goal of this legislation is to protect the mental health of farmers. Because you see, Madam Speaker, farmers have a very stressful life. They work long hours, sometimes very extreme conditions. They have an increasingly extremely high debt burden and are price takers, not price makers. In fact, the Canadian Mental Health Association states that stress, mental health issues, and suicide are higher among farmers compared to the general population. So when these radical animal rights activists illegally enter farms and the private property that they are located on, they are unnecessarily threatening farmers' physical and mental well-being by adding to the long list of stressors that our Canadian farmers already face. This is unfair, especially considering the farmers are, quite literally, the people that feed our country and the world. Now, I've taken a few minutes to talk about what this bill does, but I'd like to focus on what it doesn't do as well, because I know there's some criticisms out there that are unwarranted. The first thing it does not do is limit a person's ability to protest peacefully. And secondly, it does not prevent whistleblowers in any way. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Section 2, protects individuals' right to peaceful assembly. And if people take issue with the way farmers are raising their livestock, they are free to protest in accordance with all applicable laws on public property instead of private agricultural land. And to the second point, this bill does not, as some might have you be led to believe, prevent whistleblowers from speaking out. Because whistleblowers are the employees, they're the family members, and they're professionals who work and are legally permitted to be on the private property where these animals are being housed. So simply put, trespassing activists are not whistleblowers, they're more troublemakers. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, this is a good piece of legislation that will protect biodiversity on farms and farmers' mental health. It has the support of a vast number of organizations from the agricultural sector. To name just a few, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, the Canadian Cattle Association, the Canadian Pork Council, and the Dairy Farmers of Canada. And while I could give you the quotes of their support and stand here all day of allowing to express why they think it's important, I'd just like to thank them for all the work they've done in supporting this legislation and all the good work that they do representing our Canadian farmers. And like those stakeholder groups, I hope that we are able to turn this common sense bill into law as soon as possible. I'll just conclude, Madam Speaker, by saying, for the well-being of our farmers, our economy, and our food supply, I hope members of this chamber join me in voting in favor of Bill C-275. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Health Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to start off by just reflecting on a tour that myself and the Minister of Agriculture just had last week. We had the opportunity to take a tour of the Maple Leaf Food Processing Center on Laurier. And I tell you, it's such an impressive facility. And members will understand why I use this as an example. When you think of Manitoba's pork industry, one only needs to take a tour of a facility of that nature where you will literally see hundreds of people hard at work providing and quality product. In this case, it's bacon. You realize that half of all the bacon that's produced and eaten here in Canada, Madam Speaker, comes from that particular factory. Wow. I very much appreciated the fact that the Minister of Agriculture came to visit Winnipeg and tour through the facility and the fantastic hospitality that was provided to the two of us, recognizing, Madam Speaker, just how important the hog industry and the pork industry is to the province of Manitoba. Now, when I think of the legislation that we're talking about, Madam Speaker, let me bring a direct link to it. Individuals are very much concerned, specifically farmers, producers, manufacturers, processors. There's a litany of opportunities for people to be engaged within the pork industry. And let me give some examples of that. I've had the opportunity to tour a hog barn. And the first thing that I thought of in going into the hog barn, that I would be seeing lots of hogs. Wasn't disappointed with that, Madam Speaker. Saw lots of hogs. It was over 10,000 hogs in one barn. Wow. But what surprised me is that when you walk into the barn, the very first thing you do is you actually take a smock, shower, all sorts of cleansing materials, and you make sure you're all washed up and you're in a state in which you can actually take a tour of the facility. The second thing that you see is a number of computers and technology that is used in order to make sure that the quality of the product everything from the day a piglet is born to the day in which it is hauled out of the barn, Madam Speaker. And it is a very impressive sight to see and witness, Madam Speaker. Here, in this case, they talk about the age of the pig, from the time in which it enters the barn and the types of food that is being processed. And it was interesting, earlier that week, I had a tour with the Minister of Agriculture out in Portage-la Prairie. In Portage-la Prairie, just north, there's Roquette, which is the largest pea manufacturer in the world, Madam Speaker. And that crushed yellow pea, ultimately, is parts of it is used for feed. So you can kind of get a sense in terms of how that particular product is used to be able to feed what it is that I had taken a tour of. And imagine the jobs from there, to the jobs on the hog farm, to the jobs at Maple Leaf. Not to mention the indirect jobs. You know, in Manitoba, there are thousands of Manitobans that are actually employed in the hog industry. There are even more indirect jobs, Madam Speaker. You drive out to the plants, whether it's in Brandon, where it's a workforce of over 1,200, or the Lagimore one that I visited, over 1,500, and other plants. And it's not just Manitoba, I must say. But you will see that whether you look at the parking lots or you visit the homes, they are consumers. They go to restaurants, they buy furniture, they buy vehicles, all of which is a residual in terms of jobs. As I indicated, the pork from this plant, which is ham and bacon, when emphasized the best bacon in the world, Madam Speaker, well, that bacon is circulated throughout the country. It plays a very important role in our food supply, our food chain. And if you bring it all the way back to this particular piece of legislation, what farmers are asking for is that legislation not only protect their interest, but the interest of the food that we produce. Because, as I pointed out when I had taken the tour, Madam Speaker, it's critically important that anyone that's going into these facilities has taken the appropriate means to be able to be there. And unfortunately, there are some in society that might not understand or comprehend just how important that is. And when they enter a facility, or even get close to a facility, Madam Speaker, and it is private property, that it puts into jeopardy, potentially, a great deal of harm, whether it's to the farmer, to the animals themselves, or our food chain. So when I look at the legislation that's being proposed today, I know the government is going to be supporting it, because it understands, as we have witnessed, Madam Speaker, the importance of this food supply. And it's not just for the province or even for the country. You know, Canada has now entered into more trade agreements than any other G7 or G20 countries in all the different regions of the world, Madam Speaker. And that in itself is one of the ways in which we can ensure that we continue to supply food products. If I was to stay with the hog industry and use that as an example, Madam Speaker, I would go to Nipawa. Nipawa, which employs close to 1,000, and might actually be over 1,000 employees at their plant, Madam Speaker. And that product, 95% plus, actually is exported to Asia. And again, follow the line. It goes right back to the hog producer and those barns, Madam Speaker. And that's why, whether it's hogs, cattle, chicken, these farm products, Madam Speaker, and animals play a very important role to our critical food supply system, Madam Speaker. And it's not just for Manitoba, Canada, but indeed the world. Madam Speaker, it's with those comments that I wanted to get onto the record this evening and to give a special shout out to Maple Leaf, but not necessarily to limit. I know whether it's in Winkler, Neepawa, Brandon, Winnipeg, communities, not to mention the rural communities, Madam Speaker, that are raising these hogs, all contribute to Manitoba having a hog industry in which all of us can be proud of and creates literally thousands and thousands of jobs and provides good quality food around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Here.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Foothills for his right of reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank all of my colleagues who took the opportunity, not only tonight, but through this process, who spoke in support of this very important legislation, which is an amendment to the Health of Animals Act, Bill C-275. Madam Speaker, there's been overwhelming support for this bill from Canadians across this country, certainly farmers, producers, and the entire agriculture sector. And I can't thank them enough for helping me craft this legislation, for improving it at committee, and for championing it through the legislative process. To farmers and ranchers and producers across the country, for your encouraging phone calls and your letters, a heartfelt thank you. Perhaps it is fitting then, Madam Speaker, that I take a few minutes to read an excerpt from an open letter from the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, who represents more than 200,000 families across Canada. And I quote, "The amendments proposed under Bill C-275 would provide targeted intervention against the on-farm food safety and biosecurity risk by limiting access of unauthorized entrants to animals and farms. The proposed amendments to the Health of Animals Act offer an avenue to further strengthen our overall food system by enhancing the measures in place to protect the health of farm animals across our country. At the same time, Bill C-275 strikes a balance between producer safety and protection and the right of lawful and peaceful protest. Our members' operations often host visitors to demonstrate how the land is managed, their animals are cared for. But there is a key distinction between those who willfully follow prescribed, strict biosecurity and sanitation practices and those who willfully endanger animal health, welfare, and food safety." Madam Speaker, the letter goes on to quote Meg Reynolds, an executive director of Do More Agriculture Foundation, a group that is the national voice and champion for mental health and agriculture. And she says, and I quote, "Agriculture is an industry with a foundation in deep rural roots, hard work, resilience, strength, and community. On a daily basis, farmers deal with numerous factors outside of their control that directly influence their mental well-being. Farmers should not have to add living with the fear of protesters, trespassing into enclosed areas and endangering their animals, livelihoods, and food safety on top of everything else that weighs on them day in and day out. Farmers are among the most vulnerable when it comes to mental health challenges like stress, anxiety, depression, emotional exhaustion, and burnout. In 2021, the University of Guelph found that 1 in 4 Canadian farmers felt like their life was not worth living, wished they were dead, or had thought about taking their own life in the past 12 months. Finally, the letter concludes by saying, and I quote, "We urge you to support Bill C-275 and its proposed amendments, which will provide increased safety for producers, the animals they raise, and the food they produce." And I, of course, Madam Speaker, I echo these sentiments. I want to encourage my colleagues to support Bill C-275 and send a message to our farmers, our livestock producers, and their families. And that message from the House of Commons will be that their animals matter. Canadian agriculture matters. Our food security matters. But most importantly, for those farm families across the country, their livelihoods matters. We care about their mental health. We recognize the unwavering dedication our farmers and our farm families have for the well-being of the animals that are in their care. Madam Speaker, again, I want to thank all of my colleagues who spoke so well and shared many of their own personal sentiments of farmers and and operations in their own ridings across Canada, and we're echoing the concerns and the viewpoints of their own constituents in this House today. But certainly for those colleagues who don't necessarily come from an agricultural riding or rural riding, how important this is that we share this message not only to our rural communities, but certainly for our urban Canadians who may not have that wealth of knowledge or that experience of what Canadian agriculture is, how we do it, why we do it, and the very strict regulations and protocols in biosecurity that we must follow to ensure the security of our food supply. So, Madam Speaker, again, thank you to my colleagues for their support. I hope that they will continue to support Bill C-275, and to the farmers and farm families across Canada, thank you so much for your support. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Barlow, seconded by Mr. Lehoux, moved that Bill 275, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act, Biosecurity on Farms, be now read a third time and do pass.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
I'd like a recorded division.
Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 29th at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day. Yes.
In concurrence in committee report, motion number 41 to concur in the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, the Russian state's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, standing in the name of Mr. Jennings.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Madam Speaker, and I just want to let you know that I'll be spending my time with the member from South Shore St. Margaret. So just wanted to say that the concurrence report that came forward from the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development was well done, and I congratulate the committee for that work. And I particularly wanted to make sure we draw attention to recommendations 12 and 13 in here. One is that Canada not grant the sanctions waiver to Siemens Energy Canada, who were trying to send over the natural gas pipeline turbines to power Nord Stream 1 and pump more Russian natural gas into Europe and fund Putin's war machine. And the second one is on recommendation 13, which was to make sure that there was a real policy goal enhancement of the energy security of Canada's democratic allies, while fully complying with Canada's domestic and international obligations related to climate change. And that speaks again to the issues around energy security in Europe and in Ukraine, and how Europe is reliant on Russian LNG and Russian oil. Now, Madam Speaker, I can say in here quite without any argument that I am proud of my Ukrainian heritage, that I have been a long-standing supporter of Ukraine. I have been banned from Russia since 2014 because of my ongoing advocacy for Ukraine, and that support is unwavering. The Conservative Party stands with Ukraine, and that our support is unequivocal. Now, there has been lots of talk over the last couple of days over the Conservatives' concerns around the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement that has been negotiated by this Liberal government. Now, let's just put this in perspective. First and foremost, the current Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement was actually negotiated by the former Conservative government under Stephen Harper, and our trade minister at that time was the member of Abbotsford, who negotiated a very good free trade agreement, which has only been in effect now for 7 years. The Liberals signed that free trade agreement and when they became government in 2015, and it went into effect the next year. So we have free trade with Ukraine already in effect. And most of the free trade agreement that is before the House today at committee, we are supportive of. But the Liberals have stuck in a very slim amendment to the free trade agreement, the first one in Canadian history. No other free trade agreement has it, and no free trade agreement that currently the government is negotiating with other countries include carbon pricing, carbon taxes, and carbon leakage. That has very little to do with trade, and it disadvantages the people of Ukraine who are today fighting a hot war against Russia, Putin, and his barbarians. To put our values onto the people of Ukraine, I think, is distasteful at a time that they are dealing with their own future. Now, I know that the Canadian International Trade Committee has been studying this issue, and one of the academics who showed up at the committee, and I wanted to quote here, Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, said that when he looks at it, he says, when asked about the free trade agreement and the carbon tax and other parts of this, he said, I would see it more as an imposition, to be honest. On the one side, I would see there's a very Western Valley being imposed on a country that has been devastated by war. Secondly, we also need to question the mechanism itself, the carbon tax. There is literature out there suggesting that sometimes the carbon tax may not actually achieve the goals that we're trying to reach from an environmental perspective. So we need to make really sure that whatever we're opposing on Ukraine actually works and that it actually can make a difference. I'm not sure there's consensus there. He goes on to say, I've said it before and I'll say it again, I actually do think we need to be careful, extremely careful, with how we see our values and how we impose our values on a great partner like Ukraine. Ukraine will absolutely need more help from Canada than we need help from them, especially over the short term. Again, I see this as an imposition from Canada in my perspective. So he has, again, said that this is an unfair section of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. And as we know, it is fundamental to our Conservative Party to oppose the carbon tax in Canada. Why would we support any agreement that ratifies a carbon tax for both Canada and Ukraine? And again, it is something that is not welcomed. If we really wanted to help Ukraine, Madam Speaker, we would do it through this free trade agreement by ensuring that we have their needs for energy security taken care of. There is nothing in this agreement that actually addresses the issues around helping them rebuild their nuclear energy plants, helping them adapt Canadian technology from our SMRs, helping them adapt technology in developing their LNG. They have natural gas fields, and they actually just found yesterday a new field in the Carpathians, and they need Canadian technology to access it. They've also found in the Carpathians the ability to claim more natural gas from fields that they considered exhausted, and now they know that there is more natural gas down there that they can pump out, and they are asking Canada for more technology. This free trade agreement has nothing in there to help them on that. You know, I was in Ukraine just in August, and I can tell you that their infrastructure has been devastated by the indiscriminate bombing done by Russia and the war crimes and atrocities that's committed against the civilians of Ukraine. And so they need help in rebuilding their ports, in their grain handling infrastructure, in their railways, things that Canada is very good at. And again, it is absent from the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. We have been arguing for years as Conservatives to send more weapons to Ukraine and more munitions, especially as we listen to experts from Ukraine telling us that they are using 3,000 to 5,000 shells, artillery shells, each and every day. M155s to go in the 777s and howitzers that we sent from Canada and other countries sent as well. M109s that go in there, there's their self-propelled howitzers and other artillery guns. We build those here in Canada, but we have not increased. The Liberal government has not been able to get an increase in that production for the past 22 months. Ukraine has been at war now 638 days. 638 days Ukraine has been on the front line pushing back against these Russian barbarians as they have invaded in their illegal war. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that
we need to continue to provide everything that we can. And the one thing we can be doing here is building more munitions. But Madam Speaker, we still only build 3,000 rounds of shells per month. That doesn't even give them shells for half a day. 3,000 shells a month. And one of the things I've heard many times from Canadian companies that are wanting to invest in Ukraine is that there is no war risk insurance. There's Canadian companies that would go over there and build things like sniper rifles, armored vehicles, munition plants, set up infrastructure companies to help rebuild Ukraine so they can build back stronger. And yet there's no war risk insurance offered in this free trade agreement. The agreement is mute. So, Madam Speaker, I would just say that, I'm proud of our conservative history of what we've done in Ukraine. It was a conservative government that first recognized Ukraine's independence back in 1991. It was a conservative government and a conservative Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, who was the first Western leader that actually went and to Ukraine after Russia, legally occupied and annexed Crimea, and went and started the war in Donbass back in 2014. It was a conservative government that made sure that Putin got kicked out of the G8, turning it into the G7. And I can tell you it was a conservative government that sent the first military equipment over there. I actually accompanied some of those shipments as the Parliamentary Secretary for National Defense back in 2014 and 2015. And it was a conservative government that started Operation Unifier, training tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers. And I want to thank the Liberal government for actually always renewing that and restarting it now in England, where I actually had a chance to see it in operation, Madam Speaker. So again, Madam Speaker, Conservatives support Ukraine. I love Ukraine, and I support it 110% and will until the day I die.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, there is no doubt in my mind that this member supports Ukraine to the bitter end. I traveled with him when I was on the Defense Committee, just after becoming a parliamentarian, to Ukraine to study what was going on there, and I saw his passion, and I saw his dedication. I don't question that at all. I don't question Stephen Harper's commitment. I don't question Aaron O'Toole's commitment. I don't question the member from Regina Capel's commitment when they were leaders. What I question is I question the member from Carleton. He said the Conservative Party stands with Ukraine. Why didn't the Conservative leader of the opposition have one tweet, one Facebook post, any mention when Zelensky came to this House just a couple months ago? He never said a word about it. Then, Madam Speaker, we see what happens with talking about things as being woke. President Zelensky asked for the free trade agreement. The Ukrainian Canadian Congress asked for us to vote in favor of it. Why can't he see that there are members in his party that are dictating MAGA Republican politics? He should stand up to that.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Madam Speaker, I forgive the member for coming and always using bully boy tactics and doing his rhetoric. The idea of trying to tie us to something happening south of the border is ridiculous. Anyone who knows our Conservative Party, anyone that knows the leader of the Conservative Party knows that he stands with Ukraine. We know, I'll personally confess, I've seen him passionately defend Ukraine. He's opposed to Russia's aggression. He's opposed to Putin's dictatorship and the atrocities that they are committing in Ukraine. This is a leader who stands for freedom, for democracy and human rights, and he stands with Ukraine. I have no doubt of that, and neither should any other member in this House. And to spread misinformation and disinformation, well, that member is only helping Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin.
Exactly. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent speech and for his passion in standing with Ukraine in general.
I want to point out something building on his comments about the importance of munitions. At the Trade Committee, Conservatives actually proposed a motion that would allow the committee to adopt amendments that would expand the scope of the bill and include specific measures that would increase the export of weapons from Canada to Ukraine and allow Canadian businesses to do more to support the development of weapons manufacturing in Ukraine. There are very important amendments that we are developing that would actually put into this deal the things that should have been in this deal, which is more weapons. Now, shamefully, Liberals at the Trade Committee voted against our proposed instruction motion that would have expanded the scope of this bill. So we have Liberals saying, on the one hand, you must be for this carbon tax or you're against Ukraine. But on the other hand, they're voting against our motion, which is actually going to put weapons exports into the trade. And I think the members of opposition should know that the priority of the Ukrainian government is weapons. You fight a war with weapons, not with a carbon tax. And that's why Conservatives are...
To give the honourable member for Selkirk-Lake Eastman the chance to answer, he has less than a minute.
I do want to thank the member from Fort Saskatchewan-Sherwood Park for his passion, his advocacy, and leadership that he has shown on this. And I was disappointed that the Liberals voted against the amendment to the Act that would have provided more opportunity to produce weapons and munitions to send to Ukraine. We started advocating for the provision of weapons back in 2018. We had sniper rifles, the Carl Gustav anti-tank weapons. We had rocket propeller grenades and sidearms that we wanted to send to Ukraine that were sitting in storage, that were collecting dust and going nowhere. We asked the Liberals to send them. They never sent them until after the war started in 2022, 4.5 years after we started asking them to send to it. And I was, the Liberal NDP coalition called me a warmonger. Yep. Madam Speaker. So the truth is that we all knew Putin was going to try to fully invade Ukraine. We're coming up on Holodomor commemoration on Saturday. We're having it on the Hill here tomorrow. The genocide of several million Ukrainians by Stalin and his communist thugs to wipe the Ukrainian nation off the earth. It's happening again. It's being done again by Moscow, by Vladimir Putin and his Kremlin kleptocrats. We have to stand with Ukraine. They need weapons, not a carbon tax.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today on this discussion about the report from the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Trade entitled The Russian State's Illegal War of Aggression Against Ukraine. And as Canadians know, Conservatives has always stood with Ukraine. In fact, and I know those who have had the pleasure of me telling some of my stories of my personal history in the past at committees will have heard and known that back in 1991, when the Soviet Union was collapsing, I was a senior advisor to Canada's foreign minister. And I can remember the weekend that I spent on the phone with the Prime Minister's office, with the Privy Council office, and with Deputy Prime Minister Don Mazinkowski, the first Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister of Canada, discussing what we should do, because the Soviet Union hadn't quite collapsed, and Mikhail Gorbachev was trying to institute his glasnost reforms, but it looked like within a few weeks there would be a collapse. And we had a long discussion about recognizing Ukraine first. First, we were not only the party that recognized Ukraine on that weekend in December 2nd, we were the first country in the world to recognize Ukraine as an independent country separate from the old Soviet Union. And that was a momentous thing because, of course, we have a large diaspora of Ukrainians in Canada. I'm proud to have played a very small and minor role as a senior advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs when we did that, the Honourable Barbara McDougall, who was the Foreign Minister at that time. Now, we do support and all of the recommendations that are in this report, but I would like to draw attention to a couple of ones of particular interest to us. The previous speaker spoke about number 12 and 13, and I will come to that, but I would like to focus a little bit on recommendation 8, which says that that the Government of Canada work with its international and domestic partners to improve the coordinated implementation and enforcement of sanctions against Russia by working to identify all assets connected to designated persons and closing any loopholes that may exist. Well, there are a lot of loopholes that still exist today. And the legislation that the Government of Canada uses today, again, not to toot my own horn, but I worked on creating that legislation in 1991 when they had the coup in Haiti. And the coup in Haiti, we wanted to impose economic sanctions globally through the OAS and then through the UN on Haiti and the illegal coup of Haiti's first democratically elected president. And there was no power to quickly impose economic sanctions. So we created and quickly within about 4 days, a piece of legislation that was introduced and passed unanimously through the House and Senate within about 48 hours to create a bill that gave the Governor and Council the power to quickly move and impose economic sanctions. Now, we know these sanctions are leaking, and I have raised this before in committee. I sit as a member of the Fisheries Committee, and while the government has targeted specific individuals, and all of those are justified on those individuals, what they haven't done is looked at the leakiness of the sanctions overall. And as an example that's had a very large impact on Atlantic Canada, the crab fishery, the snow crab fishery, is a very big fishery off in Newfoundland. 52% of the crab fishery of what is caught in Newfoundland was, until this war happened last year, bought by Japan through contracts, 52%. When the war broke out and Russia was desperate for cash, they started to sell their snow crab at a much cheaper pace on the global markets. Most countries respected the fact that that money would be used for fueling Putin's illegal war and did not bite. But Japan did and broke every contract in Newfoundland and stopped buying all their snow crab from Newfoundland, and now Japan buys most of their snow crab from Russia, helping to fund their war. And the minister and this government has never raised those kinds of issues with the counterparts. We've raised them with the minister, and the minister was totally unaware that this has happened. It's not unusual for a Liberal minister to be unaware, but you would think when we're dealing with sanctions in a war that it's not just about the individuals, it's about the flow of cash that's going in by buying goods of our G7 allies. I would also like to comment about Recommendation 12. Recommendation 12 is the Government of Canada not grant sanctions, not grant the waiver to Siemens Energy Canada for the Nord Stream 1 pipeline. Remember, the turbine. Russia did this fake thing about needing the turbine for the pipeline that brought natural gas oil into Europe. They brought in a need for repair, and this government said, yeah, no problem, let's bring it in here, we're repairing it. And the war broke out, and then they said, wait, we want it back. And in order to facilitate the continued supply of that oil and natural gas, supposedly, this government acquiesced, granted a waiver, sent it back to Russia, allowed them to continue to ship oil and natural gas to fund their war. And in fact, if you look at some of the testimony in here, in this report, it quite clearly says that a number of witnesses were flabbergasted that the Government of Canada would allow such fakery to happen. In addition, I think in a rare moment of clarity on the natural gas issue, the liquefied natural gas issue, the Minister of Natural Resources at the time said, I quote this is right from page 31 of the report, the unanimous report, I might add, that the Minister of Natural Resources said that he could not overemphasize the depth of concern on the part of the Germans, but also on the part of the European Union with respect to the potential implications associated with their effectively not being able to access natural gas. In addition to the concerns expressed by Germany and the EU, the Minister of Natural Resources noted in conversations he had with the United States, they reflected and shared their concerns about the divisions that could end up undermining support for Ukraine. That was the Liberal minister. But yet when the Chancellor of Germany came to Canada, the Prime Minister said they're begging for our natural gas to deal with the issue of the impact on energy supply in Europe because of this illegal war. The Prime Minister said, no, there's no business case. There's no business case to ship you war. Well, maybe there's a case because there is a war on to get it done. But, of course, we weren't ready to do that because when this Prime Minister came to power and these Liberals came to power in 2015, there were 15 LNG plants on the books. And as they progressed with their agenda, their No Pipelines Bill, their Bill C-69, the No Capital Bill, as I call it, to drive capital out of Canada, we have how many? I'm sure there are some members here who can tell me how many have been built since those 15 were proposed and going through the environmental system. Well, I hear a colleague say zero. Maybe the true answer that the Prime Minister should have given the Chancellor of Germany is, I messed up. I wasn't ready to deal with the issues of making sure good, clean, ethical Canadian natural gas could be accessed in case of emergencies by Europe, who has become totally dependent on Russia. Unfortunately, that wasn't his answer. He glibly said there's no business case for it. I'm not sure that the Prime Minister has actually ever read a business plan, but he told the Chancellor, and so you know what? They went and got their natural gas that they needed from dirty dictatorships. And that's the great foreign policy that we've had. So my colleague has mentioned the fact that if they were truly interested, the Liberals, in supporting Ukraine, they would have put provisions in the free trade bill to enable and foster the ability of our country to supply more munitions to Ukraine and to manufacture them. In fact, if there is a gap in political risk insurance by the EDC, it's easy for the government of Canada to actually show their commitment to Ukraine by using the Canada account to help Canadian munitions manufacturers locate in Germany and deal with the risk insurance issue. But has the federal government, have the Liberals used the Canada account to do that? No. So their commitment is, like all other things to Ukraine, I think is fairly superficial and not done with the seriousness that one would expect an ally of an important democratic country in this world and of our diaspora of 1.5 million Ukrainians in Canada who expect more.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member says foreign, referring to foreign policy, and he talks about being superficial. The President Zelensky comes to Canada last September and signs a trade agreement with Canada. Ukraine wants the trade agreement, and if I had enough time, I would explain to the member why. The 1.3 people of Ukrainian heritage in Canada support a Canada-Ukraine deal in which the President came and signed off on. Amazingly, the Conservative Party of Canada is the only party in the chamber that says no to that Canada-Ukraine trade agreement for all sorts of red herring type of reasons. The bottom line is that the Conservative Party is abandoning having a solid message being sent to Russia and providing more hope for Ukraine. Why did the Conservative Party vote no on the Canada-Ukraine agreement?
Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you. I know the member for Winnipeg North has a selective memory, but I'll remind him that we had a free trade agreement with Ukraine already. It was negotiated by the Harper government. Yes, they're big. They say they signed it. They didn't negotiate a comma of it. It was all negotiated and put to bed. And then the election happened in 2015, so they came in and signed it. Just like Jean Chrétien did when he said in 1993 he would tear up NAFTA and then came in and became part of the three. And he goes and talked like he invented free trade with NAFTA, even though he ran an election campaign against it, as did your previous leader, John Turner, who fought the 1988 election against free trade. And thankfully we won that election 35 years ago yesterday, or we would not have free trade with the United States. So the member should do a little bit of his history about which party has truly been committed to free trade or which tries to impose woke conditions on a carbon tax on a country that is in war taking advantage of them to put forward your domestic political agenda and impose it on another country.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just in response to that last intervention, I think it's fairly obvious that trade deals need to be evaluated based on the substance of what's in those deals. There's a long history of various parties in this House opposing certain trade deals and doing so because they had particular views on provisions in those deals. It wasn't because they didn't care about the other countries with whom the deal was negotiated, is that they had issues with the content of the deal. And in particular, the Liberals have tried to sneak a carbon tax provision into this trade deal. Meanwhile, Conservatives have tried to amend the deal to support expanded weapons transfer. I think if you asked anyone connected with the Ukrainian government or the Ukrainian community, they might have a variety of opinions on the particulars of the deal in general. But if you ask them what their priority was, weapons or carbon tax, I think they would all say the priority is weapons, not a carbon tax. And we need to keep the eye on the ball here, which is Ukraine needs to win this war, and that means having the weapons and the munitions that will allow it to win this war. Liberals voted against including weapons in this deal. They're the ones abandoning Ukraine. We're the ones standing with Ukraine.
Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
I would agree with the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, who made an eloquent speech on this very issue and this topic previously. And it's astounding to me that the Liberal government would think that the priority of what to do with the Ukrainian government right now is to try and impose a Canadian carbon tax on Ukraine, rather than, and then at the same time vote against providing the ability of Canadian companies to establish a free trade and manufacturing facilities back and forth in munitions during an illegal war. An illegal war, I might add, that is a coalition between a former and still really KGB agent Putin, who is in an unholy alliance with China and Iran, trying to attack these dictatorships, trying to attack democracy around the world. This government has not declared the Wagner Group, which is in this report, have not banned them and declared them terrorists, and they have not and refuse still to abide by the many years resolution of this House to declare the IRGC a terrorist group. I don't know why this government is so opposed to declaring these organizations as terrorist groups and letting them operate in Canada and not providing our ally Ukraine with what they need.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member. No, I know the constituency, but there's absolutely no mention that the Honourable Member was speaking. Chatham Kent Leamington, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to bring the voices of Chatham Kent Leamington to this chamber this evening and to rise and to continue debating in concurrence the 10th report of the Foreign Affairs Committee dealing with the Russian state illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. And before I go on, Madam Speaker, I'm going to tell you that I'm going to be splitting my time with a member from Dufferin-Caledon. As this report deals with our support with Ukraine, I'd like to focus on three key recommendations related to the energy and food security, not just for Ukraine, Madam Speaker, but also for our European allies as well. First recommendation that I'll touch upon is number 12, that the Government of Canada not grant a sanctions waiver to Siemens Energy Canada Limited for the Nord Stream 1 pipeline turbines as long as sanctions remain in effect. Last December, the Natural Resources Minister said Canada was revoking the exemptions to sanctions that allowed a Montreal company to repair turbines for the natural gas pipeline operated by the Russian state-owned energy giant Gazprom, and the world was aghast. As background, Madam Speaker, in July, Siemens Energy was granted an exemption to Canada's sanctions against Russia to repair up to 6 turbines for this pipeline, which carry natural gas from Russia to Germany. The federal government defended its decision by saying that it was calling the bluff of Russian President Vladimir Putin, whom Canada accused of withholding gas exports to Europe. Question: is this the position of our ally Ukraine? Is that what they asked for when it came forth to the turbines? Once again, this government miscalculated at a great cost to our allies. As the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan stated, the government's decision to suspend their own sanction was a slap in the face to the Ukrainian people in their darkest hour. He continued by stating how important it was that we hold firm in our resolve with Russia. If we aren't, then Russia will simply continue to escalate their pressure, end quote. And that, Madam Speaker, is exactly what they've done. They've weaponized energy against the Ukrainian people and indeed against our European allies. And instead of standing firmly with our allies, Canada has turned their back on them in their time of need. As usual, Madam Speaker, this government hasn't considered the long-term consequences of its decisions by allowing Russia to manipulate the Nord Stream 1 pipeline, and this may have far-reaching consequences for global energy security, not to mention our own international relations. With the ill-thought-out policy, the government once again sent the message to our international partners that Canada is not reliable. The world came calling for Canada's abundant supply of LNG, but in true form, this Prime Minister and his Liberal cronies shut the door on its allies. Why, Madam Speaker? Now we learn for the first time in history of free trade negotiations, Canada is again betraying Ukraine by adding a carbon tax to our free trade agreement with Ukraine. I'll ask the question again. Is this what Ukraine came to Canada asking for? Our Prime Minister has the audacity to virtue signal and, in essence, double-cross Ukraine by making the carbon tax a part of the agreement. Ukraine doesn't want our carbon tax any more than Canadians want it. That is why the Conservatives oppose the ineffective carbon tax here in Canada and in Ukraine. Ukraine is looking for a reliable trade partner, not to be force-fed a carbon tax. Ukraine has not requested it, and it's not requested that we export Liberal government empty ideology. Instead, Canada should be focusing our trade agreements on areas that we excel, like agricultural technology, LNG expertise, grain storage, and there's so many other areas I could list. You'll remember that the Conservatives negotiated the first trade agreement with Ukraine back in 2017 and fully support free trade. The member from Dufferin-Caledon mentioned in his speech yesterday that the Liberals voted against an amendment that would allow Canadians to build munitions requirements that would allow Ukraine to win the war. The Liberals believe that in imposing their useless carbon tax that Mr. Putin will, quotes, turn tail and run. It would be laughable if it wasn't so serious, Madam Speaker. Conservatives also proposed that we would provide civilian nuclear technology and sell our civilian-grade uranium from Saskatchewan to power nuclear plants that would give emissions-free electricity to Ukrainians to replace bombed-out electricity plants. I guess that made too much common sense, because in true Liberal custom, they didn't include that in the agreement either. And again, I reiterate that Ukraine needs Canada to be a reliable trading partner and ally. Putin has stated numerous times that Ukraine is not a nation, but rather a state of Russia. Timothy David Snyder, professor of history at Yale, told the Foreign Affairs Committee that the major issue in this conflict, territory, neutrality, and security, have never really been the problem. As he explained, Putin was never actually fighting a war about NATO. Putin was fighting a war to destroy the Ukrainian state. And let's go back 100 years to the death of my great-grandparents in the Holodomor. It seems that the Canadian government is hell-bent on fighting a war to destroy Canadian energy that would bring stability to Ukraine and our European allies. The current Liberal regime is determined to rob the world of reliable energy security that would in turn provide sustainable and clean energy sources, preventing our allies being forced into a vulnerable reliance on authoritarian regimes. We can and we should contribute with sustainable clean energy solutions, reducing our allies' dependence on single suppliers and creating a more stable geopolitical international environment. And clean energy solutions that align with climate change goals and demonstrate our leadership in both energy security and environmental responsibility. Not to mention the economic benefits that this would bring to Canada in a time of skyrocketing inflation brought on by 8 years of this government. The Prime Minister also stated that there was no business case for Canada to build LNG export facilities. However, in the last 2 years, the U.S. has built 8 such facilities, partly using Canadian gas, adding value to it by liquefying it, and then exporting it. Earlier this week, Trevor Kennedy from the Canadian Business Council testified to the Foreign Affairs Committee as we continue to look at the food and fuel effects of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. He said that there was, and I emphasize this, that there continues to be a business case for infrastructure to export Canadian LNG. Canada should have and should still play a role in Ukraine and Europe's energy security. Madam Speaker, there are 8 billion people in this world, and 4 billion of them owe their lives to the use of synthetic fertilizers, and in particularly supplemental nitrogen. Nitrogen is produced through the Haber-Bosch process from natural gas. Canada should also be there for Europe and Ukraine as a fertilizer supplier, supplanting supplies from Belarus and Russia. I'll come back to this point in a minute. Another recommendation that I want to touch upon is recommendation number 6, that the Government of Canada continue to strengthen global food security and the role of Ukraine as one of its guarantors, and join the efforts with Ukraine in the Black Sea Grain Initiative, supplying the Global South with grain. In July 2022, Ukraine's title of the breadbasket of the world was once again starting to become a bit more of a reality when Russia signed on to the Black Sea Grain Initiative. The first ships left Ukrainian ports on August 1, 2022, making over 1,000 voyages from Ukraine's Black Sea ports. Unfortunately, a year later, Russia pulled its support of the deal, and the world was once again thrust into further food insecurity. The international community watched in despair as Russia now used essential commodities to gain world domination and control, using food now as a weapon. Again, Madam Speaker, if we were able to ship our fertilizer by rail to Eastern Canada from Saskatchewan, our potash, we wouldn't have to be reliant on Belarusian and Russian fertilizer, and we would be able to step in and fill the gap to ensure food security, not only for Canada, but for other parts of the world. My own farm, I've shared this earlier in other speeches, that we've used more Russian and Belarusian potash over time than we have our own Saskatchewan. We've used more imported urea from Russian sources than our Canadian-made fertilizer from Western Canadian Gas, because we don't have that pipeline that brings natural gas to Eastern Canada. Our rail to bring Saskatchewan potash more affordably into Eastern Canada would be possible if our train cars were not hauling so much crude to Eastern refineries. So, Madam Speaker, there's much we could do, and Canadians have paid the price for the Prime Minister's all socks and no substance policies. Now, unfortunately, the world has to pay the dear price for the same liberal rhetoric in the form of energy and food insecurity. The Committee of Foreign Affairs and International Development made several recommendations with respect to Russia's illegal war against the Ukraine. We are calling on the Conservatives now are calling on the Liberals to stop supporting pro-Putin policies like signing off on the 6 turbines for Nord Stream. It's time for the Conservative common sense plan that will turn dollars for dictators into paychecks for our own people in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech this evening. I'm just wondering if he could justify his comments around forcing an ideology on Ukraine, considering they have their own homegrown carbon pricing system, and they were cooperative partners in the development of this agreement and urged us to pass it. So I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, if he could make it make sense. Thank you.
Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
I can respond very, very simply. Is this what Ukraine needs? Is this what they came to Canada asking for? I have not heard any speech. I've not heard nothing from the ambassador of Ukraine to Canada or from any Ukrainian representative, any member of parliament, asking, please, let's negotiate a carbon tax into our trade agreements. If there is that evidence, I would be open to looking forward to it. That's not what they need right now. They need a reliable partner in all the areas that Canada has expertise. And exporting a carbon tax is not one of our Canadian pieces of expertise.
Okay. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I find it very disturbing that the Conservatives are trying to rewrite history. President Zelensky was actually in this very House calling for all parties to support the trade agreement with Ukraine. All parties. We had the ambassador of Ukraine endorsing the trade agreement with Ukraine. Ukraine is going through an incredibly difficult time, and I know that Conservatives try to minimize the horrific bombings and attacks that are taking place daily as Ukrainian citizens die. But, Madam Speaker, what happened yesterday was a betrayal of every single Ukrainian Canadian by the entire Conservative caucus, Madam Speaker. The entire Conservative caucus rose as one, not to vote about the details of the trade agreement, but to say that they opposed in principle a trade agreement with Ukraine. And my simple question through you to the honourable member is, how could Conservatives betray Ukraine? How could they betray Ukrainian Canadians in such a nefarious fashion?
Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Madam Speaker, this member's party has fought every single election on the basis against free trade. Our record is perfectly clear. We negotiated with my colleague, the honourable member from Abbotsford, I almost said his name, signed the agreement with Ukraine in 2017. We are solidly, and you've heard from my other members in this House, that we are solidly in favour of free trade. Where in this free trade agreement is energy security? Where is the partnership in research? Where is supply chain infrastructure? The establishment of a Canadian-Ukrainian Agri-Food Business Council. And where this member comes off that we are minimizing the horrific attacks, I'd like to know the basis of that. We stand with our Ukrainian people. We call out the violence that's there. I have no idea where that comes from, Madam Speaker.
It's the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was a great pleasure working with my colleague on the Foreign Affairs Committee in the course of the development of this report. We are in a new global Cold War, and the member correctly describes the way in which access to commodities are a crucial part of that struggle. And Canada developing its capacity in areas around food and fuel and supplying our democratic allies and partners around the world in order to make them less dependent on Russia and other hostile powers is a very important part of this struggle for freedom and democracy. That's why Conservatives have championed the role Canada can play in supporting global energy security. Now, sadly, the Liberals don't understand this. Their anti-energy ideology is getting in the way of Canada playing its global role, defending global security. And it's very telling that in an agreement that should have been about supporting Ukraine in terms of meeting food and fuel needs, supporting Europe in terms of energy security, in a deal that could have included provisions crucially around energy security, the government instead wanted to impose a carbon tax on Canadians as well as on Ukrainians. And this underlines how wrong the government is. And this is the big question right now. I think in their hearts, everybody would say they want to help Ukraine. But the concrete way you help Ukraine, yes, crucially is supplying weapons, but also is undermining European dependence on fuel exports as part of the Russian war machine. This is what has been missing. This is what needs to change. I'd like my colleagues' comment on how important it is to take into consideration the energy security dimension of this new Cold War.
The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I absolutely agree with the premise of the question put before me, that Canada has so much more it could give toward energy security for Ukraine and for our European allies. And not only energy security, but also food security. And I've raised the stat several times, both at committee and in this House, that 8 billion people are on this world, and 4 billion of them actually owe their lives to the conversion of natural gas, fossil fuel natural gas, to synthetic fertilizers. And this has not been challenged by anyone around this House, neither has it been acknowledged other than by my Conservative colleagues. Which, for those that are opposing the conversion of natural gas, supplying to our allies in the form of either energy or in the form of fertilizer for food, if you're opposed to that, which 50% of this world's people, do you want to not see live? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member asked what proof he has, and the reality is he was here in this room when President Zelensky called for the adoption of the Canada-Ukraine trade deal. He was there. He witnessed that. He knows that Ukrainian-Canadian Congress called for this. He knows the ambassador from Ukraine to Canada called for this. And yet, reprehensibly, yesterday, each Conservative in turn, given the new extremism of the member from Carleton, rose in turn to repudiate all of those commitments to Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park Fort Saskatchewan is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's some confusion here, but the member did say that he was splitting his time. Many members heard him say that he had split his time. He recalls saying that he split his time. And so I believe the question and comments period should be over and we should be on to the next speech. Again, many members heard that was said.
Look, but nor the table officer nor I heard it.
May I address this point of order?
Yes.
Yes, I did not say it in my first sentence. I said it in my second. Correct. Yes, I opened with my riding, mentioning my riding, and then I went on to say that I will be splitting my time with the member from Dufferin-Caledon. It will be about 20 seconds into my remarks.
Yes, Mr. White, we have to wait to see if there are still time for questions or not. Because if it was only 5 minutes of questions, we're done.
This is a point of order.
Oh, yeah.
If it wasn't stated, of course, the member could ask for unanimous consent to split his time afterwards. That's up to the House to decide.
Agree to unanimously hold that it has been said.
So the honourable member apparently did say it, but later, not just a second, but a little later in the speech, but it was said. So we have finished with the questions and comments, and we are resuming debate with the honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
It's always a pleasure to speak here on behalf of the great residents of Dufferin-Caledon. Madam Speaker, I'm going to focus my remarks today on two of the recommendations in this report, and it's incredibly timely that we are having this concurrence debate with respect to this report from the committee. I want to start with recommendation number 12, and that is that the Government of Canada not grant a sanctions waiver to Siemens Energy Canada Limited for Nord Stream 1 pipeline turbines as long as sanctions remain in effect. Now, why is that significant, Madam Speaker? I'm going to go into that. So first of all, they granted that waiver in contravention of what the committee recommended, which included Liberal members of that committee. Now, why is that relevant? Because that went to a pipeline that aided Vladimir Putin. It aided his ability to export oil. How does he fund his illegal war in Ukraine? With the energy exports and the money they get from energy exports. So as we have been debating the free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine, Conservatives took a principled position to vote against that free trade agreement, not only for what's in there, as the Liberals tried to export the misery of the carbon tax. I know trade agreements are about imports and exports, but what we shouldn't export is the misery of a carbon tax on Ukrainians in the middle of a war. That's one export I bet you they do not want. But why is that so relevant, Madam Speaker? It's relevant because of this. We took a principled position to vote against it because of that and because of many other aspects of this trade deal. It's a bad deal. We voted against it. We are Her Majesty's loyal opposition. Opposition is an act of loyalty. So when we vote against a piece of legislation in our capacity as the official opposition, we are doing it as an act of loyalty. And to have Liberal members accuse us of aiding Vladimir Putin as a result of that is beneath contempt. It is despicable. And when you consider that a committee that had 6 Liberal members, they put a recommendation forward not to grant a waiver to give a turbine for a Russian pipeline that would pump Russian oil, and they went and did it, and they have the audacity to stand here in this chamber and say we are aiding Vladimir Putin, the ones who invited a Nazi into this chamber when the president of the Ukraine was here, They say we are aiding Vladimir Putin. Madam Speaker, it is unconscionable for them to go there. They granted the waiver for that permit. What did that permit do? It enables Vladimir Putin to pump more oil. What does that do? It puts more money into the Russian war machine. And they say our act of loyalty as the opposition is aiding Vladimir Putin. This is disgraceful, even by the standards of the disgraceful conduct of the Liberal Party routinely, all across this country and in particular in this chamber. Now I want to turn to the second recommendation, which is that the Government of Canada continue to provide significant military, financial, and humanitarian assistance to Ukraine so long as Ukraine must defend itself from Russian aggression. Okay, so that's what their committee recommends. 6 Liberal members, they should do that. So what does that mean, Madam Speaker? Yesterday at the International Trade Committee, which is studying this free trade agreement, I put forward a motion to expand the scope of what could be included in the review of this legislation. I did that because we wanted to include increased munitions exports to Ukraine. Real help. We wanted to include Canadian industry helping Ukraine increase its domestic capacity for munitions manufacturing. Now, why is that relevant? Because right now, Canada only sends to Ukraine 3,000 rounds of munitions per month. Now, does that sound great? Maybe, but guess what? Ukraine goes through 3,000 rounds of munitions in one morning, every morning. And the ratio of soldiers being able to survive a war with the ratio of the number of munitions that can be used is directly correlated. So by not actually doing what they should do, which is increase munitions production and help Ukraine increase more munitions, it costs Ukrainian soldiers lives and it aids Vladimir Putin in his vicious, illegal war in Ukraine. Now let's go back. So they're actually doing things that are harmful to Ukraine. They're exporting a turbine that is used to increase Russian revenue from oil and gas. Now, I don't know what the definition of helping Vladimir Putin is, but if I wrote the dictionary, let me tell you, that would be in there, Madam Speaker. Now, then on munitions, guess how the Liberals voted on my motion at the committee to expand the scope of the review to include munitions? Let's guess. The member from Richmond Centre, the Liberal member from Richmond Centre, no. The Liberal member from Brampton East, no. The Liberal member from Brampton South, no. The Liberal member from Ottawa Vanier, no. The Liberal member from Nepean, no. And they have the audacity to stand here and say, us voting against them trying to export their most disastrous policy in Canada, the policy of deep misery, the policy of putting 2 million Canadians going to a food bank, the policy of 7 million Canadians eating less healthy food.
One moment, please. I just want to remind members, if they want to have conversations, to please take them out. There is a debate going on in here, and there is somebody who has the floor. The Armour for Dufferin Caledon.
Madam Speaker, I can take the heckling, let me tell you. When they're heckling, it's because they're losing and they don't like what I'm saying. So, they vote against the expanding the scope of this trade agreement to include munitions, increasing munitions production, increasing Ukrainian capacity to build their own munitions. Think about that for a second. All they had to do was expand the scope of what the committee could do. It's a simple vote, and yet all those Liberals voted absolutely not. It's disgraceful. And then for them to say, we are the ones who aren't supporting Ukraine, that would be real support for Ukraine, Madam Speaker. That is real support. What is not support is a carbon tax or carbon pricing. And it's never been in a Canadian free trade deal ever. It's the first time. So if it's the first time you put something into a trade agreement, you can put new things in, can't you? Because they put a carbon tax in for the first time, so new things can go in, right? So where is the section on energy security? Where's the section on LNG exports? Where's the section on seed bank cooperation for farmers? Where's the section on grain storage? Where's that, Madam Speaker? It's not there. Why? Because the Prime Minister is ideologically obsessed with a carbon tax and he wants to spread the misery all around the world. Now, Madam Speaker, I am going to make the following motion, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following. The 10th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, presented on Wednesday, June 14, 2023, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development with instruction that it amend the same to recommend expanding the scope either at committee or report stage of Bill C-57, an act to implement the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine in keeping with recommendation 14 of the report in order to support expanded munitions production in Canada and increasing munition exports to Ukraine and support the development of weapons and munitions manufacturing capabilities in Ukraine by Canadian industry. Madam Speaker, it's time for them to put their money where their mouth is. The rubber's hit the road. Are they going to support this motion, yes or no?
I just want to remind the member that the House is still going on, and I haven't recognized anybody. And I do want to clarify as well, the honourable member mentioned about heckling, and I just want to say that I did say there was a conversation going on. If he was saying that it was heckling, then it would have been from his side as well. And so I just wanted to clarify that it was both from the government and the official opposition side. Alors, Mr. Seedback seconded my moves the following amendment. Ms. Stubbs, I just did, yeah. The 10th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, presented on Wednesday, June 14, 2023, be not concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development with instruction that it amend the same to recommend expanding the scope either at committee or report stage of Bill C-57, an act to implement the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine in keeping with recommendation 14 of the report in order to support expanded munitions production in Canada and increasing munition exports to Ukraine and support the development of weapons and munitions manufacturing capabilities in Ukraine by Canadian industry. Questions and comments? The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The President Zelensky comes to Canada back in September and signs the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. The Conservative Party of Canada, in the extreme right element of the Conservative Party, makes the decision to vote against the trade agreement. Now we have Conservative members scratching and looking and searching for whatever they can come up with to try to justify their behavior in voting against a trade agreement that sends a very powerful message to Russia and supports the people of Ukraine and Canada. The member cannot get around the fact that the Conservative Party and the far right are now in control of what's taking place in the leader of the Conservative Party's office. My question is, does he have any remorse for voting against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement?
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Absolutely not, Madam Speaker. I will not stand here and vote for something that will export the worst policy, the most harmful policy that this Liberal government has come up with in decades, that is creating the misery that is in Canada. But what this member should be ashamed of, and Liberals should all be ashamed of, is that they granted that export waiver. They granted the export waiver that is allowing Russia to pump more oil. The audacity of him to say we've given Vladimir Putin a win by exercising our right as the opposition to oppose a bad trade deal when they granted the waiver that increases Russian blood money. They're disgraceful, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is another sad chapter of the Conservatives' betrayal of Ukraine. Yesterday, which was the International Day of Dignity and Freedom, 10-year anniversary of the Ukrainian people uniting to defend their right to freedom and democracy. And Conservatives chose that day to betray Ukrainian Canadians, to betray the consensus that we'd had in this House on Ukraine, and to vote against the principle of even having a trade agreement with Ukraine. Today, we have a report that talks about Canada taking a strong stand on war crimes. And what the Conservatives have just done, and this is important, Madam Speaker, for Canadians across this country to be aware of, and the 1.5 million Canadians of Ukrainian origin to be aware of, the Conservatives have just moved an amendment that kills the whole report and all of the recommendations. It deletes all of the recommendations. It deletes what is fundamentally important. This is another betrayal of Ukraine. And I just have to ask through you, Madam Speaker, how can the member live with this double betrayal in 2 consecutive days?
Again, there's some members thinking out loud, and it's not their turn to do that, so I would ask them to hold off. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Madam Speaker, I fundamentally disagree with what he says that this motion does. It does not do any of the things he suggests. Voting against a bad trade deal is our right. It's a bad trade deal. Now, Conservatives were the ones that negotiated the original free trade agreement. It is one that's currently in effect. It will remain in effect regardless of how we voted on this particular trade agreement. What we know is that the NDP and the Liberals are ideologically obsessed with the carbon tax. They want to export that misery all across the globe. It wasn't enough to make Canadians miserable. They want to export it all over the world. We won't stand for it. We vote against it on that basis, Madam Speaker.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. A brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent work. Could he remind the House about what happened at the International Trade Committee yesterday? It wasn't just Liberals, it was also the NDP who voted together to oppose Conservative efforts to expand the bill and get more weapons to Ukraine. Ukraine needs weapons, not a carbon tax, and Liberals and the NDP voted against expanding the trade deal to include weapons.
Honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon, a brief answer, please.
Yeah, I mean, the hypocrisy is stunning. They grant a turbine to fund Putin's war machine. They vote against munitions. The NDP they just merrily along for the ride as well. The NDP members on the committee voted against expanding the trade agreement to include critical munitions exports. How dare he say that we betrayed Ukraine? They did it.
Resuming debate, and I'm advising the honourable member that unfortunately I will have to cut him off at some point. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think given the hypocrisy of what we've seen from the Conservatives tonight, I'm pleased to rise to defend the recommendations that were made by the Foreign Affairs Committee that the Conservatives are just trying to gut. But more importantly, to come back to the importance of adopting the report on concurrence, rather than seeing it gutted, as we're seeing by the Conservatives. In a procedural sleight of hand, they are trying to destroy all of the recommendations that form part of a consensus, Madam Speaker, that we've had since Putin invaded Ukraine. We've seen the appalling civilian casualties. We've seen the evidence of war crimes, of sexual abuse, the appalling bombings of hospitals and schools and apartment buildings. We've all seen that, Madam Speaker. And there was, it's fair to say, initially a consensus. And that's reflected in the report that the Conservatives are now trying to gut, trying to destroy. It was reflected as well in President Zelensky's
comments to us as parliamentarians to ask on behalf of the people of Ukraine to adopt the Canada-Ukraine trade deal. That is something that that resonated across Canada and should have resonated with Conservative members, given that 1.5 million Canadians are of Ukrainian origin, and they believe strongly in Canada supporting Ukraine. And yet we saw yesterday, and this was no simple day, Madam Speaker. Yesterday was the 10th anniversary, the day of dignity and freedom for Ukrainian people. Important symbolism, a profound symbolic act of Canada standing in support of Ukraine. Ukrainians couldn't celebrate that day because they're trying to defend their villages, their farms, their homes. And what we saw yesterday on that day of freedom, dignity and freedom, is the entire Conservative caucus. Not just the leader, the member from Carleton, and we know about his extremist views, but each and every member of the Conservative caucus rose one after the other to betray Ukraine, to betray the commitment that all Canadians feel that we have to Ukraine. That President Zelensky, that the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, that the Ukrainian ambassador to Canada had asked us as an act of solidarity and support to the Ukrainian people. He had asked us to adopt the trade agreement, and every single member in this House, except Conservatives, rose as one to stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people. But every single member of the Conservative caucus betrayed the consensus that we've had since the beginning of the horrific invasion and the horrific violence that has been engendered towards the Ukrainian people. And Conservatives decided to choose the day of dignity and freedom to betray Ukrainian Canadians and to betray Ukraine. Madam Speaker, I continue to believe that vote lives in infamy, that the obsession that the member from Carleton has about the price on carbon, the federal price on carbon, which doesn't even apply in British Columbia, in my province, doesn't apply in Quebec, doesn't apply in the Northwest Territories. For the member from Carleton and his obsession with carbon pricing and his demand that the federal price on carbon be part of a carbon election. What does that mean for my province, for our second largest province, the Nation Québécoise? What does that mean for the Northwest Territories and other jurisdictions where the federal price on carbon doesn't even apply? He has never even asked that question, but his obsession with the price on carbon and his obsession on the denial of climate change is something I find profoundly disturbing. But this is a step further. This is taking the extremism of the Republican Party in the United States that is rejecting supports for Ukraine as we speak, that is refusing to stand with the Ukrainian people as we speak, and that extremism that we have seen in the United States amongst the Republican Party is now manifesting itself here in this chamber. Canadians were all witness to it yesterday on a symbolic day of such importance. The day of dignity and freedom is the day that Conservative MPs chose to betray Ukraine. The day of dignity and freedom was the day that the entire Conservative caucus turned its back on Ukraine. The day of dignity and freedom, hard fought by Ukrainians to establish their democracy, to fight back against this totalitarian, authoritarian dictator, Putin, who has ravaged the country. That was the day of dignity and freedom, the Conservatives chose to side not with the Ukrainian people, but with the extremists that we see in the Republican Party. And I find that profoundly disturbing, Madam Speaker, that not a single Conservative MP, not a single one, rose to stand with Ukraine. How could they go back to their constituents with this weird extremist obsession of their new leader, the member from Carleton, with the price on carbon and denying climate change? How could they go back and say, well, our obsession with the price on carbon was what led us to betray Ukraine. And then today, when we have a report from the Foreign Affairs Committee, again, this is part of the consensus that Canadians saw, I thought, in a very positive light, since the invasion of Ukraine, since the horrific violence brought against the people of Ukraine. There was an all-party consensus that lasted up until the Day of Dignity and Freedom, when Conservatives betrayed and turned their back on the people of Ukraine and broke that consensus. And then tonight we have another example, Madam Speaker. A report that has come with the consensus of all parties that speaks to Canada taking a leading role against the crimes against humanity, the war crimes, the violations of international human rights, the gender-based and sexual violence, that Canada play a leading role in that prosecution. And Conservatives say, no, we're going to gut this report. And we're going to...
I'm sorry, the honourable member's time is up. I do want to remind members that are having conversations in the House here, they may want to take that out because it is a little bit loud. So now that it is comme il est 19h41, conformément à l'ordre adopté plus tôt aujourd'hui.
Pursuant to order adopted earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion are deemed put and recorded divisions are deemed requested.
Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 66, the divisions stand deferred until Wednesday, November 29, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Alors, à ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38 for adjournment of the House. And the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am here to speak on the Arrive scam. However, a brief coda to the previous debate. The NDP House Leader was talking about the importance of supporting Ukraine, trying to wrap himself in blue and yellow. It's important to tell the House, though, that the NDP has consistently opposed giving Ukraine the weapons it needs. In fact, I will quote from the member for Edmonton Strathcona, the NDP Foreign Affairs critic, who said last February at committee, some people in this committee and some members of Parliament have been calling on the government to provide lethal weapons to Ukraine. I have some concerns about that, obviously. Do you believe there are risks to provide...
The honourable member, it's on the Arrive can that he is speaking on?
I'll get to that. Yeah.
Okay. So it has to be on the Arrive can act.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Again, I want to remind the member that the subject before the House is on the question, the late show question that he had submitted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was simply reading a quote, and I think it's on the record, that showed the NDP speaking out against giving lethal weapons to Ukraine. Ukraine needs weapons. Now, Madam Speaker, I'll speak now about the Arrive scam app. The Arrive scam app is a grotesque scandal that I think many Canadians are seized with. It's actually more like a family of scandals. It's a number of different scandals that are interrelated. The government spent $54 million developing an app, far, far, far in excess of what has been spent on apps before. They spent $54 million developing this glitchy app that didn't work, that sent many Canadians into quarantine who shouldn't have been in quarantine. Now, in the process, they hired not a major company, a company with IT expertise. They hired GC Strategies, a two-person company that is working out of their basement, that does no IT work, and they simply subcontract all of the actual work. It would be like, Madam Speaker, if you hired me to paint your fence for $100, and I hired the member for Winnipeg North to paint the fence for $20, and then I pocketed $80, and he did all the work, and you were sort of fine with that arrangement. That's what has happened consistently, Madam Speaker. I think Canadians have a grave problem with why this two-person company that did nothing got all the work. The RCMP is now investigating these contractors. Meanwhile, we have an admission that fraudulent resumes were submitted to the Government of Canada by GC Strategies. And we have senior public servants accusing each other of lying over who is responsible for the choice to hire GC Strategies. Now, we need an answer from the government on this, because we've tried to ask senior public servants, and they've accused each other. They said, it wasn't me, he chose GC, no, someone else chose GC Strategies. And you can understand, given the fact that this company with no IT experience that did no work was hired, you can understand why nobody wants to take credit for that decision, right? But the government needs to explain, because it was a decision made by the Government of Canada. So in the midst of these structural problems in contracting, fraudulent resumes, and public servants accusing each other of lying, will the government finally tell us, and this is my question, who is responsible for choosing GC strategies for ArriveCan? Who is responsible?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As previously indicated in this House, we take these allegations seriously. And as the member is aware, a matter is under investigation by the RCMP. And we have full confidence in our national law enforcement agency. But let's be clear, the RCMP commissioner stated in October 23rd of this year, and I quote, "Contrary to public reporting, the RCMP is not investigating the ArriveCan matter. The confusion may arise from the fact that we are investigating a file based on allegations brought by Bottler AI," end of quote. And we trust that they'll pursue this investigation with integrity. And should the RCMP find any wrongdoing in that matter, then they'll pursue any charges as appropriate. Additionally, CBSA has also launched its own internal audit. And even though GC Strategies and Bottler AI did not have a contract with the government, and notwithstanding this, it's important for CBSA to review the contracting and provide more rigor in the procurement process, in part by increasing oversight in granting of contracts and in those who hold contract authority. In the meantime, Madam Speaker, the CBSA has suspended some of existing contracts until the agency gets further clarity on the facts. And although these allegations and investigations are not specific to ArriveCan, we recognize it may also yield findings relevant to that procurement. And as you may know, the CBSA and the Public Health Agency of Canada have also engaged with the Office of the Auditor General on performance audit of ArriveCan. And we await the Auditor General's findings and recommendations. And once again, we'll respond to all findings and ensure that any acts of wrongdoing have consequences. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, that great fog of a non-response obviously gets nowhere close to the question that I asked, and I'll repeat it. We have the Arrive scandal, $54 million that was spent on an app that should have cost much, much less. Money was spent through a company that did no IT work and subcontracted all the actual work. And so we need to know who's responsible. Who made the choice to hire GC Strategies? And we have senior public servants, Cameron McDonald, Min Doan, accusing each other of lying about who's responsible. Somebody had to be responsible. This government made the decision to give the money to GC Strategies for the Arrive scam app. So it's a simple question. I'll ask it a couple times. Who was responsible for the decision to hire GC Strategies? Again, who was responsible for the decision to hire GC Strategies for the ArriveCan app? Finally, to the Parliamentary Secretary, who was the person responsible for hiring GC Strategies? Just
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the government takes these allegations seriously and will act on any investigation and audit findings to ensure that controls, oversight, and...
The member had an opportunity to ask his question. I would ask him to please offer that respect back. It was very quiet when he was making his statement. Please allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to answer. Thank you very much. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Appreciate that, Madam Speaker. And as I said, we will act on all the findings and ensure that controls, oversight, and stewardship over contracting are strengthened. The CBSA and the RCMP are investigating certain allegations, and they will act appropriately on those findings. And ahead of that, the CBSA had already launched its own internal audit of contracting and has increased its oversight on granting of contracts. The agency has also directed all employees with contracting authority to retake procurement training and certification. Furthermore, the CBSA has suspended some contracts until the facts are clear. And once again, Madam Speaker, we take all allegations seriously, and we will act on its findings and on the facts to provide Canadians with proper services and value for money.
Honourable Member for Regina West-Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity this evening to follow up on a question that I asked in question period on October 20th regarding this Liberal government's opposition to liquefied natural gas exports to Europe. For context, shortly after Vladimir Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, the leaders of Western European countries started to take steps to end their dependence on oil and gas imports from Russia. This makes a great deal of sense because buying oil and gas from Russia means funding Vladimir Putin's war machine against Ukraine. So what exactly did the leaders of Europe do? Well, in August of last year, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz visited Canada looking to buy more oil and gas from this country. Unfortunately, this Prime Minister told him that there has never been a strong business case for Canadian oil and gas exports to Europe. So what did the German Chancellor do next? He flew to the Middle East to see if the dictators of the United Arab Emirates and Qatar felt that there was a strong business case for oil and gas exports to Europe. Those Middle Eastern dictators were happy to sign a multi-year memorandum of understanding that will guarantee steady oil and gas exports to Germany for years to come. But the story doesn't end there. Last month, France, the Netherlands, and Italy all signed separate agreements to import LNG from Qatar for the next 27 years. And so that raises the question, why isn't Canada exporting LNG to Europe? Well, according to a report released by the Fraser Institute shortly after Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine last year, quote, unfortunately, despite being the world's 5th largest producer of natural gas, Canada has missed the opportunity to expand our supply of LNG to overseas markets due to a lack of export infrastructure, largely due to regulatory barriers and environmental activism, unquote. In fact, Canada does not have a single operational LNG export facility, and only one is under construction. That's the Coastal GasLink project in British Columbia. And so that brings us to my question in question period last month, when I asked if this Liberal government still believes that there is no business case for Canadian LNG exports. What was the government's response? Quote, Mr. Speaker, it's really shameful that the Conservative Party would use this humanitarian situation to peddle conspiracy theories, unquote. Madam Speaker, I would really like to know, what conspiracy theories was the Liberal minister referring to? Were last year's LNG deals between Germany and Qatar and the United Arab Emirates all conspiracy theories? When German Chancellor Olaf Scholz visited Canada last year, was he part of the conspiracy? What about the 3 agreements that Qatar signed last month with France, the Netherlands, and Italy? Are they in on the conspiracy as well? What about the 6,000 people who worked on the construction of the Coastal GasLink pipeline? Does the Liberal minister think that they are part of the conspiracy too? Madam Speaker, I would really like to know.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for the important question. Companies and countries around the world are making decisions to ensure that they are able to access and deliver energy that is reliable, clean, and affordable. That is true in Canada and around the world. Russia's invasion of Ukraine included significant impacts on global energy markets and supply chains. That is why the European Union signaled that they are looking to secure and sustainable sources of energy, stating that it's clean energy that will play the largest role in their long-term energy security. Madam Speaker, we must be skating where the puck is going. Les conservateurs sont des anti-changement climatique.
Conservatives are climate change deniers, but they need to at least recognize that our allies and partners in Europe are not climate change deniers. We know that energy security and climate action go hand in hand. We need to support Canadian projects to give energy to our allies. And when it comes to these projects, I can confirm to members across the way that our government has a much better track record than the Conservatives on all fronts.
We've approved, as member mentioned, Cedar Project in BC, led by Haisla Nation, which a small-scale floating facility and marine export terminal. And beyond LNG, there are many increasing important resources of low-carbon fuel that we're working actively on. One of the top 10 hydrogen-producing countries is Canada, has emerged as a leader in developing new hydrogen and fuel cell technologies. And allow me to add that the Atlantic Canada will be a significant driver of that as well. The Canada-Germany Hydrogen Alliance also will export hydrogen to Germany as early as 2025. And just last week, we announced financing of major hydrogen projects in Nova Scotia using wind power.
Once the Conservatives stop their shameful blocking of Bill C-49, we will be able to get started on building wind turbines, offshore ones, in Newfoundland and Labrador and in Nova Scotia. This will mean thousands of jobs and a ton of clean energy for electricity grids, and we will be able to develop hydrogen, zero-emission hydrogen for export. They are harming our economic future, but we are taking action to build the future.
Our efforts to bring clean nuclear energy and biofuels to our allies. There are growing opportunities for Canada, can-do technology. Earlier this year, the Minister of Energy joined the Romanian Minister to announce $3 billion loan to Romania that will be best spent on building 2 new can-do reactors in Romania. All of this money will be spent on Canadian companies. Good jobs for the clean sector will be powered in Romania and at no cost to the taxpayer. This will help Romania to phase out coal and provide clean power to countries that are looking to move away from Russia. On biofuels, we continue to invest this year in Canadian innovation to support our allies' energy needs. In May, we announced $86 million to save and retool the Come By Chance refinery in Newfoundland and Labrador, so that the former oil refinery can lead the region in sustainable biofuel production. Canada will continue to be a reliable and steady global supplier of clean energy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Madam Speaker, in the Liberal minister's original response last month, he said, quote, "It's really shameful that the Conservative Party would use this humanitarian situation to peddle conspiracy theories," unquote. I find the use of the word shameful to be very interesting. What exactly is it that the Liberals find to be shameful? Do the Liberals think that it was shameful for German Chancellor Olaf Scholz to go to the Middle East to buy oil and gas after this Prime Minister gave him the cold shoulder? Is it shameful for other European countries to buy LNG from Qatar, given this Prime Minister's statements? And do the Liberals think that the 6,000 people who worked on the Coastal GasLink LNG project should be ashamed for providing clean, ethical Canadian energy to the world?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Ironic to hear the Conservatives pretend to care about Canada's economic future when their campaign on climate denialism has prevented them from supporting even the most popular economic opportunities. The Conservatives are currently using shameful tactics in the Natural Resources Committee to hold back C-49. C-49 plays a key role in allowing for the development of offshore wind power, a key component for hydrogen and clean electricity. This is critical for improving global energy security and growing the number of good-paying jobs available across all Atlantic provinces. Nous avons déjà conclu un accord avec
We have already reached deals with Germany and the European Union for hydrogen export. The 2 provincial premiers support this legislation, and industry also asked us to take these steps. The only obstacle here is the Conservative Party of Canada and its shameful campaign against all forms of climate action. Madam Speaker, while the Conservatives, The time has run out. It's only 1 minute for the reply.
Honourable Member Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the heels of yesterday's disappointing fall economic statement, I rise to continue pushing on this government to end legislated poverty for people with disabilities. Because to this day, people with disabilities continue to disproportionately live in poverty across the country. 41% of those living in poverty have a disability. And while a Canada Disability Benefit has been promised to Canadians with disabilities for years, it's now been 6 months since this Parliament unanimously supported the Canada Disability Benefit Act, with no funding committed since. People with disabilities deserve better from this government. And so I'll reiterate what I've said in this House before. If the governing party were serious, they would have done and supported people with disabilities the way they approach childcare. Funding first, then agreements with provinces and territories, and then legislation. But for people with disabilities, it was the other way around. It was legislation first, and now we continue to see funding not get committed. Crickets when it comes to actually funding the benefit. This is all part of why the disability community has been calling for the Disability Emergency Response Benefit, or DERB for short, to recognize legislated poverty for people with disabilities as the urgent crisis that it is. And when it came to CERB in the pandemic, the government acted with urgency. We know that is possible. We know they could do so here again. It's why I asked the Prime Minister in question period weeks ago if he would put in place this emergency benefit while the Canada Disability Benefit regulations continue on. I asked this recognizing that neither he nor I have ever had to live under the crushing weight of legislated poverty, imploring him to act quickly. Now, not only did he not answer my question, and not only has this government not put in place DERB in the time since, but then we had the fall economic statement yesterday. For people with disabilities, nothing. The Canada Disability Benefit, nothing. The Disability Emergency Response Benefit, nothing. It was unsurprising, though, for some, given the words of the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister on this very question. When asked specifically by the media in the week leading up to the fall economic statement about funding the Canada Disability Benefit, her words, quote, "We can't fund everything." Deeply disappointing to hear that from her after all this government has promised people with disabilities. My overarching concern, ultimately, is that the governing party seems to be allowing the leader of the official opposition to almost govern from opposition. This government needs to wake up and realize that it needs to differentiate themselves from the Conservatives, not become more like them. This government needs to show that they remember what it looks like to be progressive. They need to make clear that the lives of people with disabilities aren't there simply for a photo op, and that Canadians with disabilities expect them to follow through. Because once again, today, Canadians with disabilities continue to live in poverty. And for all the fanfare with the Canada Disability Benefit Act passing, as I'm sure we'll hear from the Parliamentary Secretary, nothing has changed yet for Canadians with disabilities across the country. And so my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is this: what's the point in passing the Canada Disability Benefit if this government doesn't seem to have any plans to actually fund the benefit?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Persons with Disabilities.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the member from Kitchener Centre for his question and his advocacy. Our government recognizes that many Canadians with disabilities need additional financial support, and that is the reason for the Canada Disability Benefit. The benefit will provide this. Madam Speaker, we are in no way dilly-dallying and wasting time. The passage of Bill C-22 is a major milestone. Our government has a strong and unwavering commitment to create a more inclusive and barrier-free Canada. This is the result of decades of relentless advocacy by the disability community. I want to thank all parliamentarians of this House who supported the passing of this critical piece of legislation.
This summer, we began the mobilization process for the development of regulations. We are moving forward with our commitment to create and implement a new Canada Disability Benefit as soon as possible.
This is a big undertaking, Madam Speaker. We must make sure it's done properly and done well. We can't cut corners. We must respect the regulatory process. We must provide opportunities to persons with lived experiences to contribute to the benefit regulations. The disability community must have its say in how this benefit will look. This is required by the Canada Disability Act. We are now actively engaging with a variety and numerous stakeholders. This includes persons with disabilities from a range of backgrounds, provincial and territorial governments, and Canadians at large. We're working together in developing the regulations.
The Minister of Diversity, Inclusion, and Persons with Disabilities and I have held several roundtables with the community who have generously shared their perspectives and experiences.
Last week, we launched an online engagement tool. This will allow Canadians to have their voices heard. We are diligently analyzing this input. This is valuable. The input is valuable. It will help us develop meaningful and impactful regulations. When we get there, the draft regulations will of course be published in the Canada Gazette. This will give one last opportunity to Canadians to share their feedback. Again, we are doing everything to make sure that the disability benefit will be fulsome, will be impactful, and will serve Canadians and lift those who are experiencing economic challenges, lift them up, those who are of working age and living with disability. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to make really clear with the Parliamentary Secretary, he's absolutely right. People with disabilities must, I appreciate he used the word must, be involved meaningfully in the collaboration of the design of the regulations. That's the case because it's an amendment that I put forward at committee and was supported at committee. It's now the law. No one is debating the extent to which people with disabilities must be meaningfully engaged in the design of the regulations. The point I'm making is that they don't need to wait for regulations to be done to dedicate the funding. As I mentioned, when it came to childcare, it was the exact opposite. Funding came first, then other steps followed. The federal government could do the exact same thing here. They've chosen not to for 6 months, and time is running out for people with disabilities living in poverty. Are they or are they not going to provide a disability emergency response benefit? And are they going to step up and fund the Canada Disability Benefit?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madame la Présidente, we
Madam Speaker.
As swiftly as possible on ensuring that the disability benefit is fulsome, is done with full consultation with the disability community, and is factoring in the comments, the feedback, the expertise, the lived experiences of the disability community. We are doing the work to make sure this is done properly and fulsomely and is done right. From the beginning, our government has been committed to support Canadians with disabilities. We are filling in the gaps. Yesterday, our Deputy Minister tabled our government's next phase, a plan to help create good middle-class jobs and grow a strong and inclusive economy. The disability community is part of our society and our economy. We are making sure we will get this done properly and in full consultation with the community. This is within the spirit of Nothing Without Us. It helps us to ensure that all voices are included, especially those who have disabilities. Merci.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Bonne soirée.